If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 151, Chapter number 150. The hands of fate are turning. Mewtwo's smile deepened as he lifted his head, as the Pokémon stopped their screams, dropping them unceremoniously on the ground. A bluish aura surrounded Austin, lifting him from the ground, back into the comfort of the wheelchair. As I was saying before being so rudely interrupted, you know who I am. I am waiting for your other question. Mewtwo floated closer. Go ahead, Ash Ketchum, ask it. Why did you let me go? Austin murmured. It was something he had been thinking about all this while. Especially if you knew that I summoned the king to battle against you. Are you suggesting that I kill you and end your legacy for good? Austin gulped. Mewtwo's smile deepened. I just want to know why you did what you did. Mewtwo felt amused. This boy was truly worth keeping alive, for entertainment's sake if nothing else. Because of Ash Ketchum. I believe your destiny is to join me. Wait, what? I am not going to repeat it. I will never join the likes of you. You murder, kill, and torture for fun. Mewtwo had some kind of twisted smile forming on his face as if it knew something he didn't. I think you will change your mind when you see your precious Raticate. Austin felt a pit forming in his stomach as his eyes glowed red for split second. What did you do? Ash Ketchum, let me tell you something. What do you think happened to that injured and poisoned Raticate as it pushed your body out of the way while the ship was crashing? Chills went down Austin's spine as Mewtwo snapped his fingers as something teleported in front of Austin. -0. Cynthia walked through the halls of the Pokémon Center eager to meet her friend. She was extremely anxious for him, but hearing he was waking made her jump in joy as she immediately teleported to the island using an expensive Alakazam transport that was available to the extremely rich. Walking down the hallway, one of Cynthia's Pokeballs opened up revealing a bipedal, canine-like Pokémon with predominantly blue and black fur. It possesses a short, round spike on the back of each forepaw, in addition to a third on its chest. It has red eyes, a long snout, and ears. When its mouth is open, two pairs of pointed teeth, one in the upper jaw and one in the lower, can be seen. It possesses cream-colored fur on its torso and blue fur on its thighs that resemble shorts. It has a medium-length tail of the same blue color as well. It stands on its toes rather than on its entire foot. Lucario immediately manipulated its aura to form a barrier in front of them in an instant. Wave upon wave of crimson aura spread throughout the island. The phenomenon caused the weather to change from a bright sunny day into a thundering rainstorm in a matter of seconds. Cynthia immediately looked at her partner and the surrounding Pokémon who had started weeping. What's wrong? Lu. Lucario. Lucario pointed forward as Cynthia called out her Garchomp and the trio immediately flew to one side of the island. Cynthia expected to come across some kind of legendary Pokémon at first, but what she came to shocked her to her core. It was Ash surrounded by his Pokémon. Individuals get heavier when they die. The weight of the recovered corpse remains as it was held in their hands. Austin didn't want to feel like that again. Whether or not he was tired from fatigue, he was uncomfortable as his vision was shaking. Neither his head nor his body moved well. The darkness in front of him was getting darker, and the rain, whose noise is supposed to be loud, was going further away. Still, he couldn't stop thinking about it, and he didn't care about these things. His feet were wobbling. His eyes were stained glassy red and they had a burning feeling to them from the number of tears he had cried. It felt like he hadn't moved from the spot he was sitting in. He couldn't hear anything but the beats of his heart that sped from time to time as he held onto the corpse. His tears still trickled down his face and landed in what was now a puddle on his shirt. He didn't bother trying to stop. What was the point? His heart felt like it had been encased in ice as it tightened again and again. More and more tears ran down his face, but the rain washed them away. Ash. As the name was called, a shivering Austin looked up to see a worried Cynthia who had covered her mouth with her hands as she saw the state her friend was in, as tears and snot escaped from him as he was hugging the corpse of a dead Raticate. Cynthia's mind flashed to the time when she was given the news of her parents' death. At that time, she didn't know what to do, so she cried as it was the only thing she could do until she couldn't cry anymore. Running towards Austin, Cynthia put on a brave front as she knew right now that her friend needed her, as the wounds of grief are things that last for a lifetime. Up in the air, Mewtwo smiled as he could see the hands of fate turning. The strings of the fate of the trainer below were interlinking with his fate. Remembering the day he escaped, Mewtwo could see the strings of the fate of his partner, Giovanni interlink with his strings of fate, but that wasn't what caused Mewtwo to cooperate with Team Rocket, because Mewtwo knew that Team Rocket's fate was linked to something bigger, something whose fate was linked with not only himself but the entire world. And a few days before, he found him. Ash Ketchum. The trainer whose fate is interlinked with all, but something was wrong, as Mewtwo could see that strings of fate that connected Team Rocket to Ash Ketchum were extremely weak, meaning that whatever fate's plan was with him was also weakening, and Mewtwo will never let that be. He will know what fate has plans for him, he will know his purpose, so he caused something that strengthens the string of fate between Ash Ketchum and Team Rocket. He brought Ash Ketchum the corpse of one of his precious companions that had died due to Team Rocket. Slowly but surely Ash Ketchum's grief would turn into anger, and anger that would lash out at the world. Starting with Team Rocket. I await the day we meet again, Ash Ketchum, maybe then I'll know what the purpose of my creation was, why I was born into this accursed world. And with that Mewtwo was gone. -0. Author note: well, this chapter is going to get a lot of mixed feelings from everyone, so I wanted to clarify something. Some of you may have heard the Blues Raticate theory, which the theory states that in the Pokémon games we, the player, kill Blues Raticate in the SS, and hence why we see Blue in the Lavender Tower in the games. I personally really like this theory, and hence I decided to write this fanfic just so that I could write this out. I know some of you might drop this fanfic, it's your choice, but as an author, I would encourage you to continue reading after this point, because the story is going to diverge from canon in my territory and the story is going to get more and more exciting. Hope you guys enjoy my story. Chapter 152, Chapter number 151, Nightmares. This chapter is Austin's PTSD nightmare. -0. Walking alone in the forest isn't a very ideal thing to do, especially if it's at night and that particular forest is on an island that nobody cares about. Austin found himself walking against the cold grass from last night's rain, the water droplets tickling against his exposed ankles while he retains his firm grip on his hat. A part of him even wonders what he was doing, but feeling the soft wind blowing against him, soothing him of all his troubles, made him forget the question. Where was he? After a while of walking, Austin turned and caught a hint of mocha underneath a log. He stops as he stares at the log, now seeing the mocha paw that's sticking out from underneath it. Dread then hits him with the force of a tidal wave as many thoughts of how this scenario happened. Luckily, the log was being lifted by two hills, so it wasn't crushing it as he previously thought, but that still didn't wash away the dread that was placed over him. With the hat still in hand, Austin makes his way around the hills, being mindful of his steps. Due to this unstable landscape, he could fall and hurt himself, and he's got a feeling that it won't be there to help him. He was able to make it to the other side with no problems, but a part of him wished he did so it could delay what he was seeing right before him. Laying there, completely lifeless against the mud on the ground. The paw that he saw is, indeed, sticking out of the log and, thankfully, isn't crushed by it. But what worried him is how lifeless it looks, even with the bumpy landscape, it didn't move once to get into a comfortable position. Feeling the hat slip from his grasp, Austin made a beeline towards it, ignoring the fact he could fall and hurt himself in this unstable area. Luckily, that didn't happen as he fell at her side. The first thing he did was check her pulse, his hand placed lightly on Raticate's neck, but feeling tense at the same time. Please be okay, please be okay, please be okay. He kept thinking over and over again, praying for everything so that she can be okay. She couldn't be dead, not like this. Be a bump. Be a bump. Feeling the slight bumps against his fingertips made him sigh in relief. At least she's alive, but then more thoughts enter the mind. What exactly happened to her? Where am I? What was I doing before coming here? As gently as he could, Austin places his hands on Raticate's body and slowly turns her body over so that her back is facing the ground and he can look at her face. Her face seems completely at ease, despite everything that happened for a few days. Wait. What has happened these last few days? Ignoring the thought, Austin did not see a single sign of distress on her face, which made him feel slightly better. He places his hand in her fur and gently caresses it, enjoying the feeling of her soft and messy fur against his skin. Shaking his head, he then picks up her warm paw to give her a soft squeeze of. Wait. Her paw's cold. Why were her paws cold? Her paw is supposed to be warm. Looking down, Austin could feel his breath hitching in the most ferocious way possible. Instead of the soft, warm, mocha-skinned paw that he had previously suspected to pick up, it was replaced by something he hoped he never saw again. The hand became a dark grey color, like something out of a color palette for Halloween. Sharp, dirty nails are produced from the hand, longer than any nails that she has ever seen. For a moment, he was glad that he didn't touch that part so it couldn't rip through his skin. No longer was the fur soft like he expected it to be, it was now the driest thing he's ever felt. Almost like an old man's skin that has been deprived of all the moisture and warmth it needed. Just seeing and feeling this familiar hand again gave him a whole new sense of dread, bigger than the one he previously had. Looking down, his dread became even bigger as he saw her infected with that same grey skin. It covers almost all of her body, except for her head. Austin then puts his other hand on her shoulder, trembling slightly when he still felt that familiar frosty touch beneath his fingertips. And then her eyes open. But they weren't brown. They're red. Glowing red. Then she gave him that horrible smirk that sent chills down his spine as Raticate's face distorted and turned into his mother's face. Why did you leave? His mother's face contorted into Ash's face. Give me back my life, you thief. Ash's face distorted into his original face. He smirked. You killed her. Austin's face distorted into an abomination of Raticate, Ash, and his family's face as their jaw opened towards his frozen body. The abomination bit down as -0. A scream. Cynthia sat bolt upright as shrieking could be heard. Ash. Cynthia immediately opened the door as she saw a scene that pained her heart. Austin was gripping the sheets so hard his knuckles had turned white. His black hair stuck to his forehead from the mixture of sweat and tears on his face. Pikachu was screaming in panic, sparks flying from his cheeks. No Pikachu! Cynthia grabbed the small Pokémon, holding him up before he could shock Ash. Ash? Ash, what's wrong? Cynthia knelt by the bed, taking his shoulder and gently shaking it. Austin flinched at just her touch, and it broke Cynthia's heart. Austin curled up into a tight ball, still sobbing. Everything was coming back to him. Cynthia didn't know what to do even though she had lost her parents. She was spared from witnessing their corpses, but her friend had a much worse encounter. The nightmare Ash was having, was grabbing at her heartstrings and twisting them until her chest felt hollow. She remembered back when she was just a child. She woke up screaming in the night, sheets damp from a nightmare she no longer remembered. Her grandmother had sat by her bed, gently stroking his hair and running her fingers down her ear and neck. The soft touch had soothed her, bringing him back to the real world. Cynthia mimicked this now, slowly caressing Ash's hair and mumbling comforting phrases to the boy. Austin barely reacted at first, but his body slowly began to calm. His muscles relaxed until he was just quietly sobbing. Ash! Cynthia whispered in the most soothing voice she could. I am here. You're okay, you're safe. Austin slowly opened his large, tear-filled, dark brown eyes. Cynthia smiled, thankful he was awake, taking his hand in her and rubbing her thumb slowly across his hand in a comforting gesture. Ash, do you want to talk about it? Austin hesitated before saying, I am fine. It was just a silly nightmare. Austin stood up from the bed and left towards the bathroom. Cynthia didn't try to stop him as she knew very well if she forces herself into his problem then the problem would never be solved. Rubbing Pikachu's head who was sad for his trainer. Everyone on the team had been affected by Raticate's death. Bulbasaur, Scyther, Krabby, Charmander, and Squirtle all were giving it their all into training themselves, even going as far as asking Cynthia to have one of her Pokémon Bizel train them. Pidgeot refused to come out of her Pokeball even with Firo taunting her. Clefairy and Butterfree would just sit outside and gaze at the sky. He, Pikachu, meanwhile knew that as the starter Pokémon he had to stay strong. Not only for everyone else's sake but also for his trainer's sake who seemed to have taken Raticate's departure the hardest. Pikachu glanced at Cynthia who gave him a small him. I'm sorry Pikachu, but I can't help him until he wants to seek out him. Pika. Pika. Hugging Pikachu, Cynthia immediately got the idea to ask for help from Nurse Joy. If Ash wasn't going to ask for him then as his friend she had to do something. Chapter 153, Chapter number 152 Talks with Steven. Splash. 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 Austin breathed heavily as he washed. His mind seemed to have been filled with a kind of fog. He just wanted to go to sleep, but he knew if he went back to sleep then those nightmares would again haunt him. A few tears escaped Austin's eyes as he looked at the mirror in front of him. Slapping his face a few times, Austin told himself that his Pokémon needed him. He needed to be strong for them, but could he be strong? If he wasn't so weak then maybe Raticate would be still alive. Feeling a tightness in his chest, Austin opened the tap and washed his face again. The feeling of tightness was getting more and more uncomfortable. Taking a few deep breaths, Austin thought he should get some sleeping pills for himself. His lack of sleep was causing him to not think straight. -0. The next day, Austin found himself awake in bed, but if he was being honest with himself, he didn't know if he had any sleep at all. It was like he had closed his eyes and then opened them. Knock. Knock. Austin's gaze shifted to the door as he sighed. It's open. The door of the room slowly opened, revealing a Stephen Stone. Austin pushed himself up to greet Stephen, who just stopped him with a gesture. Looks like we meet again, Ash. They. Former Hone champion replied, ecstatic at seeing the young man who had been instrumental in their survival against the overwhelming odds. He was a former champion, and had a fellow champion and Elite Four members with him, and yet, if not for this 10-year-old, someone with barely a few months of experience under his belt, they would have become a shade of the past, listed as one of the many deaths in the tragedy of SS. N. Why. Yet. Stephen looked at Austin's body and he could see that the death of one of Austin's Pokémon was taking a toll on his physical and mental health. Gee, good morning, Stephen. Ash, it's almost high noon. Oh. Let me order you something to eat. Stephen said as he smirked. What do you want to eat? Spend as much as you want, it's my treat. Austin just waved his hand and said, I am not hungry, maybe later. Stephen just closed his eyes and nodded. While he didn't know the kind of grief the trainer in front of him was feeling, he knew not to overstep his boundaries. Looks like your Pokémon are quite enthusiastic about training. Austin's hands shook as he heard Stephen's words. He wanted to slap himself. Of course, every one of his Pokémon would be affected by Raticate's death, and here he was moping in his bed. He should out there helping his Pokémon. Why am I such a useless trainer? Seeing Austin's shaky hands, Stephen placed a hand on Austin's shoulder, causing him to look at Stephen. I know you are currently dealing with a lot of issues mentally, but remember these words, you are not a bad trainer. The tournament in the SSN showed me that you are an excellent trainer. Raticate didn't die because of something you did, she sacrificed her life for you. I am sure she was happy under the care of a trainer like you. Austin looked at his hands as Stephen's words rang through his mind. Was she truly happy under my care? Seeing Austin clench his hands, Stephen knew that the young trainer was still in doubt. Signaling Pikachu to come in, Stephen smiled lightly as Pikachu jumped and whacked Austin's head as he began to shout at him. Pika! Pika! Pikachu! Pikachu! Pika! Pika! Chu! Even though Austin didn't know what Pikachu was saying, in his heart he knew that Pikachu was telling him that he was a good trainer. Austin's eyes teared up, causing Pikachu to look at his trainer with a little worry. A few tears ran down Austin's eyes as he outstretched his arms and hugged his starter. Stephen stood up and walked outside, intending to give Austin a little space with his starter. Creak! Clap! The door closed behind him as Stephen exclaimed, You could have said those words to him, Cynthia. Standing with a worried look was the young Sinnoh champion, who replied, Words from someone older have a much deeper impact than the same words spoken by a friend. Stephen nodded as Cynthia raised an eyebrow and asked, So, what are you doing here? I wanted to talk with Ash, but that could wait. He needs this. Yet. Do you think he will get over this loss? To Stephen's question, Cynthia answered, No, unlike other wounds, the wounds of grief don't fade away over time. They are always a part of us. Speaking from experience. Yet. My apologies. Don't worry about it, you didn't know. Suddenly Cynthia's transceiver beeped as her eyes lit up. Excuse me, Stephen. Cynthia turned around and left as she picked up a call from a friend she met during her time discussing the establishment of the Sinnoh battle frontier. -0. Stephen looked at Austin, who was a little reserved, but the gloominess around him had dissipated quite a bit. Looks like he had released quite a lot of pent-up emotions. So what is your plan for the future? I plan to go to the Lavender Tower to bury Raticate, then I guess I'll train with my Pokémon and then go back to the gym challenge, Austin answered with an indecisive tone. Ash, can I ask you something? Seeing the serious tone in Stephen's voice, Austin's back straightened as he nodded, signaling Stephen to continue. How did you find Raticate's body? Stephen said in a deathly serious tone. I had a one-on-one conversation with Mew, the psychic who destroyed SS. Anne, Austin answered with a darkened face. Stephen paled. The psychic. His name is Mewtwo. Austin replied, and he knew that. He paused, before deciding that there was no point in hiding the truth, that I was the one who summoned the King Drago Knight. Stephen opened his mouth and closed it. I had suspicions, that you might have had something to do with it. Was that why you? He trailed off, unsure how to speak about the entire thing. Austin smiled mirthlessly. I thought, that I would be killed for attempting such a thing. I'm still not sure how I managed to survive. I'm just happy that you did. Balls to how? Stephen spoke, before looking embarrassed at his use of an expletive in front of a youngster. Then again, considering what they had been through, the use of the expletive didn't even count. Austin chuckled. Considering that you aren't, charred and lying in a ditch somewhere, I presume that this Mewtwo had a reason for letting you stay alive. For entertainment's sake. Austin returned darkly. Excuse me. Stephen narrowed his eyes. He said that he was rather exhilarated at finding a worthy foe to fight against. Because I was the one who summoned it, he thought that it was something worth giving me a prize. Austin replied bitterly. He gave me a yellow orb as a reward and left Raticate's body. Austin told the former champion, opting not to mention Mewtwo's words about him joining his side. Can I see the yellow orb? Yeah, sure. Ahem, Pikachu, can you bring me that yellow orb I put in my bag? Pika. Chu. Pikachu nodded and ran towards their room. He is quite energetic. I guess. Austin replied while looking at his reflection in the soup, which distorted into the nightmarish chimera from his dreams. Closing his eyes, Austin tried to tell himself that it wasn't real, but he was brought out of his thoughts as he heard Pikachu's cry. Pika. Chapter 154, Chapter number 153, Electric Cores. Pika. Hearing Pikachu's cry, Austin's body subconsciously acted as he threw the contents of the table and immediately booked it towards his room. Stephen looked at the floating contents of the table, which were covered by a blue aura, as Metagross had used psychic energy to save everything. Thank you, Metagross. Stephen Stone looked at his starter Pokémon before narrowing his eyes. What's wrong? Metagross's eyes glowed as Stephen received a telepathic message. I sensed the aura of a legendary Pokémon for a split second. Stephen clenched his fists as he was reminded of Mewtwo. His mind was filled with so many questions. Was it Mewtwo? Was it some kind of other legendary? Does he still sense the aura? Being used to Stephen's nature of overthinking, Metagross calmly answered every question that Stephen had before he commanded his starter to teleport them to the location where he sensed the aura. Looking up to Ash's room, Stephen just sighed as he knew that he has a responsibility to protect the people first, and he can't let his desire to help someone else get in the way of that responsibility. Plus Cynthia is here and she would Ash if needed. Teleport us. Stephen and Metagross bodies warped into a spiral, disappearing from the cafeteria. Austin's POV. Running through the stairs, not caring about anything, I ran and ran as I gazed upon my door. Swinging the door open, I found myself upon a particular scene as Pikachu was floating in the air alongside the light ball that Mewtwo gave us. Stephen suddenly appeared beside me. I noted a trace of shock flash past his eyes, but I quickly ignored it. Ash, what is going on? I don't know, but something is happening between Pikachu and the light orb. Light orb? It's the yellow orb that is floating beside Pikachu. Got it, Metagross. Metagross's eyes glowed blue as they released psychic energy to separate Pikachu from the light orb. Pika. Pikachu cried out in pain at Metagross's action, causing Austin's eyes to glow red as he screamed out. Stephen! Stop, it's hurting Pikachu! Metagross! Metagross vanished and appeared in front of Austin and Stephen as it erected a barrier between them and Pikachu, whose body released a bolt of white lightning that tore apart everything in its path. The entire room lit up in a flash of light as the sound of a thunderbolt rang throughout the island. Inside the room, Austin ignored the loud ringing in his ears along with the sharp pains and the drops of blood dripping on the floor as his eardrums had burst from the thunder. Austin slowly walked towards his starter that was knocked out on the floor of the charred room but mostly destroyed room. But before Austin could reach out, he and Pikachu were enveloped by a blue light. Austin tried to struggle, but Steve's voice telepathically entered his mind. Ash, I know you are worried, but let us get your starter checked by professionals. Austin nodded without hesitation as the four were teleported directly towards Nurse Joy, who was terrified. Just what in name of Lugia was going on? -0-0-0-0. Tap. Tap. A worried Austin moved left to right as he waited outside the ICU along with Cynthia and Stephen. Cynthia looked to the side to see many of Ash's Pokémon intensely staring at the ICU door. Stephen meanwhile was being healed by a Chansey for his ruptured eardrums. Suddenly the ICU door opened as Nurse Joy walked out. Austin without hesitation went up to Nurse Joy. Nurse Joy. Is Pikachu all right? Ah. Mr. Ketchum, there is no need to worry, your Pikachu is more than all right. Austin released the breath he was subconsciously holding as he heard the news. But there seems to be some kind of... How should I put this? The difference with Pikachu. Austin hesitated for a few seconds before he pulled out the courage to ask, you can tell me, what's wrong with Pikachu? Nurse Joy took out a CT scan and showed it as Cynthia and Stephen glanced at it. The CT scan was that of Pikachu's entire body as Nurse Joy pointed at a particular spot near Pikachu's heart and said, Mr. Ketchum, Pikachu seems to have 3 electric cores. Austin frowned, not yet understanding what Nurse Joy was implying, while Cynthia's eyes widened while Stephen was deep in thought. Seeing the confusion on the young trainer's face, Nurse explained, Mr. Ketchum, a normal Pikachu has 2 electric cores in their cheeks, but your Pikachu seems to have a core right next to his heart, and this core is 100 times stronger than an adult Raish's core. Austin, Cynthia, and Stephen froze as they heard Nurse Joy's words. But how is that possible? I don't know. Nurse Joy replied to Stephen's query. Will this affect Pikachu's health? Austin asked while his mind was racing, thinking of how this could happen. I don't know, Mr. Ketchum, but from the current test we have done, your Pikachu seems to be much stronger and healthier than any Pikachu I have ever seen. His EUM reading is stronger than most Raish's. I don't know if this would affect Pikachu's health in the future, but he is currently at his peak health, so there is nothing to worry about. I have to say, Mr. Ketchum, that you should forget about evolving your Pikachu. Austin gulped at Nurse Joy's serious tone. Why? Cynthia curiously asked. Because during evolution a Pikachu's core expands, and since your Pikachu has his core right next to his heart, it may be fatal for Pikachu to undergo evolution. Now if you would excuse me, I have other patients to attend to. You may visit Pikachu once Nurse Chansey is done with her work. Thank you, Nurse Joy. I am just doing my joy, Champion Stephen. Austin sighed in relief as sat on the chair. Looks like Pikachu is just fine, Cynthia said with a smile. Yeah, Austin said tiredly as his heartbeat decreased a little. A whip outstretched towards Austin, who looked to see Bulbasaur looking at him. I am fine, buddy. Bulbasaur's right, you know, you haven't eaten anything in the last 8 hours. I am going to go get something to eat. What do you want? I am not hungry, Cynthia. Ash. Cringing at Cynthia's tone, Austin replied, a sandwich is fine. Good. Cynthia smiled and left. Austin sighed and turned to Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur, can you get my bag for me? Bulbasaur nodded and left Stephen and Austin alone. Ash, I am sorry, but I have to leave for now. No worries, Stephen, you are a busy man. It means a lot that you stayed during this time. No worries, Ash, but before I leave, can I ask you something? Sure. That psychic Mewtwo, was it? What did he want from you? Nothing. Austin looked away, not wanting to lie to Stephen on his face. Ash? I have displayed my trust in you. Shouldn't you be returning the same? Austin looked back at Stephen, feeling slightly guilty, comprehending the former champion's words. He gave me an offer. Stephen arched an eyebrow. He sure hadn't seen that one coming. Which is? Join him. Join him. Stephen repeated blankly, as in Team Rocket. Austin looked up. I don't think so. He might be working with Team Rocket, for whatever reasons that might be. But it feels like they are simply the means of an end to him. Nothing more. That's the valuable insight you have gathered, Stephen observed. What else? He said that it is my destiny to join him. That, he and I are alike. Strange likenesses. Strange. The former champion muttered his thoughts aloud. For someone who is a Pokémon, this psychic is certainly quite complex. I will have to disagree with that statement. Stephen looked at him challengingly. Well, go ahead. You are the expert on all things, Mewtwo. Austin chuckled at that description. For a moment, he wondered what the psychic's reaction would have been to that. Instantly vanishing away the nasty thought, he returned to the conversation. I think that he is a very powerful being, one that believes in his superiority. As long as you acknowledge that, he is ready to let you be. Interesting, Stephen observed. So, you did acknowledge his superiority. Austin laughed mirthlessly. I acknowledge his power, I guess. Stephen sighed, just what is going on in the world? Stephen stood up, well, I have to go, try not to get involved with Mewtwo. Trouble always seems to find me, so I can't give any promises. Stephen muttered. I shouldn't be telling you this, but before they... Mewtwo appeared in front of SS. And, he fought Lance. Lance? He fought Mewtwo. More like forced to fight. The deputy champion answered solemnly. From what he told me, he and his team had been ambushed by Executive Pierce of Team Rocket, but then this psychic Mewtwo came in. He killed the entirety of Lance's team by snapping their heads off, and he did it without lifting a finger. Stephen paused, then, he challenged Lance to a battle, and killed his Charizard. Austin's breath hitched as his mind went to Raticate's corpse. Charizard? Lance's Charizard. Lance said that Mewtwo played with Charizard for a while, before forcing his tail flame to extinguish. Charizard. He died a horrible death. No one spoke a word, but the pain was shared between them in the silence. Lance wasn't. Stephen spoke after a while. He was delirious, clinging to Charizard and screaming when we found him. Mewtwo believes in reciprocation, as he did with you. He did the same with Lance. What do you mean? Pierce had a draconic Pokémon known as Hydreigon. They are from a distant land known as Unova. Hydreigon is very powerful, greater than Dragonite, and can be a powerful threat to Salamence most of the time. Yes, Stephen answered. He said that he would reciprocate, and so, captured Pierce's Hydreigon. It was illegally caught anyway with the Pokeball that belonged to Charizard, as a replacement for the dead Pokémon. Austin had no words. Stephen grimly looked at Austin's shaky hands. It looks like my words brought back some bad memories. Placing a hand on Austin's shoulder, Stephen said, Ash, if you need any help I am always just a call away. Thanks, Stephen. Stephen smiled as he saw Bulbasaur coming towards them while carrying a bag. See you later, and don't try to do something with Cynthia that I wouldn't do. A little confused at what Stephen meant before it hit him as a blush covered his face. Stephen smirked as he left with a chuckle, leaving behind a crimson-faced Austin. Calming himself down, Austin tried to look for the sleeping pills which were currently missing. Sighing, Austin closed the bag as he looked at Pikachu's ICU room. His mind wandered towards the question. How did Pikachu get the third core? Closing his eyes for a second, he calmed himself down as only one answer came into his mind. Pikachu's third core was formed due to the light orb. Chapter 155, Chapter number 154, A Desire for Freedom. As if the gods were bellowing out in anger, the thunderclap could be heard from miles away. The winds were strong enough to cause at least light damage to trees as the flora of the land danced to the tunes of the wind. The storms took the very land of the mountains into an onward night, regardless of neither time nor sun, yet came the booming exclamations of heaven and lightning to restart the heart. Pikachu gazed upon this scene, wondering just what was beyond this nest. Ever since his birth, Pikachu has been the adventurous type. Always running around by himself. He didn't have many friends because he was the chief's son, and unlike his older sister, who had inherited her father's genes of being an alpha, Pikachu meanwhile was just ordinary. Little bro, come inside. A giant Pikachu the size of a normal Raichu called out to Pikachu, who was mesmerized by the storm. Ah! Coming! Running back to the burrow, Pikachu looked back to the story as he saw something that would leave a mark on him for the rest of his life. A loud crackling and snapping filled the air. Stray lightning bolts struck the earth with a defying boom following them. The sound was quickly overpowered by the snap cry of a bird as it dove from the dark clouds. The electric bird's cry was answered quickly by a bark as a beastly dog tore across the plains, leaping onto and off the large rocks that dotted the landscape. Zapdos's massive wings carried it across the plains, parallel to the ground. With each flap of the golden wings, static bounced off and fell to the earth harmlessly. Raikou let out a roar as it leaped from a boulder, briefly landing on the low-flying Zapdos's back before leaping higher. There was a massive crack, as if a divine whip was being used, as a colossal lightning bolt struck Raikou's frame. Gracefully, the legendary beast landed on the plains, its footfalls leaving burned patches of grass in its wake. Raikou arched its body towards the heavens and let a roaring rip from his throat, discharge leaving its body and shooting towards the nearest lightning rod, Zapdos. The legendary bird of thunder let out a cry of joy as the body absorbed the electricity. With newfound energy the two Pokémon raised, the air alive with their power. Raikou and Zapdos's bodies discharged random bursts of electricity as they soared over the land with large leaps and powerful wing beats. Thunder crashed around them as the two freely enjoyed themselves. The young Pico looked at the two legends with awe while his sister had a look of horror on her face. Quickly running to her little brother's side, Pikachu picked up Pico and ran towards the burrow. During this period when legendaries met, no Pokémon dared to show up, but the dance of thunder and lightning set a spark in the young Pico's heart. -0. Months later, Pico was training with his sister. "Sister, why can't I evolve?" "I don't know, little brother, maybe it's not your time." "How did you evolve, sis?" "Well, I evolved because of love." "Come on, if you don't want to say how you evolved then don't." "Ha, to think my little brother is so grown up that he is making fun of me." Pikachu's cheeks sparked as the young Pico booked it, too scared to face his sister. While running away, Pico gazed at the sky with a desire to reach for it. Every single day, his mind would replay the dance of the legends as his desire to go out of his nest and see the world increased more and more. Tonight, he decided was the night he would leave. -0. Using his claw to carve out a message, Pico looked around the den before he sneaked out. He had memorized the time when the adults changed shifts, and the small window of time when the burrow was unguarded was a perfect time that he had used to escape. He will finally be free to see what the wide outer world had to offer. Time seemed to have stopped for the young Pico as he left the confines of his home, his nest. It was an exhilarating feeling that the young Pico felt. Caw! Suddenly hearing the loud noise, Pico instinctively shot a thunder shock that paralyzed the Pidgey before Pico ran for the bushes. It took some time, but Pico managed to get out of the forest, dodging many of the Pokémon that tried to attack him. On the road, he met many friendly mons and some not so friendly, but for the first time he didn't feel restricted, he didn't have to compare himself with others, and he didn't have to ignore all those comments from members of his tribe, he didn't have to go out of his way to try to impress his parents. He was free to do whatever he wanted. Pico over the next months traveled near the cities but never close enough. He had seen how those balls that those humans used, captured those mons. He didn't want to be like that, he didn't want to have his freedom stripped because of some humans. Pico traveled and traveled, seeing the world and its wonders. He was attacked many times but somehow he managed to escape, but it looked like his luck had run out as he dodged a twin needle from a bunch of beedrills. -0. Pico managed to escape from the beedrills by running towards Pallet Town, but he was tired and hungry. Attracted by the electrical power of some generators, Pico ran towards Oak's lab. Using his small size to slip into the room, Pico drooled at the sight of generators. Placing a paw on the wires, Pico bit down, intending to absorb the electricity flowing into the wires. But the power output of the generator was too much for the young Pokémon to handle as it felt the thousands of kilowatts of energy entering his body. He could feel that his core was overcharging and he might die. Maybe it was the fear of death or his love for his own life, but something caused Pico to be engulfed by the bright light of evolution. Pikachu found himself standing in a void as he looked around in confusion. Caw! The sound attracted Pikachu's attention upward as he saw a giant silhouette of the avian god of thunder, Zapdos. The giant silhouette exuded a power that caused Pikachu to onto his knees. "Thou aren't worthy of my power." A voice called out to Pikachu, who instinctively knew that he was going to die. Pikachu gritted his teeth as he pushed himself up. He couldn't die just yet, or that stupid human of his would do something that would scare everyone in the family. He couldn't do that. He couldn't let his new family down. Pikachu stood up as he stared down the silhouette of Zapdos, whose body was covered by lightning. "Thou are worthy." With those words, the silhouette charged toward Pikachu, who couldn't do anything but stare as Zapdos's silhouette entered his heart. Suddenly Pikachu's eyes opened as he found himself in the hospital. Glancing to the side, he saw his trainer. The human that showed him that not all humans were bad at sleeping, but some kind of pink blob attacked his trainer's head. Looking carefully, Pikachu saw that the blob had a round pink body with purple flower designs on its back. Its limbs are quite small and stubby. It floats around without touching the ground and has a small trunk-like snout, and the circular opening on its trunk emits purple dream mist. Its eyes are ovular and red with small black lashes. "Munna!" The pink taper-like Pokémon exclaimed as it saw Pikachu, who suddenly shot a thunderbolt at the Pokémon, thinking it was attacking his human. Chapter 156, Chapter number 155, The Dream Eater Pokémon, Munna. Birth Island Pokémon Center. The origins of our beautiful land, Hone, are shrouded in the very depths of the amazing powers and mysteries associated with the very legendaries whose presence has blessed this region for eons. Its origins are very closely tied with the Sinnoh mainland north of Hone, a region that shares with our own, its diversity, history, and myths. Legends say that eons ago, there was a cataclysmic battle between the Groudon, the lord of the land, and Kyogre, the lady of the seas. Some scriptures say that Kyogre could call upon the rain at will, and create the beautiful sea that now surrounds Hone, while Groudon, woken up from its slumber, called upon the sun, heated the earth, and expanded it to create the continent on which we live and love. It is believed that Groudon and Kyogre, being manifestations of opposing forces, are always in a state of war with each other. During their last battle, Groudon and Kyogre underwent a massive change, the reason for which is merely speculation at this point, to transform into their primal selves. Primal Groudon, and Primal Kyogre. The cataclysmic battle that raged was almost about to obliterate the entire world, before the third and the balancing segment of Hone's weather trio, the legendary sky-high dragon known as Rayquaza, whose abode is supposed to be somewhere in the ionosphere, came down to an end the clash. It is not exactly known how long the battle between them lasted, but at the end of it, Rayquaza was able to stop them both, sending both Groudon and Kyogre into slumber inside a cavern, now famous as the Cave of Origin. The location of the cave is a matter of speculation, though researchers and archaeologists have yet to figure out any specific clues to that end. I see that the book has pretty much captured your interest. Covered in bandages, Austin looked up from the book in hand. He had gotten the rather old, somewhat ragged copy of an old edition of Hone, Myths and Legends, from the Pokémon Center. Even though he knew many things about the legendary Pokémon, it was interesting to see the depictions of the legendary Pokémon in this world. It was similar to the mythos in his world. Considering that his wounds were still hurting from the fact that Pikachu had attacked him, Nurse Joy had instructed him to stay inside the center for the day. With the pain, it hadn't taken too much for Austin to agree with that sentiment. Yeah, it's an interesting book. Austin chuckled, glancing at the smile on the nurse's face. He paused, looking at the patched-up book in his hand. However, I never knew that there were books on legendary Pokémon as well. The woman's lips twisted into something that was almost but not quite a smile. Legends and legendary Pokémon incite varying reactions from people to people. Considering that most people haven't ever seen a legendary Pokémon, apart from some pictograms in the ruins, or perhaps some artistic representation of how these myths looked like, it is not a surprise. So you are telling me that people don't believe that they exist? He asked. Some. For others, they are simply part of the culture and traditions that they have chosen to accept. The weather trio, for instance, is only depicted in old books via pictograms or perhaps, in some of the excavations around Hone. It's not like someone out there is going to capture a legendary Pokémon and put it to battle at the Evergrande conference. The nurse laughed at the preposterous situation. Yeah, Austin chuckled mirthlessly as his mind went toward Tobias. That would be pretty funny. So I checked the videotapes, and it seemed that an unknown Pokémon had attached itself to your head while you were sleeping, and Pikachu had attacked the Pokémon who seemed to have teleported away, causing Pikachu's attack to land on you. Austin chuckled as he looked at Pikachu, who was standing like a guard outside his room. Buddy, do you want to come inside? Pika, Pie. I will, leave you to that book. Duty calls. The nurse chirped, once again making Austin wonder how diverse this Nurse Joy's reactions were. He wasn't the expert, but he felt like Nurse Joy had a wider range of temperaments than Hone had legends and mysteries. Deciding not to ponder over the subject, he looked down at the book again, turning over the page as he continued to read. It is believed that the aftermath of the battle created 3 separate land masses, which were then joined together by Regigigas, the Lord of Regi Trio, or the legendary Titans, as they are known. Legends say that after joining the 3 land masses that formed our Hone, Regigigas created 3 Pokémon in his image, bestowing upon them control over only a specific element. The first was Regirock, the Titan of Rocks. The next, Registeel, had absolute dominance over steel, and finally, Regis, the Titan of Ice. For reasons unknown, after the creation of the Regi Trio, Regigigas entered a state of eternal slumber in Sinnoh, a location where the Snow Point Temple now stands. It is believed that the Regi Trio are the keys to breaking Regigigas out of slumber, though for whatever reasons, the Regi Trio were never spotted in Sinnoh. Austin smiled as he looked at the pictures of murals and ancient statues. There goes a specific legend that states that because of their inferior status as a legendary, the Regi Trio were in fact able to create multiple selves of their own. Researchers agree that the process must have been through budding, as happens with the pseudo-legendary Metagross, a Pokémon native to Hone. Wow! Austin's eyes widened as he read that, but his body froze as heard something. Turn the page. Austin's mind blanked for a few seconds as he saw the pink taper-like Pokémon floating down towards his bed sheets. Turn the page. Austin blinked a few times as he recognized the Pokémon from the Unova Pokédex that he had looked up to before he started watching the black and white anime. Turn the page. Munna cutely asked Austin as she pushed his hand with her small stub-like feet. Am I hallucinating? What's hallucinating? Austin looked at Munna as he said, did you just talk to me? Munna likes the book, turn the page. Austin blinked a few more times as he subconsciously turned the page, causing Munna to look at the murals dedicated to the legendary Pokémon. Ahem, Munna, where is your trainer? Austin exclaimed as he got over his shock at seeing the Unovan Dream Eater. Munna happily jumped and floated as she telepathically answered. You are my trainer. What? Chapter 157, Chapter number 156, The Indigo Plateau. Indigo Plateau. Lance. The champion of Kanto and Johto looked up from his chair, a little irritated at finding Steven standing at the door. Yes. I just wanted to debrief you about something. What's there to debrief anymore? Lance scoffed. With that legendary in league with Team Rocket, it is a surprise that Indigo Plateau is still standing. Steven winced. Lance had a point. If not for the information he had gained from an extremely precocious 10-year-old, the severity of the situation might have gotten to him as well. I might have something to persuade you to think otherwise. Lance looked up squarely at the former champion's face. Come in. Actually, Steven interrupted, I was hoping this information to be discussed with the Kanto elite being present here as well. Lance frowned. Bruno is unavailable at the moment. He has been called in at the Tanobi ruins for some secret excavation process. They won't even tell the League what it is about. Something that Silphco and Devon Corp are working together in. They want to keep it away from the general public at the moment. And you know that because my uncle heads the team. Right. Of course. Lance stood up from his chair, his eyes flickering at the tetrahedral stone in the ring he had been wearing ever since he had become champion. A ring that he would never use again in his life. Fine. Give me a minute. I will check in with Agatha and Lorelei. And Sabrina, Steven stressed. She might be important in this. Very well, give me a minute. I'll give them a call. Actually, Steven interrupted once again, I already did that in advance. Lance simply raised an eyebrow. Call them in. After almost an hour later. So let me get this straight, Lance tried to put things into perspective. Our best bet to understanding a legendary's not a legendary. Sabrina, the 15-year-old psychic mistress, and one of the youngest ace trainers spoke out in her usual blank tone. The psychic is too young to be even considered a legendary infant. And you know that how? Lorelei asked. The raven-haired psychic shrugged. Lance felt his left eye twitch. Once again, the little girl who had managed to bag the ace trainer position was commenting without care for justification. This was exactly why he didn't like having the psychic mistress Sabrina in close quarters, especially not during an Elite Four meeting. Usually, he had Lorelei, and recently, Steven to dispatch messages to her should the need arise. All right. Lance controlled his growing irritation. For some reason, his emotional control went flying through the window when he faced the psychic girl. The fact that his Charizard had been. Lance cleared his mind. This was no time for nostalgia. All right, he repeated, not a legendary. So our best bet against this Mewtwo is the word of a 10-year-old kid with less experience than an average trainer. I would disagree with that, Lance. Steven put in. Even if we were to discount all of his interactions with the legendaries over the last 1 month of his training, it must not to ignore that this kid, with less experience than an average trainer, as you mentioned, was able to reach the top 4 of the club's Plosion event. That does not matter, on our level even an ace trainer isn't worthy of much attention, Lance countered. Steven answered back, there are reasons why I say that Ash Ketchum was the one to summon that unholy power of a Drago Knight. He summoned him, didn't he? Sabrina repeated. I had been wondering. She looked up. And how do you know this? Steven looked a little troubled. I really couldn't say. Lance stared at the deputy champion for a while, squarely in the face. Noted. Stephen nodded sharply. Also, the psychic, as I stated earlier, know that Ash Ketchum was the one to do it, and well, has demonstrated an interest in him. Which you talked about in great detail. Lance summarized. Anything else? Stephen was taken aback. What else do you want to know? Lance gave him an objective look. I'm talking about this boy. Who is he? His parentage, and family history. What makes him so special for this Mewtwo to gain interest in him? Stephen arched an eyebrow. For reasons as you stated, Ash Ketchum has been receiving special interest from the legendaries and mythical Pokémon as of late. I understand that not many of us have had the luck to encounter a legendary, and yet this kid keeps running across them like they are a dime a dozen. Sabrina giggled at that. You want him tracked? Lorelei summarized. Lance stood up from the chair. Let me make this clear. I do not consider Ash Ketchum a threat. However, something about him does make shifts in the legendary community, and I need to know what that is. I don't care if Ash Ketchum stands staring at a whitewashed wall all day. I am interested in who built the damn wall and who whitewashed it. That's some serious paranoia coming from you, Stephen noted. Lance slammed his hands on the table. I had my entire squad hung in the air by their neck by a Pokémon I never saw or heard in my life, and then had to see their necks snapped. I was the one who had to watch my Charizard. My Charizard was snapped and thrown over like yesterday's trash by a legendary Pokémon who seems to get off by killing people alongside a terrorist organization. And now, you and the Kanto Elite Four want me to believe that our best bet is a 10-year-old with no apparent specialty in him except being the center of attraction for legendaries. So, yes, Stephen Stone, I am fucking paranoid and you should be as well. Stephen suppressed a sigh. What do you want? Information. Anything that you feel is relevant on this Ash Ketchum, I need it on my table. If you say he is skilled, then I need to know just where his skill stands. What is he playing for? What are his ambitions? And why does he think about the entire legendary stuff? I want it all. I could ask the gym leaders to give track of his battles, Stephen suggested. Not enough. You say he trusts you, right? Make use of it. Make sure he keeps in contact with you. He has been offered a position as a freelance researcher in direct communication with Bill Montgomery. Lance opened his mouth and then closed it. Yes, information like that as well. And it was Lorelei that asked. And how the fuck does a no-name kid from Pallet Town get into private communication with the two behemoths of the Pokémon world? Devincorp and Silphco, both of them. Where is he now? Sabrina asked, out of random. Birth Island, recovering. He did lose his Raticate in the SSN. Lance froze as he heard Stephen's words, who had deliberately chosen them. Lance sympathetically muttered, as out of everyone in this room, he knew personally what it was like to lose your partner and then the pain that followed it. Checking out the trainer profile. I see that you made some personal decorations to his profile. He saved my ass on the N. No offense, Lance, the kid did our jobs without asking, and without a demand. The least I could do was make things a little easier. His mother is a chief that runs a restaurant. Lance arched an eyebrow as he saw the blank space where Ash's father's name should be. Chapter 158, Chapter number 157. Caitlin. Lance paused for a moment, before making a decision. Lorelei, I believe you mentioned some rocket activity at the Seafoam Islands. Lorelei nodded. Ever since Avian King of Ice has left, the ice cave has been in danger. Lance nodded his head. Lorelei was one of the few remaining natives of the Seafoam Islands, who followed the old ways and served to protect the sanctity of the ice cave, known to be the bastion of Articuno, the legendary king of ice. At least now we know where Articuno has been all this while. He looked up at Stephen. Your uncle should have reported these findings to the League immediately. Stephen raised an eyebrow. You do know, right, that Uncle Derek trusts you as far as he can throw you. Sabrina giggled at that. Either way, I will be taking charge of the matter. You, of course, do make sure that we acquire regular info about Ash Ketchum. You are looking for it in the wrong place, Agatha spoke suddenly. Is that so? Lance challenged. Do you have a better idea in mind? There is an info, but I am not sure that you are going to like it. Lance gazed at her. Try me. Agatha stared at him imperiously. Delia Ketchum's husband is Alexander Rothsvale. She paused. Lance raised an eyebrow. Never heard of him. I'm not surprised. Alexander Rothsvale. Started with a Charmander as a starter. Won the Indigo Conference 2 years later, and the Sinnoh Lily of the Valley Conference the following year. Served as ace trainer under champion Samuel Oak for 5 years, before retiring to Iron Island and continuing service as an international freelance expert on ghost types and psychic types. I am still waiting, Lance replied impatiently. Encountered Lugia and Ho-Oh 17 years ago, and a year later, married Delia Ketchum. An expert on legendary activity, and in correspondence with me for the last 20 years. You might know him as the former champion of Kanto. Red. Lance's countenance was a perfect artistic representation of someone trying to catch his own shadow, as he slowly landed himself on his chair, his palms on his face. By the gods! -0. Birth Island, Pokémon Center. It's not funny, Miss Sinnoh, Austin said as Cynthia helped him change his bandages. Oh. Don't Miss Sinnoh me, it's not my fault that Pikachu attacked Munna and hit you again. You try getting hit by a thunderbolt, Austin said with a low voice before Cynthia narrowed her eyes and tightened the bandages a little too much. Ouch. Can you be a little more gentle? No. Austin sighed before he felt Munna rub her head against his cheek. With a small smile, Austin asked, so where did you get Munna from? And why is it claiming to be my trainer? Claiming to be your trainer? He he he. Cynthia chuckled at Austin's mistake. A little red from embarrassment, Austin said, you know what I mean. No, I don't, but Mr. Ketchum, if you want Munna to be your trainer, then who am I to judge you? I think Munna could be a great champion with her ace, Austin. Cynthia and Austin burst out laughing at the joke. Cynthia pushed a strand of hair aside and said, I asked a friend of mine from Unova to get me a Munna and I got it just for you. Not that I am going to complain about getting a new Pokémon, but why? Well, I know how it feels to lose someone, and the nightmares that follow, and Munna are a Pokémon species that can eat away the nightmares of their trainers. Austin teared up a little as he heard Cynthia's words. Thanks. I can't just leave a friend struggling, can I? Austin closed his eyes and took a deep breath. So Ash. Austin. Pardon. Austin, call me Austin. Okay? But why Austin? I want my friend to call me that rather than Ash. So it's a nickname. Sure. Munna meanwhile landed on Austin's head and happily hummed, causing Cynthia and Austin to glance at her. So how can she talk? Caitlin said it was a surprise. Austin grabbed his bag and took out his Pokédex before pointing it at Munna. Dexter's voice called out as the Pokédex said, Munna the Dream Eater Pokémon. This Pokémon appears before people and Pokémon who are having nightmares and eats those dreams. Munna is a female and has the ability Telepath. This Pokémon knows Stored Power, Defense Curl Baton Pass, and Trick Room. This Pokémon is 3 months old. It has a good moveset. Yet. Something wrong. Well, before it seemed to have teleported when Pikachu shot a thunderbolt at it. Cynthia had a deep look of concentration in her eyes before she said, maybe she used Trick Room to dodge. Austin looked up to the happy humming Munna and asked, Munna, did you use the Trick Room to dodge Pikachu's attack? Yes. What did it say? Yep, you were right. Of course, I am. Prideful much. Austin, this isn't pride, it's confidence. Keep telling yourself that. -0. Cynthia at night dialed up Steven's number as a tired Steven showed up on the screen. You look tired. Steven made an incomprehensible sound with his throat, something that went completely unnoticed by the Sinnoh girl. Steven, I've been sprinting between Hone and Sinnoh over the last week, and I do have an idea about how much this event has affected the Indigo League. She paused for a moment. With Lance's defeat, you should be anywhere but here, attending to the needs of a single no-name trainer. Crap. Steven thought. He had given Lance's order quite a bit of thought and had finally decided on an approach. Considering that dealing with Ash meant dealing with Cynthia as well, and considering how frequently Ash ran into elite-level situations, a direct one seemed like the best in these matters. Makes you wonder, does it not? He replied. Cynthia scrunched up her face. Whatever do you mean? Steven smirked. It's simple, isn't it? Both of us are much more experienced, much better trainers, and have scores of powerful Pokémon that can beat his team any day. Both of us have become champions of our regions, and have ruled over the throne, while he still has to even qualify for a league, and yet, he paused, looking away towards the cliff on the other end, yet, I have yet to get the chance to even see a legendary, let alone interact with one. Me too. Cynthia agreed, her voice a little low. It was no surprise that she was deeply interested in the research going on over the myths of the Lords of Space and Time, Palkia and Dialga. Cynthia knew almost every single archaeologist and researcher related to the topic, and always kept up with the ongoing developments, but she had yet to see anything for herself save colonies of unknown now and then. And yet, Ash seems to come across them with alarming frequency. Cynthia looked up, squarely at Stephen's face. Are you saying that you are jealous of him? The former champion shook his head. Just that the league is considering him as someone important and worth noticing. That cleared things up a little for the Sinnoh girl, who looked down at the ground. So Lance is interested in Ash? But for what? There was no answer. Cynthia looked back at the man's face. Stephen. Sorry, I am a little tired. Sorry, can't tell. Your concern is appreciated, Miss Sinnoh. So why is Lance interested in Ash? Stephen opened his mouth as he began to retell the meeting that had happened before. Chapter 159, Chapter number 158 Honorary Associate. Austin looked quite better than the days before with his PTSD nightmares subsiding due to Munna. With Pikachu on his shoulder, Austin came towards a messaging room as Nurse Joy told him that he had a call from Stephen. Cynthia greeted her friend while wearing a tight pink t-shirt and yoga pants that caused Austin to look at her for a few seconds. Cough. Austin quickly looked up at Stephen when he realized he was staring at Cynthia. So, what are you doing here? Stephen smirked and said, my apologies for breaking up the romantic environment. Stephen's words caused Austin to blush before Stephen had a serious look on his face as he exclaimed, I mentioned Lance about your little tete-a-tete with Mewtwo. Austin's eyes widened before he nodded as he didn't expect it to go under the league's radar. What? Cynthia screeched, snapping her head towards Stephen, and instantly back to her friend. When were you going to mention that to me? I thought you knew. We are going to talk about this. Okay, Austin shuddered at the cold tone, as Cynthia muttered something incomprehensible under her breath, before addressing her friend directly. I hope, for your own sake, that you do not have plans of leaving for another adventure already, Austin. Austin swallowed. Not at the time, no. I thought you were going to leave for Lavender Tower directly after everyone recovered fully as you mentioned. Stephen spoke up, before finding himself the object of the girl's glare, and I will shut up now. You and I have a lot to discuss, she returned, alone, emphasizing the last word specifically. Austin gulped. Sure thing. Cynthia turned toward the other man. Now if you would please stop dancing around the point. Stephen let out a long-suffering sigh. As I stated, Lance knows about Mewtwo's interest in you, and has sufficient reason to believe that it was you who summoned the Drago Knight. Austin swallowed, not sure if he was going to like it. Considering that Mewtwo made a mockery of Lance's team, he's quite paranoid, as of now. Austin took a step back, panicking. You are not going to arrest me or anything, are you? Relax. Stephen gestured, however, Lance does wish to keep you within the league's own scrutiny. He means to say that Lance wants you tied, where he can see and observe you at a distance, Cynthia pronounced. Stephen shot her a dirty look. That's not what I meant. He turned around. Have you checked your trainer profile? I remember telling you to do it. Austin looked a tad embarrassed. I might have forgotten, with the entire thing going on. Stephen arched an eyebrow, which was enough for Austin to skip the talk and activate his Pokédex to look at his trainer profile. What he saw nearly choked him to death. Is it something to worry about? Cynthia asked, concerned. Honorary Associate. Austin breathed, unsure of what he was seeing. Of the Indigo League. Stephen finished for him. Taking into account your contributions at SS. N, both before and during the entire cataclysmic event, I believe it is well deserved. But I never. We know. Stephen almost smirked. Besides, you saved everyone, I think credit is due. I can agree with that, Cynthia smirked, seeing Austin, whose reaction resembled the Magikarp that had just been caught. You will also find a monetary advancement of 10,000 Poké granted to your trainer profile as a reward for your services. Austin was beyond caring now. What do I have to do in return? Steven smirked. Nothing much as of now. You can continue on your path as a league aspirant. Being an honorary associate doesn't make you an ace, or even put you in any position of authority. It is simply proof that you are a trainer personally known to the league, and thus, should allow you some form of leeway if you encounter the police or say, the ranger squad. He paused. Also, you might be called in if the league demands your services at any point in time in the future. Of course, the league will reimburse you for your aid. Austin simply gaped. But I am just a trainer, without any experience. Why would anyone even? Cynthia sent him a glare, one that made him wisely shut up. Look kid, you might be a newbie in terms of time, but your actions and your team speak otherwise. You ranked quite highly in the club's plosion against many former league participants and you could have won the entire thing if one factor of the battle was changed. Your team is filled with many Pokémon that have the potential to become absolute powerhouses. Austin just looked down at the ground, which seemed highly fascinating at the moment. I'm not praising you, Ash, Steven replied in a no-nonsense tone. If there is something about you that makes the legendaries and this Mewtwo takes notice of you, then that makes you worth the league's notice as well. Shit happens. Get over it and move on. That was some morale-boosting speech there, Steven. Cynthia deadpanned. Steven shrugged, but he went on. So that brings me to my last question. What are your next plans? Cynthia simply stared at her friend with a stony expression, as if daring him to speak out something unpleasant. I think I'm going to stay here for a while. Austin answered, after a moment of thought. Maybe get to one of the other islands in the archipelago, and spend a week training, after, our talks, he nodded his head towards the Sinnoh champion, are done. Yes, of course, Steven smirked. Talks and training, mighty important the two of them. Cynthia just glared. Chapter 160, Chapter number 159 Cynthia's offer. Birth Island, Pokémon Center. Call room. After a few moments of rather tense silence, Austin was starting to feel uncomfortable. I am sorry for your loss, my boy. Professor Oak said as he looked down. Thank you for your words, Professor, but I called you to ask for a favor. Is something wrong? Professor Oak asked with concern visible on his face. It is nothing too serious. I have sent you a few numbers, can I ask you to inform my friends that I am fine? I can do that, but what is stopping you, my boy? Professor Oak curiously asked, but his curiosity stopped suddenly as he saw the intense look on Austin's face. Are you all right? Professor Oak's worried tone snapped Austin back to reality as he smiled and said, I am very busy taking care of everything here, so I can't call me. Sigh, Ash, my boy, if you are not comfortable speaking your mind to me, that is completely understandable, but please don't lie to this old man. Austin brushed his hair to the side as he said, I am sorry, Professor, but I can't talk to them. I tried to build up the courage, but my mind goes blank with only one thought remaining, they caused Raticate's death. Austin at the end of his words was reduced to crying as deep down he knew that it wasn't their fault for what happened, but in his current state of mind, he couldn't help but blame them. If they had listened to him, then Raticate would have lived. If only they had listened to him. Professor Oak looked at Austin's shaky hands as he said, I will call your friends to tell them the good news, but my boy, please don't blame them for your loss. I know, Professor, No. Ash, I will deactivate your Pokémon carrying limit. Take this time to clear your head, and spend some time with your Pokémon. Life is never easy, my boy, we always experience loss and happiness, that is a part of life, and Ash, don't lose yourself in anger and blame others when you get hurt. I know you're strong and I know you will go through this obstacle in life. Thank you for your words, Professor. So, what do you plan to do next, Austin? Cynthia asked casually, seated opposite the raven-haired trainer in the Pokémon Center cafeteria. Austin. Cynthia repeated. Hey. Austin asked, taken off guard as Cynthia's voice shook him out of his thoughts. It is an offense to be thinking about something else when you have a lady sitting in front of you. You do know that, right? The blonde-haired girl teased. Austin mumbled something, before getting his words out. I didn't know that champions were known as lords and ladies. Cynthia let out a shrill laugh. Austin decided he liked it. They aren't. The Sinnoh champion answered. I am the heiress of an old clan. People of my stature are usually referred to as lords and ladies, at least that's what my nannies and my professors have taught me. Clan. Austin asked, bewildered. Cynthia arched an eyebrow. You don't know what I'm talking about, do you? Austin shook his head. The girl sighed. There are several old families in the Pokémon world, you know, some of which are rather old, rich, and influential, and have a deeper relationship with Pokémon than most. Stephen, for instance, is from the Stone family, who has had a deep relationship with all of the Metagross colonies all over the world. The Stone family has complete rights to any and all Metagross colonies, and are responsible for their protection. Then, of course, there are the Blackthorns of Unova, involved in the breeding of Hydreigon. Lance is from the Wataru clan, famous for their relation to Dragonite. You will usually find most clans to be connected with some or other pseudo-legendary Pokémon. Oh! It all sounded pretty interesting. Besides, it told him just how much was there about the world that he didn't know. What about yours? My family is related to the Blackthorns. Cynthia admitted, though, in later centuries, we became our own independent family, the Shirana. Our family isn't connected with any pseudo-legendary per se, but we are involved in a lot of research on the unknown, precisely their connection with Palkia and Dialga, the rulers of space and time. Austin stared at her wide-eyed. Rulers of space and time. Palkia and Dialga. Jackpot. Austin thought. Cynthia chortled mirthfully at that. What's so funny? Austin returned, his awe shifting to a scowl. He certainly didn't want to come across as an ignorant idiot. More than half of Sinnoh is filled with runic monoliths about Dialga and Palkia. Maybe if you were to visit Sinnoh sometime, I can show you. I'd like that. Austin grinned. I was reading a book at the center about legends and it said that Sinnoh and Hone had a lot of mutual history. They do. Cynthia agreed. Which book was it? Hone, Myths and Legends. He answered. Found it in the center. Cynthia's eyes sparkled with interest. Oh, that one? It's pretty good for beginners. If you are interested in the legends, I could send you some quality reading material you know. Considering everything, I thought it might be helpful, Austin murmured. Yet, you seem to come across them with startling frequency. I'm jealous. Austin stared at her, impassive. Seriously, Cynthia admitted. I have spent a major part of my life staring at the ruins, wondering how it must be to see the legends face to face. And you seem to work your way through their residences. Coincidental, Austin assured her, even though he knew it was his destiny to meet every legendary and mythical in existence if the events of the movies happen in this world. Perhaps. The girl countered. I'm almost wishing to leave my job and travel with you if that means I get to come across legendaries. Austin stared at her with disbelief. You would leave your champion status to travel? Why not? Cynthia countered. Well, I would have, but right now, there are some things I need to take care of. Maybe after a year or so, when it is a little more peaceful, I guess. I'll resign from my position to try my luck at another league for a change. Wow! Austin breathed. And here I was thinking that being the champion was the supreme achievement in life. Hardly. Cynthia snorted. Honestly, there are dozens of things I'd rather be doing. Researching the legends is one of them. However, I have been crowned champion and have some duties to perform, challenges to accept, and my position to defend. This time that I am spending with you now is possibly my last vacation before a busy year of work. Well, then shouldn't you be at home or with family right now? She gave him a blank stare. Why would you say that? Well, you just said that this is your last vacation. Shouldn't you spend it with, you know, people close to you? Cynthia stared at him as if trying to memorize his facial features to the T. Sometimes I wish to have you dissected and examined. Hey! Austin panicked. What for? No reason. Scientific curiosity, I guess. The blonde girl waved it away. Never mind. Tell me, what do you plan to do next? Austin got the impression that she had just made a joke, and that it was on him. Well, there's Sulphur Island close by. I was thinking of, you know, training with my Pokémon for the next week or so. Get my mind off everything that had happened, and then I am going to bury Raticate in Lavender Tower. Oh, Cynthia muttered, somewhat lost in her thoughts. What are you going to do? Austin asked. The blonde-haired girl didn't know how to answer that question. I suppose I'll just aid you in training your Pokémon then, considering there isn't pretty much on the line. You would? Austin repeated, slack-jawed, awed by the fact that a champion had casually offered him training aid. It was possibly the best thing he could ever expect. "Allow me to train with you, I mean." Cynthia blinked. "Twice?" "Not exactly. I don't think you can, well, train with me." "Oh." A happy face is gone now. "Not because I don't want to train alongside you, or anything, Austin." He looked up, puzzled. "I know my Pokémon aren't as trained or powerful as yours, but It's not about that, Austin. You misunderstand." Cynthia explained. "Pokémon that are on similar levels can train with each other. My team has gone through rigorous training over the past 4 years, and they still do. Your Pokémon, no offense meant, isn't simply ready for that level of conditioning." He didn't have to like it, but he agreed with her explanation. "However, as Stephen must have told you, your way of battling is very similar to my own, though it is, for lack of a better word, a little too all over the place, if I am being direct. Then again, considering your own time as a trainer, it is hardly your fault. So, I believe what I can help you with is in optimizing your team a little along with adjusting your current style of battle so that they can perform better when you return to Kanto." "You would do that for me?" Austin gasped. Cynthia opened her mouth and then closed it, scowling. "Yeah. I would." "Cool." Austin grinned, his enthusiasm contagious, ignoring the dark scowl that marred her face for a moment. "I have a lot of plans for their training, and some specific movesets that should allow them better chances at fighting. And here I thought we would be spending some time together." Cynthia didn't say. "Austin, I wanted to talk to you about." She hesitated. "About?" "Nothing." She breathed out. "Did Mewtwo want you to join him?" Austin's words fell short, as he looked away. "Yes, he did." "So, what did you reply with?" "Obviously no. Wait, did you think I would say yes and become some kind of supervillain who wants to trap the entire world in an eternal illusion of bliss?" Cynthia looked at her friend with a blank expression before saying, "Okay then Mr. Ketchum, let's see your supervillain laugh." Austin cleared his throat as he remembered his favorite laugh from One Piece. The laugh of one of his favorite villains, Don Quixote da Flamingo. Fuff. Pikachu gave his trainer a look while Cynthia was quite impressed with the laugh. "So how was it?" 7/10. "Oh. Come on, it was at least a 9/10. 6.9/10. Okay, you don't have to decrease it. 6.8/10. Now I know you are just messing with me." Chapter 161, Chapter number 160. Professor Oak and Bill. The Lighthouse, Cerulean City. "I cannot believe that something of this scale was even possible." Samuel Oak spoke quietly, sipping the coffee served to him by his one-time student and fellow researcher, Bill Montgomery. "I swear Samuel, I didn't have so much in mind when I agreed with Ash. He just seemed like an enthusiastic kid, one who had a problem with his Charmander." "About that," Oak interrupted. "I was quite surprised to see Ash listed as a freelance-based employee for Sylph Co. Stealing my protégé, Bill." Bill laughed sardonically. "Come now Professor, we both know that that position has always been reserved for one single person. And Ash is his son." Bill paused. "Ash is Red's child." Oak nodded slowly. "And does he know about, you know?" "Not at the moment. No. He has no idea about his father's identity or his father's side of the family. He simply believes that his father and mother went separate ways and that it was probably a mutual decision." "Rothsvale," Bill muttered. "He never talked about it." Samuel shook his head. "His mother is a woman of few expectations. Ash has always respected her wishes. Between himself and her, the little family is content." Bill took a sip from his coffee. "Either way, I wasn't sure if I heard it right when you mentioned Ash summoning the king. I should have known that something like that could happen." He paused. "Did you get any details?" Samuel shook his head. "Ash is being rather discreet about it." "About Red's wife?" "Delia Ketchum. I've checked. Ash's entire profile is on the server, though there wasn't a father mentioned. I just thought it was one of those single mother cases." "It took some calls," Samuel replied evasively. "Delia's a good woman, but there's nothing one can do about it." "I received 2 calls over the last few days," Bill explained. "Both of them pertaining to my relationship with Ash Ketchum." Who were those from? The first was from the champion. Samuel opened his mouth, but then considered better. The other? Derek Stone. Samuel raised an eyebrow. Why? Stephen Stone is a friend of Ash. My reaction exactly. Bill snorted. Interesting. Little Daisy is working with him as an apprentice archaeologist. The old man replied. Bill recognized the name. Your granddaughter, right? The one with the outlandish fashion sense. Oak laughed heartily at that comment. The very same. They are involved in some excavations at Tanobi ruins. Fully privatized, and financed by Devon Corp. I heard Lance was furious. Well, Lance is, well. Lance, Samuel answered. Bill nodded in agreement. Why is Lance interested in Ash? Bill sighed, getting up from the seat. It seems, Lance has good reason to believe that Ash is responsible for summoning the Drago Knight. The old professor paled. You should check on Ash's trainer page, Professor. Ash is now an honorary associate, league-sponsored, with Stephen Stone as a contact. I don't like this. Samuel pronounced. Lance has always been a little too forceful with the scheme of things. Derek Stone has always been a little too ambiguous, no question about his knowledge and talent though. That man had been a Hone Elite Four for decades after all. You think Lance is planning something? Or Stone? I don't know. Too many variables. Ash has just started his journey, and already he has come into communication with the Stone family, and now with Lance, though I'm not sure of the extent of the latter. Stephen Stone seems fond of him. The Montgomery scion suggested. I'm not worried about Stone. Professor, may I ask something? Bill remarked, a little too casually. Why did you give Ash a Pikachu? Wouldn't it be appropriate to give him something else? Something more powerful. Ash had always looked forward to. Professor Oak continued but was cut off by Bill. A Charmander, yes I know. I made it a point to inquire about it too, Professor. It was really interesting that you would give one of the royal starters to some no-name trainer yet give Red Sun a Pikachu. What are you insinuating? Samuel asked carefully. You tell me, Professor? What is there to insinuate? Bill replied, a little too coolly. Samuel just closed his eyes and took another sip. Either way, Samuel Oak gives Red Sun a weak Pokémon as a starter. An interesting thing, really, especially the conversation I had with Professor Rowan 4 days ago. Wonderfully interesting things he told me, like how you two found a freshly evolved Pikachu in the generator room. Bill paused, observing Samuel's disturbed expression. But let's just ignore that for a moment. You know I found a great tidbit of information from Professor Sycamore that he gave you a Squirtle breed from one of the Kalos Elite Four's Blastoise. You gave away such a starter to your grandson yet gave Red Sun, a Pikachu you found in your generator who had forcefully evolved itself to stay alive from an electrical overload. For the first time in his life, Samuel Oak felt completely outwitted, having no idea what to say. How could he tell his student that the Pikachu he gave Ash would rise to be a monster whose power would become equal to a legendary Pokémon? How could he tell his student about the time he time-traveled during his youth? Professor Oak tried to remember that time but for some reason, his memories of that time were getting foggy. His memories of that time were crystal clear just before Ash started his journey but now they were becoming hazier and hazier. Was it because he was getting old or was there some other reason? Bill smiled. Even with the hand you played to him, the young man had encountered all 3 Cantonian starters and was someone who had something that even attracted multiple legendaries to him. Come now Professor, surely you didn't think I'd just make anyone a freelance associate under my direct supervision, because he had some insane luck. Chapter 162, Chapter number 161 Cynthia's Training. Sulphur Island was a rather large area, with more than half of it covered with thick grasslands, and an extinct volcano at the center. Apart from the wild Pokémon that had made the land their habitat, very few people came to that place. For one, it lacked almost any and all forms of services, and secondly, Birth Island was an infinitely better option. That meant that Austin and Cynthia had more than enough space to set up tent and facilities for the upcoming week of their time training, or well, helping in training, as far as Cynthia was concerned. Tell me Austin, what exactly was the training regimen you had in mind? Austin gathered his thoughts. Well, I was thinking of teaching some long-range moves to my Pokémon like always, and work on a particular group. Which one? Well, Bulbasaur, Scyther, Butterfree, and Charmander. Ah, the elusive Charmander of yours. Cynthia drawled. Would you like to tell me about him? Or is it still one of your secret shenanigans? Austin had a somewhat jaded expression on his face. Sorry for the reaction back then. Well, Charmander just has a history, and it's not a nice one. Cynthia nodded understandingly. If you are willing to share that, maybe I could do something to help. I have a Charizard of my own, after all. Austin looked at her in surprise. You have a Charizard? Of course I do. Cynthia snorted. He's one of my top battlers after all. After Garchomp, he's probably the strongest in the group in sheer power. That reminds me, you have never really seen my team, have you? Cynthia asked rhetorically. Well, I don't have my entire team on me, but some of them, which I thought would be useful to your training. She plucked out 6 Pokeballs from her jacket and threw them out. Come out, everyone. Flashes of red light inundated the entire area, only to be replaced by 6 Pokémon. Standing in front of her, was her mighty Garchomp, and much to Ash's disbelief, a Rhyperior. Beside them were 4 more Pokémon, he recognized, but quickly he took out a Pokédex to scan, since it would be weird if he somehow knew these foreign Pokémon. Holding the Pokédex in front, he scanned them. Melodic. The tender Pokémon. The evolved form of Phoebus. Dexter narrated about the exotic, an elegant sea serpent, which looked a bit larger than Gyarados himself, if albeit much less monstrous. Melodic is said to be the most beautiful of all the Pokémon. It has the power to calm such emotions as anger and hostility, to quell bitter feuding. They live at the bottom of large lakes. The next Pokémon looked like a purple, swirling vortex with green eyes and a black spiral for a pupil in its left eye. Around its face are green orbs that encircle it, its body is connected to a stone base. Spiritomb. The forbidden Pokémon. A Pokémon that was formed by 108 spirits. It is bound to a fissure in an odd keystone. The third Pokémon looked like a massive eagle, albeit slightly smaller than Pidgeot in size, though no less in bulk. Its entire body was covered with red fur, with a dark purple underbelly, and a white crest on the head. Braviary. The valiant Pokémon. Known as the hero of the skies, this Pokémon is so proud and so brave that it will never retreat, even when it's injured. The last Pokémon was humanoid, with a greyish body, having several red and yellow adornments on itself. Medicham. The meditate Pokémon. It is said that through meditation, Medicham heightens energy inside its body and sharpens its 6th sense. This Pokémon hides its presence by merging itself with fields and mountains. Whoa! Austin gushed. They look damn powerful. They are. Cynthia smiled. They are part of my original team of 15 when I challenged the Sinnoh League for the first time. And you won. Austin completed it for her. Been checking me out, have you? Cynthia teased. Yeah. Austin chose to act oblivious to her wordplay. Cynthia snorted at his obliviousness towards her wordplay. Well, seeing your Pokémon team the other day, I thought that these 6 would be good for training them to be a bit more optimized. What do you mean by that? You mentioned that during lunch. Cynthia almost snorted again. Well, at first sight, your team looks rather normal. However, if you look closely enough, each of them is flawed with several limitations. That is without even mentioning the fact that they don't even understand themselves as a team, and are simply latching together because of you. Austin frowned. Can you expand that a little? Release your Pokémon. Without further comment, Austin released all his Pokémon. It took some time to convince Professor Oak, but he was able to get his entire roster for training. Hey guys, meet Cynthia and her Pokémon. They will be helping us train and become more powerful for the coming few days. A couple of snorts and grunts met his proclamation. The rest were busy staring at the fully evolved monsters, who were almost indifferent to their presence. Understand this carefully, because I do not like repeating myself, Cynthia replied in a no-nonsense tone, much like the way she behaved while talking about Charmander on the ship. There are 3 kinds of moves: the basic, the advanced, and the trick moves. Austin nodded. The basic ones are those which Pokémon learned as a first stage. As they progress and evolve, the basic moves are slowly replaced by more powerful ones, and finally, the Pokémon is left with a fixed group of advanced versions, which are, so to say, its strongest movesets. She paused. In case it wasn't clear, your Pokémon are still in the baby move stage. Austin bobbed his head in understanding. The tricky moves are, so to say, moves that Pokémon depend upon, irrespective of their forms. The Volt Tackle your Pikachu used, for instance, is one of them. I understand. Cynthia nodded in acknowledgement, staring at the team of 11 standing in front of her. I observed your Pokémon during the matches, Austin, and there are a lot of issues that need to be addressed. Your Pidgeot, despite his sheer size, is a baby at best. She doesn't know many moves, but the ones she knows none of which are perfected. It takes months to train a Pidgeot well, and yours is. She paused, fearing she had been a little discourteous. What I mean is, Pidgeot needs a lot of help as of right now. It would do her good to follow Braviary, who will be her mentor for the days to come. Austin nodded as he wanted to talk more about the flaws in his battling style but opted to listen carefully to Cynthia's words. With this training, he and his team will get stronger, much stronger, so strong that he would never have to lose a partner ever again. Austin clenched his fist as he remembered Raticate. I will never let that happen ever. Chapter 163, Chapter number 162 Hybridized Pokémon. Your Charmander will be learning Draco Meteor from my Garchomp, who will see to it if your unique Charmander can be made to learn something apart from what it can already do. Cynthia declared. I admit I don't know the true scope of your Fearo's strength, but with its training with Braviary I suppose he'll find something to impart to the two. Austin shrugged. There was always more to learn. If not, at least it would be good practice battling against a champion-level Pokémon. As for your Squirtle, I believe he has the Ice Beam perfected. You should get him to learn Blizzard from Melodic, or Ice Punch, both of them are rather effective. Though, I'd suggest having him learn a bit on the fighting end from Medicham. It will be useful. Bulbasaur can learn from my Roserade after I swap her out with Spiritomb. Scyther can start his training with Medicham, but I have to ask, do you plan to evolve him into a Scizor? I don't know, I have discussed it with Scyther. Well then you can talk to Scyther about it, and if it agrees then it can start training with Lucario. Clefairy can meanwhile learn a lot from Riffier. Butterfree, Munna, Nincada, and Pikachu can train under multiple of my Pokémon. I have some moves in mind that can help them, like Nasty Plot, Solar Beam etc. Wow! Well! Cynthia put her hands on her waist, staring at the 10-year-old trainer from Palette, in an interrogative fashion. That sorts everything out, and your Pokémon will stick to that routine for the remainder of the week. So why don't you bring Charmander over here and start telling me what's the matter with him? Austin and Charmander blinked at each other, the former simply resigning himself to follow the orders of the girl standing in front of him. The fire lizard, on the other hand, simply kept on glancing from his trainer to the girl and then back, wondering how in hell he became the point of discussion out of nowhere. Or at least that was what Austin thought the lizard thought, as he opened his maw and let out a confused squeak. Char. -0. This is. Cynthia had an unreadable expression on her face, as she shifted the papers, glaring at the content printed on them. You do understand right what this means? With the rest of his Pokémon gone ahead with Cynthia's own for their training, Austin had gotten out, albeit a little reluctantly, the material that Bill had independently handed him for study. Understanding that someone like her would better understand it than him, Austin had shown her the material to make her judgment. That Charmander was bred in captivity and by experimentation. He tried. Cynthia gave him an odd look, glancing at Charmander now and then. The little fire lizard was chatting away with Cynthia's Garchomp, who had been giving the little dragon a lot of pointers. Even Garchomp feels it. She muttered, before facing Austin. This is not just experimentation, Austin. This is, mutating Pokémon to create something new, something alien. The image of a metallic, armor-clad psychic came to mind. Austin quickly rejected the mental image and focused on the issue. So you are saying that Charmander is not a Charmander? No, he isn't. He just appears to be one. More importantly, he thinks himself to be one. It reminded him strangely of Bill Montgomery. But he looks like. Have you ever seen a Charmander with a dragon typing? Cynthia challenged. Yes, I agree that Charizard has several latent draconic traits within them, but they are inherent in a fire/flying type. That Charmander is as close to Gible as you can get. The baby stage of Garchomp. The Sinnoh girl replied offhandedly. Charmander's DNA samples, they are in a state of mutation. You never know how he's gonna look like when he evolves. But he looks like a Charmander right now. Austin challenged. Sure, he does. But evolution has a way of pushing up traits and pulling others back. With such a unstable DNA sequence, there is no end to what might happen when Charmander might evolve. For all we know, it could have adverse effects on him as well. What? Austin stood up, taking a step back. No, that can't possibly happen. Cynthia observed his glare and sighed. It looks like losing Raticate has formed the seed of fear and anxiety in his heart. Let's take this slowly. I'm not telling you that it will happen. I'm just saying that anything can happen. Positives, negatives. Bill said that I'd be up for a surprise when he evolves, Austin admitted, his face hard. Bill as in Bill Montgomery, right? The trainer from Pallet nodded. You sure have a lot of contacts up your sleeve. Cynthia teased. Either way, these papers, they are proof that hybridization of Pokémon is being conducted. Hybridized Pokémon, Austin repeated. Yes, think of it this way. They managed to fuse draconic DNA with the Charizard line, which has latent draconian genetics inside it, to create your Charmander, though I'm not sure if he is simply one of many, or just one of the aberrations produced when the experiment was made on a large scale. Austin felt bile in his throat at the very thought of it. Someone from either Team Rocket or some other organization might have regarded Charmander as a scrap, and thrown him away, and then that Damien guy had done the same? No wonder Charmander suffered from so many psychological issues. What I am afraid of is the fact that someone might just be doing this on a much larger scale on Pokémon populations. But wouldn't that be illegal? The League would come after them. Austin countered. Yes, they would, and it is obvious that whoever is doing this, must indeed collect huge samples of a particular kind of Pokémon too. Both of them glanced at each other. You don't think that Team Rocket has something to do with this, Austin said as deep in his heart he knew that Team Rocket was definitely behind this. Chapter 164, Chapter number 163 The ends justify the means. You should forward this information to Steven as soon as possible so that she stopped midway. He what? Austin questioned as a sense of dread filled him. No, that's not an option. Doing it via the standard rules would require evidence and, Cynthia looked a little saddened, they might want to take in Charmander for testing to try finding out more about the experimentation. Not an option. Austin stepped back, his stance defensive. I'm not going to allow anyone to take Charmander away from me. Not even you. Cynthia stared at Ash with a scrutinizing stare. I wasn't asking you to do that, Ash. I merely said that it might be a possibility that the League officials might want to conduct some tests on Charmander and... Don't you hear me? Austin yelled. It was nigh uncharacteristic of him. I'm not letting Charmander out to anyone. He stays with me, that's all and you better know. Said Pokémon, meanwhile, seemed to have noticed the ongoing commotion and had begun to fear the worst. After all, the blonde-haired girl had raised some issues about him back on the ship too. Without thinking about the repercussions, he opened his maw and in frustration and anger, let out a roar. Charmander's maw had flooded with fire energy, which he had belched out towards the blonde-haired girl. It had been completely sudden, and even Garchomp hadn't expected something like that to happen. The torrent of flames shot towards Cynthia who had only managed to glance at it in horror before someone leaped towards her, and the two fell onto the ground, narrowly missing the flamethrower. There was a tiny thud that very moment, as Garchomp swiped one of his fin-like protrusions towards the Charmander, slamming it into the little lizard with a brick break, sending Charmander flying to the ground. She might have even liked the little guy, but attacking her trainer was a transgression that didn't go unpunished. Ash, are you okay? Cynthia managed to ask, her hands still on the ground, with Austin fallen above her, his face on her breasts. With a grunt, he pulled himself up, as she smirked. Are you all right? Yeah, Austin answered, a little befuddled with the entire thing. Are you? Cynthia admitted, pushing herself off the ground. I guess Charmander doesn't like anyone talking about him like that, does he? No, Austin admitted weakly. Nearly destroyed my Pokédex when it informed me about his altered genetics. He looked at the fallen fire lizard on the ground, trying to pull himself up, groaning as he did. He would have gotten to the lizard by then if not for the fact that Cynthia had held onto his wrist rather tightly. Cynthia's lips curled, her fingers still around Austin's wrist. So he has a lot of anger, doesn't he? I won't blame him. He gets like that whenever anyone comments anything about him not being a Charmander. He paused, as her stance became a little more recognizable. Wait, you aren't going to attack him because of that, are you? Austin asked, wariness creeping into his voice. I am. Cynthia's tone seemed odd. The little guy is too attached to being a Charmander. We will need to force that attitude out of him. Wait, what? But the Sinnoh champion was done with answering questions. Garchomp, that little tyke believes himself better than dragons. Show him a real dragon breath. Wait, no. Austin stressed, doing his best to pull himself away, but Cynthia gripped his arm tightly. Suddenly, she let his hand go, but surprisingly, he was still unable to move even by a little bit. It seemed like something had. Oh damn! Medicham had put him under a psychic trap. Cynthia, what are you doing? He grits his teeth. You've kept him protected far too much for his good. Ash. The blonde-haired girl commented in a cold, composed tone. However, the same protectiveness has also delayed Charmander from overcoming his fears. She looked up at the fire lizard trying to get up on the ground and yelled. Your trainer is now unable to help you, Charmander. Let's see what a black spot you are in the name of the Charmander species. That seemed to enrage Charmander even more. Somehow managing to pull himself off the ground, the little lizard sprang up to its feet, his claws shining like bright steel as he sprang towards the dragon, his mouth filled with whatever fires he could pull up from his inner flame, throwing out a flame burst. It did jack shit to Garchomp, who simply let out a snort at his pathetic display. Angered by Garchomp's attitude, Charmander's mind flashed as he remembered Damien's words. Pathetic, you can't even do a simple fire attack. The flames in Charmander's mouth increased as he for the first time used flamethrower, but the attack wasn't enough to damage the titan known as Garchomp. Show him a real flamethrower, Garchomp. Garchomp snorted once again, before belching out a wider, brighter, and infinitely more scorching burst of liquid fire towards the little fire type, scorching him half to death. Even then, Charmander pulled himself up and threw up another flamethrower. All the exercises that his trainer had made it do had paid off. Very stubborn. I'll give you that. Cynthia winked at Austin, who had stopped fighting against the psychic trap and was now looking at Charmander as if for the first time. He knew it, Charmander knew it, that the only possible move that could be effective at this moment on Garchomp would be Draconic. Besides, Charmander knew it well that his flamethrower was sub-par at best. That was why Austin had made him perfect his dragon-based attacks as much as possible over the time they had been together. Yet, the little lizard just kept on belching out fire attacks one after another. In the previous battles, if Austin hadn't commanded him, Charmander would even use his draconic attacks, but his fear of losing his trainer's trust caused him to use his draconic attacks in every previous battle. Cynthia, you have got to stop this, Austin whispered, pleading with her. Charmander's inner flame is devastatingly low. If he keeps this up, his inner flame might start flickering all over again. Cynthia smirked. And that is exactly the fallacy you have been in. She turned towards Charmander. Your pathetic fire attacks will do nothing to Garchomp, and yet you continue. Charmander, however, was beyond caring at this moment. His body was scorched at places, his fur scratched and injured, and yet the little lizard kept on scratching against Garchomp's thick hide with his shiny claws. Garchomp snorted at that. They say insanity is doing the same thing over and over, expecting different results. Cynthia chuckled. I'm not sure if Charmander's behavior should be called loyalty or insanity. I'd call it diligence. Austin put in, much to her surprise. Watch. With a rather loud yell, Charmander slashed into Garchomp's nigh impenetrable hide, making the larger dragon wince in pain, as he stepped back, falling onto his knees. The final slash had severed into his muscles just above it. Ah, I see. Metal Claw. The effect increases upon successive strikes. I should have remembered that, and you used it in conjunction with Dragon Claw. She turned towards Austin. Did you teach him that trick? Intelligent. Cynthia praised. However, this won't change a thing. Garchomp. But Garchomp had already thrown a powerful pulse of draconic energy towards the lizard, slamming into his head, literally smashing Charmander into the dirt. Cynthia almost cringed. I hope that the attack turned him unconscious. Garchomp isn't in the mood to play anymore. She turned towards Austin and looked apologetic, as she knew while this was cruel to her friend, but his Pokémon needed this. If its mindset doesn't change in the future, it will only cause pain to her friend. I'm sorry, my friend, but I need Charmander to go through this. Please forgive me. She turned towards the Medicham. Use confusion on Charmander. Chapter 165, Chapter number 164 Evolution. I'm sorry, Austin, but I need Charmander to go through this. Please forgive me. She turned towards the Medicham. Use confusion on Charmander. Unfortunately or not, Charmander was anything but unconscious. Realizing that his fire attacks were only tiring out, and his metal claw attack wasn't going to help him again, he would have to resort to techniques that were more effective. He knew that perfectly, but resorting to dragon-based moves would only prove the blonde girl right, and that was a blow on his pride that Charmander would not take. No, he would have to keep on trying. After all, he was a Charmander, and there must be something that he could. Austin's agonized screams reverberated through the entire grassland. Screams from the one voice that Charmander never, ever, ever, expected to hear. A voice that had been for him when no one else had ever. I also think that you are a very dedicated Pokémon, with great inner strength. I'd like you to be a part of my team. I understand that you are not like any other Charmander, but that doesn't matter. After all, you are special. His trainer had told him that his lack of fire ability didn't matter, as long as he was the best in what he could do. Yet, a part of Charmander had always held out an immutable belief that he was, after all, was said and done, a Charmander. After all, he looked like one and talked like one. I will always be there for you, and look out for you. You can trust me on that. Charmander had adored his trainer for those words, and now the same person was in agony, only because he had chosen to stick to defy the attack on his pride instead of using attacks, that he inherently knew, were much more powerful and had a greater chance of getting that Garchomp hurt. And something inside Charmander inherently changed which caused the surrounding temperature to increase. His tail flame suddenly sprouted out, almost in defiance, now burning several times more powerfully than normal, as his entire body seemed to glow with a strange, primal power. His eyes darkened as draconic energy flooded inside his maw, his claws glowing whiter than silver, and elongating a clear application of Dragon Claw in effect. Pride be damned if he had to choose between that and his trainer. There was no choice in the first place. And Charmander gave in to his draconic power. Whoa! Cynthia muttered to herself. Using the drought ability like that, to fuel his inner flames which was used to fuel his draconic moves. I could never even begin to fathom that such a thing could even happen. Think of what he could do with this ability knocked in, and a Dragon Rush attack used in combination. She looked up at Garchomp who still didn't seem to care at all. And Charmander attacked. His limbs were now strangely a lot faster, his claws extended, his eyes filled with icy fire, and his entire physical form strangely engulfed in draconic energies. Charmander was a sight to behold. With the draconic energy swirling around him, Charmander looked way taller than he was. His maw opened as he threw out a powerful Dragon Pulse towards Garchomp, something that Garchomp neutralized midway with his Dragon Pulse. That, however, didn't seem to make the little lizard pause in his tracks. Is this? Cynthia thought. Am I witnessing some kind of transition state between two forms? Charmander strangely seemed indifferent to Garchomp. His motivations had changed, as had the meaning and the final objective of the battle. His enemy wasn't the frighteningly powerful Garchomp standing there, but the blonde-haired girl who commanded it. The same blonde-haired girl who had held his trainer captive and was causing him pain. He leaped off the ground a good 20 feet up in the air, as Cynthia watched with unending awe at his mode of attack. For a powerful Gabite to do that was one thing, their fins alongside their body anatomy were built for it. But for a Charmander to do the same was inexplicably mind-boggling. Charmander, still high up in the air, belched out a powerful Dragon Breath attack, right at Cynthia, only for Garchomp to suddenly appear in front of her, and with perfect execution of Dual Chop, sent out two crisscrossed waves towards Charmander, not only deflecting the attack but hitting him straight in the face. Only if that were all. Garchomp teleported, appearing right in the air in front of Charmander, before slamming a powerful Dragon Pulse in the face, the sheer power of the attack sending Charmander, engulfed in a mixture of his draconic energy, and the sheer power of the Dragon Pulse, flying into the waters of the flowing waters of the sea, where he fell with a crash. Charmander! Austin yelled, knowing very well that the flowing waters could have an adverse effect on his tail flame. What happened though, was nothing like he had expected. With a reverberated roar, a being of liquid light jumped up from the waters, his entire body shining brightly, as it slowly condensed, morphing constantly between Charmander's form and a much larger form. Charmander was evolving. Is he? Austin stared in awe. Beside him, Cynthia was watching the event as well, surprise and awe in her eyes and a little smile on her face. After several moments of constant metamorphosis of the condensed energy state, Charmander's form seemed to finally arrive at a final state. His head, initially round, now had a single horn protruded out of it backward, as was true for Charmeleon in general. His bulk had been magnified, now reaching a respectable 5 feet, taller than Austin himself. That meant a mammoth of a Charmeleon, since most of them reached 4 feet at most, with Charizard ranging from 5 to 6 feet in height. However, the change in bulk and height weren't the only differences. His body had morphed as well. From his elbows, protruded backward were 2 long, fin-like protrusions, which could act as makeshift blades by the looks of it, just like Gabite. His maw looked much larger, with larger frontal jaws and with 2 pairs of fangs protruding out of his maw on either side, one pair close to the opening and the other towards the cheek. His tail flame, now burned more powerfully, though it had gained an icy blue color. His traditional brick red body color had been replaced by bluish black, though the underbelly remained a lighter shade of cream. The claws on his fore and hind limbs looked much more enlarged and screamed danger to anyone who had offended it even by mistake, a natural fact considering that Charmeleon was by nature an aggressive species. Austin pulled out his Pokédex, as Dexter orated its knowledge of the specimen standing in front of him after a momentary scan. Charmeleon. The evolved form of Charmander. Charmeleon mercilessly destroys its foes using its sharp claws. If it encounters a strong foe, it turns aggressive. In this excited state, the flame at the tip of its tail flares with a bluish-white color. This Charmeleon is male. Current moveset: Dragon Claw, Dragon Breath, Dragon Rage, Thunder Punch, Fire Burst, Embers, Dig, Metal Claw, Dual Chop, and Flamethrower. Ability: Drought, Tough Claws. And then Dexter went all crazy once again. Odd specimen. Checking for newer crossbreeds. Match not found. Error. Error. Checking database server. Body color mismatched. Body proportions mismatched. Monster gene active. Confirmed. Inner flame is sub-PAR. Genetic typing: Dragon, Fire. Genetic ability mismatched. Please report to authorities. That was interesting, Cynthia muttered before something else attracted her attention. Specifically, a one-in-the-world kind of crossbreed between a Gabite and a Charmeleon was glaring at her, the hatred swirling in his eyes more than enough to make her take a step back. With an ear-splitting roar, Charmeleon leaped off the ground, using mobility that betrayed its large bulk as it reached 30 feet into the air, before changing direction, as he swooped towards the blonde-haired trainer, his claws glowing like silver, and his eyes burning with vengeance, only to stop midway, managing to use the claws on his legs to resist its momentum, as Austin stepped in front of her, making Charmeleon somehow stop himself bare inches close to his own body. If only that was enough. He had underestimated the changes in his own body. With shocking realization, he found a single claw of his arm, now dug inside Austin's chest, all the way through his jacket and shirt, causing bright red blood to ooze out of the clothing. His eyes widened with shock, he slowly pulled the claw out, seeing a miniature part of it now colored with a sticky, bright red liquid. His trainer's blood. Chapter 166, Chapter number 165. A Trainer and His Dragon. Charmeleon had underestimated the changes in his own body. With shocking realization, he found a single claw of his arm, now dug inside Austin's chest, all the way through his jacket and shirt, causing bright red blood to ooze out of the clothing. His eyes widened with shock, he slowly pulled the claw out, seeing a miniature part of it now colored with a sticky, bright red liquid. His trainer's blood. Charmeleon, Austin called out softly, his voice filled with hesitation, paying no heed to the tiny amount of blood oozing through his chest. Charmeleon was present, of a much higher priority than a little blood loss. A part of his mind was beginning to feel the effects of blood loss though, as well as the effect of the dragon rush that had slammed into him with Charmeleon's attack. But Charmeleon was past hearing it. He had given in to his rage, evolved into a monstrosity, one whose powers he couldn't fully comprehend, and had now hurt his trainer. The same trainer who had suffered pain to save him. That was sacrilege. The creature slowly took hesitant steps backward, before letting out another ear-splitting roar, and with a last look of hatred towards the blonde-haired girl, suddenly moved in, snatched Austin from her person, before leaping off the ground, before arriving on the top of a tiny hillock, before leaping off again, until the two had vanished somewhere deep inside the forests close to the volcano. Shit, Cynthia muttered. She had not seen that coming. -0. Austin found himself standing in a beautiful meadow covered by a thick mist. Swish! The sound of something moving through the meadows alerted him as he noticed his Raticate. No, his Raticate running towards an unknown location. Austin narrows his eyes as he looked at where Raticate is running when he found himself gazing upon a ship. The SSN ship floating above a sea of blood. Austin screamed out pleading for Raticate to stop, but she didn't respond to his words or anything around her. Austin tried to run towards her, but despite moving forward, the distance between him and Raticate grew ever more distant. Stop! Raticate! Stop! Come back! Austin begged her to stop as his vision faded to black. Suddenly Austin awoke from his nightmare, finding himself upon a rocky floor inside what seemed to be a rocky cavern. From the inside, it looked like he was inside one of the caverns on the exterior of the volcano, surrounded by forests on all sides. That reminded him. Charmeleon! He squeaked, finding it a little hurting to try getting up. He looked at his chest, finding several leaves and squashed berries on his exposed chest. The front of his jacket and shirt tore rather haphazardly using claws. By the looks of it, the blood loss had stopped, though the effects of the dragon rush had left him slightly shaken. He thought he heard something shift in the shadows. Charmeleon! He called out, hesitation, and, as much as he wanted to deny it, fear creeping into his voice. There was no saying how Charmeleon's mentality was after the evolution, especially because of his mutating genetics. Plus, Charmeleon wasn't exactly the most cooperative type and was quick and subtle to anger. In that aspect, they were very much like Charmeleon. Then again, he isn't a normal Charmeleon, is he? He couldn't help but think. There was a sound of splintering wood, as someone stepped into the cavern. Even from the distance, Austin could see the shadows falling into the cavern, as the dark outline of Charmeleon came into view, his claws shining brightly like hot silver. His eyes, dark and yet burning with an indescribable emotion, and his tail flame, the icy blue one, flickering brightly. For that moment, Austin knew fear. Charmeleon! He called out, fear distinct in his voice. Charmeleon made an indistinct noise, before he slashed his claws on the solid rock, causing sparkles of flame to be born, which fell onto the wood and shrubbery that Charmeleon had unceremoniously dropped on the floor, causing a tiny bonfire to start burning on top of the pile. Charmeleon grunted towards Austin as if to inquire about his health. Feeling a little more courage seeping into his veins, after all, Charmeleon must have been the one to treat him with the berries and the leaves, he allowed his face to shift into a small grin. I'm good. It hurts a little, but I'm good enough. He paused, frowning, why did you bring me here? Charmeleon looked at him, his expression conflicted, before becoming indecisive and slashing his powerful claws against the walls of the cavern, causing furrows to appear on the surface with every single strike. Those are some powerful claws, you know, Ash commented. One strike from that and not even Clefairy would be left unharmed. Charmeleon grunted at the mention of his teammates, before slowly stepping back, sitting on his back on the rocky floor, his bluish tail flame emanating a soft glow in the darkness of the cavern. Are you angry at what happened? After what seemed to be several seconds, Charmeleon nodded his head, slowly. You are angry at evolving. Austin stressed, making sure not to sound accusing. Charmeleon let out a grunt, holding out his hands, before letting out another roar. Whoa, peace! Austin cringed, his ears hurting at the reverberation caused by the sound. You are angry because you look different, don't you? Another grunt, this time of resignation. I think you look incredibly cool. Charmeleon looked at him, wide-eyed, as if afraid his trainer had finally gone round the bend. With exaggerated facial and hand movements, he tried to convey the changes in him, the differences between what he should have become and what he became, pointing several times at the wound as if his evolution was somehow to blame for that as well. You didn't know that I'd jump in front of Cynthia, Austin replied calmly. The draconic creature let out a growl at the mention of her name. She isn't bad, you know, Austin replied slowly, at the same time, pushing him up from the floor to reach towards the draconic creature near him. She did that only to get you out of the shell you created around yourself. Charmeleon grunted, as if in defiance. And even I am to blame for it. The blackish dragon turned his snout towards Austin, his eyes filled with incomprehension. We both know that you might have looked like a Charmander, but because of the situations of your birth. He touched Charmeleon's rough hide, only to find the creature suddenly shudder, though the heat emanating out of his skin was distinct yet not uncomfortable, like lukewarm water. We both know that you were good with draconic attacks, but you wanted to be a fire type, and yet... Austin sighed. Yet, a part of me never let go of the fact that you were more draconic than you were a fire type. Funny, since I always loved the draconic aspects of Charizard more than their ability to breathe fire. Charmeleon looked at him with surprise. Yeah, pretty stupid of me, I know, Austin admitted, slowly caressing Charmeleon's rough hide. The Pokémon let out a tiny warble at that, completely unlike the rowdy roar he had given out ever since his evolution. For a moment, it was almost like he was back to being a Charmander, and Austin was petting him. Almost unconsciously, he extended out his tongue to lick Austin's hand. His trainer smiled. See? Nothing's wrong with you. And besides, now that you accepted you are none less than a dragon, you have this mean look. I mean, the other Charmeleon will be nothing in front of you. Charmeleon had to admit, that did stroke his draconic pride a little. Trust me. What do you think the other Charmeleon would think, seeing you jump all that high in the air, like that? Besides, you do know that your moveset is awesome, just like these claws of yours. He slowly extended another hand to touch the claws on the left hand. Charmeleon flinched, remembering how the very same claw had penetrated Austin's chest, and drawn blood. You are thinking about that attack, right? Austin asked gently. It's okay. You wouldn't have known that I'd have stepped into your path, but if I didn't, you'd have hurt Cynthia. Charmeleon growled at the name again. Austin chuckled. She knew doing that to me would get you to throw away your stubbornness, Charmeleon. What you were, that was just a mask. Just a cocoon. This, he touched the steel-like claw. This is your real self. My Charmeleon. Charmeleon just grunted, speaking nothing. No one is now going to call you a baby, you know. Now you are powerful and can fight battles as one of my main battlers. You will battle for me, wouldn't you? Charmeleon let out a growl indignantly as if Austin had just insulted him by even mentioning it. Of course, he would. Austin grinned. Then just you watch. The other trainers wouldn't even know what hit them, that is, if you start accepting who you are. Charmeleon looked away. Charmeleon, Austin muttered, you are now a pure dragon, and my mom always tells me to be the best I can be. I want you to be the best you can be. If you are a dragon, I need you to become the best and most powerful dragon ever. Charmeleon considered the thought. Think about it. There is no one like you. This means, there will be no one as powerful as you. All you need to do is accept it, and start believing that if anyone can do it, then it is you. The draconic Pokémon found him grunting in agreement. And that means, you will not attack Cynthia anymore. She only wanted to help you, help us get rid of our stubbornness. Charmeleon snorted. I'm serious. Think about what you could learn from that powerful Garchomp. Thinking about that monstrosity only made Charmeleon angrier. Don't be like that. Austin chided. She's a champion-level Pokémon. If you don't learn from her now, how will you grow powerful? We will train alongside Cynthia's Pokémon, and when it is time, we will defeat them. Austin's voice broke as he muttered, we will become so strong that never will we lose one of our own. That Charmeleon found himself agreeing with. Austin grinned, before looking outside before a nasty thought came to him. Charmeleon? How are we going to return? Chapter 167, Chapter number 166 Troubles on the Way. Inside the forest, the transmigrated trainer from Earth and his Charmeleon were slowly trudging their way through the dense shrubbery that littered the forest floor. The ground was almost invisible, covered with a plethora of large boulders, creepers, shrubbery, and thorny branches and roots spread out all over. The effects of that dragon rush had caused quite an amount of injury to the boy, making it almost impossible to even consider another leap into the sky multiple times way of traveling back to the camp. It would have been much faster, and the truth is told, Austin could have somehow borne it, but he had thought better. Going down via the mundane way would get both of them some time together, and Charmeleon would get some more time to familiarize himself with his new form before they encountered Cynthia and her Garchomp again. As much as he believed that the newly evolved draconic Pokémon would pay heed to his commands, he didn't want to risk it. Besides, Charmeleon wasn't really. No. I can't keep calling him that. He needs a name. A name with which he can associate himself, a unique name for a unique individual. That was true. Hey Charmeleon! Said Pokémon grunted in acknowledgement, slashing against the shrubbery and branches for the nth time. One thing was certain, by the time they would have descended to the foothills, he would have mastered Dragon Claw to the finest. I was wondering if you would like to have a name of your own. That stopped the draconic creature short, before he grunted back, almost as if wanting more explanation. Well, you are the only one of your type in the world, and much more than a Charmeleon. I don't want to, you know, keep calling you Charmeleon to remind you of something that you aren't. Austin paused. With a new name, you wouldn't have such issues to deal with. Charmeleon grunted, though it seemed like indecision more than anything else. I was thinking along the lines of Magnus. It means great, and you are going to be a great and powerful dragon in time. I think it would be quite fitting for someone as prized and strong as you are. Charmeleon snorted. His trainer did have a way with words, as far as boosting his draconic pride was concerned. With nary but an afterthought, he shook his head, as even though he wasn't a normal Charmander, he didn't want to forget his roots as to where he started from. Your choice, buddy. Austin chirped. Charmeleon let out a roar, clearing out the path in front with a burst of draconic energy in the form of a dragon pulse, which cleaved the forest ground until it hit a rather large and ancient-looking tree, which cracked at the base of its trunk with a groan. Austin got a nasty feeling that whatever had just happened was going to leave some repercussions. Almost as if in answer, several figures jumped down the ancient tree on the ground, jumping their way through the shrubbery as they surrounded Austin and Charmeleon from all sides. Even in the somewhat dimmed light, Austin could make out the wooden clump-like appendages, and the white mane overflowing from their head. Shiftry. Austin muttered, his danger senses on high alert. After seeing the pre-evolved form of the one that Richie had gotten as his prized Pokémon, Austin had made it a point to get a detailed look at the species. From what he had found, it was clear that a herd of rogue Shiftry wasn't something to take lightly. It wasn't something to even consider lightly at all. The four dark types circled Austin and Charmeleon, growling predatorily as they circled their prey, their appendages glowing with dark energies, as they readied to pounce on their prey. With the knowledge he had gotten about the Shiftry species, they were extremely territorial, but if a challenge of one-on-one was ever given to the leader, they will always accept it. Listen, he replied in his best intimidating voice. We are not here to cause trouble for any of you, or the forest. We were simply returning to our camp. There is no need for any kind of battle. The sudden roar from Charmeleon that accompanied his statement might not have been that helpful, considering he was trying to achieve peace. Then again, the dark pulse fired at him from one of the Shiftry intercepted by a dragon pulse from Charmeleon was a clear indication of that prospect anyway. Austin cast another glance at the glowing claws on Charmeleon's arms. All right, if you want to battle, a battle is what you will get. He remembered something that he read in one of the books at the Pokémon Center. Charmeleon will battle with your leader. The Shiftry stopped moving, and instead, simply glared at him. Then, they barked at each other and one of four stepped forward to battle Charmeleon, who roared challengingly. The Shiftry growled in return before leaping up to one of the nearby trees, and much to its surprise, Charmeleon leaped off the ground, chasing after it. Look at him go, Austin whispered, more to himself than to the others, watching in awe as Charmeleon kept on jumping from one tree to another, his powerful claws giving him the ability to simply shift his direction and momentum midway as he leaped from one tree to another, firing draconic attacks at the elusive Pokémon who seemed to vanish its way through the dense canopy of the forest. A sudden growl attracted Austin's attention, as he looked in horror at the other three Shiftry, who seemed to have returned to the cognition that Austin was the prey and they were the predators, making him step back gently. Guys, my Charmeleon is fighting your leader. Doesn't that mean that you will wait till the battle is over? The sudden attack of Razor Leaf that shot past him, tearing a little laceration on his cheek, made him drop the idea instantly. Damn! What do I do? His fingers automatically went to his belt, where he didn't have any Pokeball. Fuck! Sometimes I think this world just hates me. Chapter 168, Chapter number 167 Introspection. Back at the camp. You think that might have been a little too much? Cynthia asked, preparing a concoction made of several natural ingredients for Austin and his Pokémon. She wasn't sure if it would taste well, but the positive effect it would have on them was guaranteed. And that was all that mattered. She considered Austin's reaction to the event that had happened. Once again, he hadn't cared about his own life and jumped into the flamethrower's path, narrowly avoiding getting scorched by it to save her. And right after that, even though she had caused him to feel pain, despite her intentions being for the better, he hadn't hesitated to take Charmeleon's attack on himself, using himself as a shield to protect her. Cynthia flushed a little, feeling unsure about what she felt for him, and what she was supposed to feel for him. Initially, it had been an attraction towards a fellow trainer, who regardless of his lack of experience, mimicked a unique yet somewhat familiar battling strategy like no other. The next week that she had spent knowing him had only deepened the attraction she had for him. Defiant, stubborn, a natural tactician and battler, and most importantly, someone who demonstrated a real love for his Pokémon beyond the concept of a team. Also, the fact that she was able to hold a conversation with him, with her anonymity intact, was a bonus. And then she had revealed her identity as the Sinnoh champion, and everything had changed. He fell on his knees to try to impress her like the others usually did, though she did notice a sort of amazement and disbelief etched on his face. It was distinctly visible in his eyes, as he wondered why she had chosen to act friendly. Cynthia felt annoyed at remembering it, with him. That night, he had saved her life, by summoning the King Dragonite to counter the wrath of Mewtwo. It was largely thanks to that she was alive. Needless to say, Cynthia had a deeper connection with the 10-year-old. She wouldn't have said that she loved him mostly because he was a 10-year-old, a mature 10-year-old, but a 10-year-old no less. But whatever it was true that she did feel strongly for him. Which was why she had chosen to spend her last vacation with him, and no one else. If only Austin would realize that he had been talking to Cynthia, the champion, and completely ignoring Shirana, his friend. She liked calling Ash, Austin. It made her feel special as the nickname, while just a nickname wasn't something special. All his other friends didn't call him by his nickname, so it meant that he didn't tell anyone else about the nickname but her. Cynthia snorted. Somehow, she should have expected such a form of obliviousness from Austin. It was written all over his face, but despite all her attempts, he had religiously stuck to treating her like the champion she was, albeit one he was friendly with, and not someone who was just his friend. She had been immensely annoyed by that. And then he had to go and save her life yet again. She added another ingredient to the concoction. When Austin would return with that Charmeleon, if it could be called one, then she would have to ensure that he drank the contents. It would increase his body's rejuvenation abilities temporarily. Her knuckles rubbed against her leg, remembering the way Charmeleon's claw had sunk into Austin's chest and had drawn out blood. And yet, she knew that even after all that the two of them had gone through, Austin would treat her as Cynthia, the champion, who just happened to be his friend, and not Shirana, his friend, who just happened to be the champion. She looked up. Garcomp? Do you think it was too much? She repeated. Garcomp simply grunted, not bothering to care too much. Garcomp's draconic senses alerted her, as she stared towards her right, and almost immediately after, a burst of dragon breath shot out of the wild, several miles away from the forests closer to the volcano. Guess we know where they are now, Cynthia muttered, staring at the draconic attack that shot out of the forest. Typical Austin. That idiot couldn't stay out of trouble to save his life, she thought, half annoyed and half lovingly. You think we need to help them get back here? Garcomp turned towards his left, watching Austin's Pikachu getting beat up pretty badly if he were, to be honest, by Rhyperior. The overgrown rat of Pikachu had already been bodily picked up and thrown against the rocks multiple times, only for the electric type to get back up. At least they were diligent, Garcomp mused. She turned towards the forest again, as another burst of draconic energy shot out, past the trees, before letting out a sigh. She grunted back. Do it. Garcomp extended his fins outward, before pushing herself off the ground, soaring into the sky. -0. Charmeleon had to agree, the Shiftry was fast. If not for his ability to leap high up into the sky, and jump off from tree to tree like he found himself able to do, he would be at a loss. Flame attacks or not, a normal Charmeleon would be able to do jack shit if he had to stand in the center of this all-encompassing forest with Shiftry able to jump all around and camouflage himself with the surroundings. Those leaf tornado attacks, while not lethal, would have been pretty dangerous if he had to face them while standing on the ground, amidst all that shrubbery and everything. Perhaps being an anomaly had its perks after all. The draconian creature channeled energy through his claws and his fangs, calculating the distance between himself and his opponent, and sent 2 dragon claw attacks through the air, the slashes of draconic energy lacerating through the trees as Shiftry managed to barely escape it. However, the dragon pulse that had been fired just after the previous attack caught the grass type off guard, causing a direct hit. With an agonized whimper, Shiftry lost its footing as it fell downward. That was all that Charmeleon needed. He instantly leaped downward towards the ground, his maw filled with draconic energy as he belched out what was probably the most powerful dragon breath he had ever managed, slamming it directly into Shiftry's back, almost burning half of the stump that used to be its right arm or something, before tossing away the grass type as the dragon breath made its way past the trees into the sky. Chapter 169, Chapter number 168, Pokémon League Statistics. Author note. So I wanted to inform every one of you wonderful people that I have uploaded up to the latest chapter on Royal Road and Scribble Hub with the same author name and fanfic name. While uploading, some people on Royal Road commented that the transition of Raticate's death was a little too sudden. I agree, so I decided to add a few changes to some of the previous chapters. Chapters 3, 32, and 47 all have extra paragraphs added in which Delia Ketchum watches TV and hears news broadcasts on tragedies. I want to make it clear that you know, the usual bullshit that happens to Ash in the anime? Like how every week or so a small town is in danger because of some stupid Pokemon-related issue. Or how a giant Tentacruel just attacks the city out of nowhere, or an ancient fossil Pokemon breaks free and decides to go on a rampage. Turns out, that bullshit does not happen because Ash is the anime protagonist. That bullshit happens everywhere around the world. I am also going to add more such paragraphs featuring Delia Ketchum in the future, and I will update everyone. If you don't want to read it. This is the summary of those paragraphs. Chapter 3, Before Austin's Journey, someone died in the Fearow flock, which caused rangers and ace trainers to remove a chunk of their population because of the damage they were doing to the Caterpie population in the area. Chapter number 32, Delia is excited about the final episode of her favorite drama, and as she switches channels, a piece of news is broadcasted about Suikun's appearance and Delia rolls her eyes at it. Chapter number 47, Delia is crying due to the spin-off of her favorite drama being cancelled because the producer and director got cursed by Ninetales. So she watches a nature documentary to soothe her pain. I have also changed the approach to Raticate's death. Before it was Raticate being poisoned and then dying to save Austin's life. I have changed it so that Austin and Ariana have a battle beneath the deck alone. Austin tries to heal Raticate with the poison heal only to find it doesn't work due to Quillfish poison requiring a specialized poison heal. Raticate powers up with guts and tries to save everyone by launching a thunderbolt that shocked Ariana, and then the death scene plays out similarly to the original. Some of you have commented that our lovable trio of Team Rocket hasn't had much time in my story, so I changed that and added a lot more scenes to them in Chapter 9, 11, 12, 23. Chapters 9 and 11 focus on Team Rocket after they are defeated in the double battle. Chapter 12, Trio report back to Ariana. Chapter 23, Ariana reports back to Giovanni, who recognizes Yellow and comments on something that is going to play a very big part in the story later on. Out of everything I shared, I think you should read Chapter 23 just because of how important it is going to be in the future. I wanted to ask, if should I do something like make my Pokédex entries and post them at the end of chapters. Each Pokédex entry would be unique and interesting with a lot of thought into it. I have already made Bulbasaur's Pokédex entry. Should I do more of such Pokédex entries for all the Pokémon? Yes or no? Charmeleon smirked. 1 done, 3 to go. That was when he heard an ear-splitting scream, one that he instantly recognized, belonged to his trainer. Sniffing the air, and finding a faint scent, he leaped in the other direction. It was now official. Arceus must hate him. Completely ignoring the fact that there was a bleeding injury on his chest, and that the bones on his waist were still a little painful from Charmeleon's attack, Austin, due to his workouts for the last month, has allowed him to run his way through the forest, never looking back as he kept on trudging, running, falling on the forest floor, and continuing all the way all over again. The Shiftries were amused by the fact that its prey believed that it could outrun them as they chased after Austin with amusement etched across their faces. Now and then, he would find roots coming up from the ground, as he lost his balance and fell over them, hurting his knees as he managed to keep on running, yelling out Charmeleon's name in the wild as he did. For some reason, Charmeleon was still unavailable. Austin had nearly fallen into an Ariado's nest, he couldn't even imagine what would have happened then, as he managed to keep on running. Hopefully, Charmeleon would be able to find him and stop this. The thought died midway, as a razor leaf slashed at his left leg, as he fell on the ground, face first, and another fresh bruise on his left cheek, as blood began to trickle its way out of it. The trio Shiftry turned around as 3 leaf tornadoes combined into a giant leaf tornado that moved towards Austin. In the face of impending doom, Austin could only scream in horror as he outstretched hands to at least protect him. Boom! The dust cleared, revealing a crimson barrier between Austin and the territorial Pokémon. Austin felt extremely lightheaded as the crimson barrier around him began to break, but from the treetops Charmeleon landed in front of his trainer. Austin sighed in relief and closed his eyes as he trusted Charmeleon to protect him. Seeing his trainer injured and knocked out, Charmeleon had a murderous glow in his eyes as he combined Metal Claw and Dragon Claw into one before charging forward towards the territorial Pokémons. -0. It is a funny thing. Just ask any random kid out there, between the ages of 6 and 14, and ask him or her, what they wanted to become when they grew up. You'd get a common answer. A Pokémon Master. A term that every single child knew to heart, and for most, it was a dream to pursue for the rest of their lives. The funny thing was, one never really knew what being a Pokémon Master was really about. For one thing, around 85% of the population that began their dreams as aspiring Pokémon Masters ended up surviving their first year as a trainer. The rest became part of a statistical chart that everyone pretended did not exist, the harsh truth of the occupation that was becoming a Pokémon trainer. They forgot to tell you that. Didn't they? Well, pay attention. Let us exclude the legendaries at first. For one, most people simply consider them as myth, and if not, then a thing of the past. A mix of religious belief and mythology. For those who did, even the very thought of being able to see a legendary was like seeing God, since a legendary was after a fashion, a conceptualization of a particular component of nature. For instance, Moltres, the mythical king of fire. The word king, it must be noted, was not differentiated by gender, but by position, and as far as the conceptualization of fire was concerned, Moltres was fire personified. That left the two other kinds of Pokémon, the ones who were pseudo-legendaries and the ones who weren't. The latter usually were divided into two kinds, those who were naturally powerful and those who weren't. Often, it was found that a trainer would go searching for powerful Pokémon, like a Gyarados for instance, and end up getting killed in the process. In fact, according to statistics, Gyarados, Magmar, Drill, Charizard, and Fearow were the reasons for deaths for more than 70% of the total deaths registered every single year, the count of which usually ended up somewhere in the greater 70s. Those who survived their first year as a trainer usually ended up reaching the leagues and battling their way through, some even reaching as high as the top 32 before a stronger trainer shattered their dreams to achieve their own. The process continued for the next year and the next until one of four things happened. First case. The trainer would end up winning a league, and then become a part of the ace squad. Second. The trainer would reach a zenith as a top 4 level trainer, and then private organizations, or sometimes the league, would consider them for their forces, most preferably the ranger squad. Third. The trainer would probably choose one of the secondary professions out there, like the Pokémon contests or showcases and the like. Considering a large number of failures, it is no surprise that the showcases and contests have grown in popularity over recent years. The fourth and the last. They would leave the profession as a trainer and settle for something else. Maybe work for other companies, or get self-employed in fields unrelated to Pokémon training. Usually, the dairy farming industry employed hundreds of such trainers. Needless to say, with such high rates of personal threat and professional failure, the leagues have had to up their game, and give more reasons for people to try for the league as a trainer. And the reason they chose is the best possible one. Money. And lots of it. The ace teams are paid in numbers that most people can't even dream of. In fact, in recent decades, the league introduced the idea of gym leaders paying the trainers a certain sum of money, advancement, should they manage to defeat the gym leader. All of that was done to ensure that the greed for greater incomes should achieve victory over the general fear that came to be associated with the life of a wannabe Pokémon master. Chapter 170, Chapter number 169 Arguments. Some hours later, Austin woke up from a troubled sleep, the contusions on his cheeks and abdomen feeling suspiciously benign, almost as if the entire pain had vanished. A little more widening of his eyes got him staring at the somewhat unfamiliar green tent all around him, followed by the realization that he was, once again, wrapped up in bandages all over, though this time, it seemed to be limited to his chest region and on his trousers, though there were a couple of band-aids on either cheek to cover up the bruises as well. Crap! Not again! He turned towards his side to see a wide assortment of potion jars, leaves, and berries on the makeshift wooden platform, with several bowls and pestles on it as well. Someone had not only bandaged him but also treated him back to health. He was just entertaining that line of thought when the covers of the tent on the left were lifted, and Cynthia stepped in. "How are you feeling?" she asked, her countenance filled with concern. "I'll survive," Austin returned. A part of him couldn't help but feel slightly annoyed at the way Cynthia had treated both him and Charmander back then. Of course, he hadn't hesitated to protect her at the cost of his own life, but that didn't mean that he wasn't annoyed by her actions. Whatever her intentions had been, she had been quite cruel to Charmander, and a slight miss from his position could have cost her own life. "Garcomp told me how you were attacked by the territorial shiftry," Cynthia muttered, sitting on the floor beside Austin to prepare some antidotes for him. "The injuries you had, it was as you predicted," Austin interrupted. "I was going to say horrible. I never expected that to happen." She scowled. "I seem to remember telling you not to do that," Austin grunted back, before looking away. "Your treatment towards Charmander was wrong." Cynthia looked up but didn't retort back. "I didn't expect him to attack me like that. It was simply a way to get him to shed his fear of." "He did." Austin interrupted again. "I'm not questioning your intentions, Cynthia," said the girl, inwardly gasped at the cold tone her friend was using. "I'm simply questioning the execution of it all. You're Garcomp, she could have killed Charmander. She didn't. Doesn't matter. Charmander could have died out of excess usage of his inner flame." "He wouldn't," Cynthia challenged. "And how do you know that?" Cynthia was now losing it. "Because I have trained a Charizard from a Charmander too. Just so you know, as you keep pointing out, I am the Sinnoh champion, and that means I have a lot of experience under my belt, which includes training the Charmander species. Their tail flame wouldn't go off just out of overusage of fire-type attacks, or throwing them into a water body. But unless you plan to poison Charmander and then keep him frozen with continuous ice beams on his body for hours, he is not going to die because of his tail flame going off." Austin opened his mouth to retort, but then looked away. Of course, as a champion, Cynthia probably knew more about training Pokémon than him 10 times over. But in his heart, he still felt that Charmeleon was with him the longest, he knew him the best. And risking him was not an option. But Cynthia was also his friend, wasn't she? And he valued his friend's opinions greatly. But choosing one among them was not something he wanted to do. Not now. Not ever. But does that make her blameless? Silence pervaded the two for minutes. "Austin." No reply came to the question. "I know you are going through a lot of stuff with the passing of Raticate, and I am sorry for whatever happened, but I did what I thought was necessary." Still no reply. Cynthia looked away, silently working on the antidote she was preparing. "You should ingest this concoction. It will treat your injuries faster. I'll be outside, training your Pokémon." She waited for a couple of seconds, before she decided that she wouldn't be receiving any reply, and got up to get out of the tent. She had just crossed the threshold when Austin began speaking. "You know." Charmeleon thought of himself as a monster. "He believed himself responsible for my injury and blamed himself and his evolution. It took me a long time to convince him that your intentions were for his betterment and that it was just a part of his growing up." Cynthia turned around, only for her hopes to fall to dust again. Austin hadn't turned back, but that hadn't stopped him from replying. "When I found him as a Charmander back then, he was there, sitting on the rock on Route 24, his tail flame flickering dangerously, with a single leaf over him, in the middle of a thunderstorm. A flock of Spearow was attacking him from all sides, tearing into his flesh, and yet, he did nothing." Austin paused. "I and my friends got rid of the Spearow and tried to bring him down from the rock. Charmander fought us. Do you know why?" He turned around to face her. "Because his trainer told him that he would be back with medical supplies to treat him. The same trainer, who had simply treated with callously all the time he had been with him, and then deserted him in the middle of nowhere, just like that." Cynthia simply stood like a statue, not sure what to say. "He somehow managed to stick through and survive the night before, and if I hadn't dragged him to the Pokémon Center, he would have died." I didn't." "Of course, you didn't," Austin replied in an emotionless tone. "When Charmander finally gave himself a chance with me as his trainer, he was so scared. He thought that I'd discover how weak he was, and desert him. That I'd call him useless and dump him in the middle of nowhere as Damien did. Of course. I never made him feel that he was any different than any other Charmander, and tried to give him a feeling of normalcy. He paused, looking squarely at her face. Maybe that was wrong. Maybe I was being overprotective with him, and maybe you are right. However, that doesn't justify your behavior with him. You may have had experiences with raising a Charizard, but your Charizard wasn't my Charmeleon. Cynthia opened her mouth, but no words came. Austin looked away. Maybe I am being incredibly naive. I wouldn't know if I was. I'm not an experienced trainer, or even an ace, and certainly not someone of your position and power, but I do know my Pokémon better than you, or Steven, or anyone else in the world can. He paused. Austin, But Austin wasn't done speaking. The same holds for you. I know that I saved your life back at the ship, and sometime, anyway, what I want to say is, I didn't do it because you are a champion and I need something in return. When I tried to help you on the ship, it was because you were my friend, and a champion, someone far more important than myself to the world. I didn't do it with any reciprocation in mind. Austin. The same is true for now as well. I took the attack head-on because you were my friend. Because I knew that your intentions were for Charmander's good. Because He paused, unsure of what to say. I know that, Cynthia muttered, her voice low. I didn't do it for any kind of reciprocation. All this. He pointed towards the bandages all over himself. I am grateful that you treated me and healed me, but trust me, if you try to do something like that one more time, I won't care that you are a champion, or what monsters are part of your team. He paused as his eyes turned crimson. Meanwhile Cynthia felt pressure crash on her shoulders. You and I will come to blows. Cynthia looked up at him, her eyes wide with shock. But Austin had already turned away. I'm sorry for my weakness and my frail self. I will be ready for whatever instruction you have for me and my team come early morning. The Sinnoh champion did her utmost to hold back the lone tear that threatened to fall off her left eye, as she turned around and sped away. Chapter number 170 Training on Sulphur Island. Austin opened his eyes, staring at the darkness on top of him. From the way it seemed, night had descended upon the island, and it was pretty close to midnight. Even from his bed, he could make out the snores outside his and Cynthia's Pokémon, Austin mused, as he lay upon the makeshift bed made out of the sleeping bag. There was a single lantern burning at a distance, the shadows creating a rather eerie effect on the green canvas on the tent. After Cynthia had walked out of the tent, he had drunk the concoction, which tasted terrible, then had passed off within minutes of doing so as the medicine kicked in. This was the first time he had woken up after that. A sight vanished the thought from his mind, as the shadowy figure of a sleeping Cynthia came into view. There she was, a little distance away from himself, sleeping in her sleeping bag, her lips having a disturbed frown. Austin decided that he didn't like that expression on her. He pushed himself up from the bed, and doing his best to avoid making any noises. As he slowly stood up, feeling the lack of pain in his muscles, it seemed that the bruises had cooled down, as far as the stinging was concerned. Some concoction that was. He slowly paced out of the tent, doing his best not to disturb any of the Pokémon sleeping within. Feeling the wild grass underneath felt wonderful. He should get himself a habit of doing this a little more often, he decided. A couple of yards away, the grassland ended prematurely into a tiny cliff with the waters of the sea touching the edges. Sitting down, Austin looked up and stared at the stars absent-mindedly. Remembering that his brother and he used to look at the stars every summer and the mysteries that he would taught in astronomy. His brother, who had a bachelor's degree in astronomy, would always tell him so many things about space and its innumerable mysteries. Clefairy. Clefairy said with confusion visible in his voice. What is his human doing here? Shouldn't he be resting? As if he had read his mind, Austin said, why don't you join me on this beautiful night? I like to think I am good company. Austin ended his words with a chuckle, causing Clefairy to smile as he hopped forward to sit beside his human. Austin and Clefairy sat comfortably in silence as they saw the beautiful black painting of the sky covered in shards of light sprinkled all over it. Suddenly the duo saw a streak of light flash across the sky. Austin and Clefairy's jaw dropped as more and more streaks of light covered the sky. I didn't think I would ever see meteor shower in my life. Austin absent-mindedly said. Did you know, Clefairy, that the meteors that made these beautiful streaks of light are mostly about the size of a pebble? I am not joking, Clefairy. Do you ever think if such small things could make something so beautiful, what are we capable of? Austin said with a smile as he rubbed Clefairy's head absent-mindedly while saying, "You know people say that Clefairy is a Pokémon from outer space. Do you think Clefairy arrived on this planet by riding on meteors, or did you have a spaceship? Come on, tell me the secrets of space, I swear I won't tell anyone." Austin crossed his heart with his finger, causing Clefairy to chuckle happily. Clefairy was happy that while his human's mind had been burdened by a lot of things these past few days, his human hadn't lost his smile. "Fairy," Clefairy said as he pointed to the sky, confusing Austin. "The stars." Clefairy shook his head. "The meteor shower." Clefairy shook his head before wiggling his finger as the fairy Pokémon floated above the ground. "You want me to fly?" Clefairy nodded. "Sorry buddy, but flying isn't for me." Seeing Clefairy's intrigue, Austin said, "When I was little, I had almost fallen off the balcony. Thank God my brother was there to save me. Ever since then I always feared heights." Despite Austin's words, Clefairy pointed at the sky and then clenched his paw into a fist. "Are you saying that I shouldn't run away from my fears?" Austin asked while Clefairy slowly nodded. Even though he had said something completely different, his human's interpretation was much better. Austin sighed as looked at his feet. "Yeah, Clefairy is right. Let's do this, but slowly, please?" Austin asked while he closed his eyes shut as the duo was whisked into the air with gravity. Clefairy sighed in nostalgia as he remembered how his father would always take him and his siblings to fly without a care in the world. While Clefairy was reminiscing about the past, Austin's heart was beating 100 times faster as his couldn't feel anything below his feet. "Clefairy." Hearing the soft tone of Clefairy, Austin felt a poke, causing him to peek out. Seeing the beautiful and ethereal beauty of the moon, the clouds, and the meteor shower over the ocean had taken Austin's breath away, so much so that he had momentarily forgotten about his fear. "Clefairy." Clefairy smiled as he looked at his trainer, who was left speechless. This was why he loved to fly aimlessly in the sky. This beauty painted all around with was surreal. -0. After an early breakfast, the next morning, Austin and his team were ready for their training for the day to begin. Neither Austin nor Cynthia had touched the topic of the previous day, behaving as if nothing of worth noting had happened. Though, Cynthia's enthusiasm had been replaced by the tactical battler that was the Sinnoh champion. Charmeleon, because of his genetic constitution, can learn Draco Meteor. However, because of his recent genetic shift, it will be more advisable to have him get a little more acquainted with his skills before we start his training. Austin nodded and released Charmeleon, who let out a snort, seeing the Garchomp standing in front of him. "The first exercise will be to work on his speed and physical attacks," Cynthia pronounced. With his build and his proclivity towards quick attacks, he could become a good physical fighter in time. Charmeleon snorted at that. "Both of you," she directed her gaze at Garchomp and Charmeleon, "will be battling each other with only Dragon Claw. Use your speed and physical strength, and nothing else. The entire island and the sea are your battlefields. Let's see how it turns up after the next 2 hours or so." The two dragons stared at each other, with Charmeleon letting out a challenging growl while Garchomp had a sort of laid-back attitude. Scram! In a couple of seconds, Garchomp and Charmeleon were nothing more than a blur in the air, instantly leaping off from their positions as they raced towards the other side of the island, their sharp claws striking each other again and again as they hit, shot back, and changed tracks, all at fantastic speeds. "If this is Charmeleon without training," Cynthia observed, "then I pity his opponent when he becomes a Charizard." "What do you mean?" Austin queried. Charizards are specifically notorious for their immense strength and their ability to do so while flying, but their speed and flexibility are sacrificed at the altar of their overwhelming strength. Charmeleon, on the other hand, is much more nimble than anything I've ever seen. I could expect such nimbleness from a Gabite or a Garchomp, but not from a Charizard. Once Charmeleon learns to use his bulk to fuel his momentum alongside his speed, he will be one tough battler. I hope it turns out that way." Austin muttered, more to himself than to others. "I just want him to be the best that he can be." Cynthia spared a glance at him, before looking away. "He will. If you manage to keep him undergoing constant training, very soon he should be able to substitute as a fighting-type Pokémon. I notice you do not have any of those on your team." "I haven't had the chance to catch a fighting type." "What did you have in mind?" "A Primeape. You are an ambitious trainer, you are always catching Pokémon that are aggressive and hard to tame." Austin just shrugged as Cynthia asked, "So did you talk to Scyther about if he wanted to evolve?" "With everything happening so fast, I didn't have the chance." We will settle that later, but for now we should focus on covering your weakness. For example, only Squirtle and Pikachu, much to my knowledge, have terrain moves. We can teach Clefairy and Bulbasaur terrain moves along with giving some of your Pokémon power UPS moves like Nasty Plot, Swords Dance etc. and healing moves also have to be considered at this point. Austin carefully listened to Cynthia's words as she listed off ways he could improve. Chapter number 171 Link Cable. Tell me, Austin, what exactly are your plans for your Pokémon? Hey? What do you mean? I mean, what exactly are your plans for the future? Austin began in a thoughtful tone. I was hoping that, after I'm done winning the 8 badges, I'd get myself some training, maybe on Mount Ember or some place like this one, where I can train without a care in the world, and then, challenge the gym leaders once again, battle their original teams. Cynthia raised an eyebrow. That's ambitious. The gym leaders are chosen for their power and skill. Every gym leader is close to an ace-level trainer, if not one. And then there is Koga, who is equal to Elite Four members. With Blue being a champion-level trainer. Winning against their standard teams is a difficult job. Winning against their original teams is a laughable attempt for most. Austin's eyes widened for a second at the mention of Blue. Does that mean Red is out there in the world? I cannot do with being part of most, Austin muttered. Whether I want or not, Mewtwo has something planned for me. Measuring myself to league standards isn't a luxury I can afford. Cynthia frowned. You do know, right, that when the time comes, you can always count on me to aid you. Austin's hands shook as his mind flashed to the final moments of Raticate throwing itself at him to save his life. I know, but I won't. If I fail, it will be me that suffers. Not anyone else. He looked up at her squarely in the eye. Especially not you. Cynthia widened her eyes, and her lips parted a little before she composed herself. Austin, you do not have exclusive copyrights to battling Mewtwo. I don't. But the battle we are talking about, that's exclusive to me. Cynthia opened her mouth to retort back, but no words were enough to describe the whirlpool of emotions in her mind. -0. The next day, Austin and Cynthia ate breakfast before Cynthia reminded him of talking it out with Scyther. Scyther, can you come here for a moment? Hearing his trainer's commands, Scyther rushed toward his trainer. Austin smiled and froze as he saw chips on Scyther's scythes. Why didn't I see those before? Scyther has been training at night on the other side of the island. Why? He seems to be having similar nightmares to you. Hearing Munna's telepathic voice, Austin's heart felt like it stopped for a moment before a tear escaped. How bad of a trainer am I? To think that I could forget that my Pokémon were not that affected by her death. Seeing his trainer tear up, Scyther moved closer with worry written on his face. Munna, are the others also suffering? Yes, but they all have their nightmares eaten by me, as Bulbasaur was able to convince everyone except Scyther, who doesn't want to even go to sleep. Of course, he wouldn't. First, his trainer abandoned him for being weak, and then he lost a friend, and now he must be blaming himself for everything. Feeling Scyther, Austin looked up and with a sad smile said, I am sorry. Scyther immediately panicked. Why was his trainer apologizing? For what was he apologizing? I am sorry for being so weak that I couldn't protect you all. SCY. Scyther. He says that you are not weak, you're the best trainer ever. If anything, then they were weak. I am weak, Scyther, and so are all of us. Scyther frowned but nodded at his trainer's words. You know what my father always said to me when I lost. Scyther attentively looked at his trainer as Austin said, don't let defeat define you, learn from your mistakes and grow, since the way to the top is always upward when you are down. Scyther nodded as he heard those words. But can we go to the top if we don't look after our health? Scyther looked away from its trainer. Austin meanwhile just said, Scyther, can you look at me and say that you will take care of your health? Please. Hearing his trainer's tone of voice, Scyther's heart almost broke before Scyther looked at his trainer while outstretching his scythes. SCYTH. Scyther. He says he will take care of himself if you start taking care of yourself. Austin took a deep breath and smiled, then it's a promise, Scyther. Scyther. Oh yeah. Before I forget, Scyther, I wanted to ask you something. Scyther curiously looked at his trainer, who took out a cylindrical metal coating from his backpack. Scyther instinctively knew what the item in front of him was, as Paul would always compare him with his brother's Caesar, and he instinctively knew that he needed that item to evolve into Caesar. Looks like I don't have to explain anything, but for your future pathway, Cynthia told me to ask you this. Do you want to evolve or not? It's your choice, Caesar. If you want to evolve then touch it, and if not then don't. To me personally, it doesn't matter if you evolve or not, I will always respect your decision. Scyther hesitated as he wanted to become strong by being a Scyther. Maybe it was his pride, or maybe he wanted to prove his previous trainer wrong, but now after losing a precious friend, Scyther knew that if he wanted to get stronger to protect those around him, he would need to evolve. His pride and his desire to prove Paul wrong, be damned. If he can gain the power to protect his family then he will gladly evolve. Scyther's determination-filled eyes touched the metal coat. Scyther closed his eyes as he waited for something to happen before he opened his eyes, and he was still a Scyther. Austin and Scyther stared at one another, both equally confused. So Scyther chooses to evolve? Cynthia said. Yes. So what's the problem? He touched the metal coat but he doesn't seem to evolve. That's not how to evolve Scyther into Caesar. But you said that we can evolve Scyther by just attaching this link cable to Scyther's Pokeball and giving it a metal coat. Cynthia sighed and pinched Austin's cheeks. Sometimes I forget that you don't know everything about Pokémon. What? You have to return Scyther into its Pokeball with the metal coat. Whoops. Scyther. Austin chuckled as he turned towards the annoyed Scyther as he was holding the metal coat. Taking out Scyther's Pokeball, which had a black cord attached to its side, Austin returned Scyther before the Pokeball began to shake as the link cable glowed with a bright light engulfing the Pokeball. Throwing the Pokeball out, a beam of red flashed as a bright light of evolution attracted everyone's attention. The light died down, revealing a human-sized mantis similar to its evolutionary predecessor Scyther, with a thick, metallic red exoskeleton and crab-like claws. A body as hard as steel, with claws strong enough to crush any hard object. With closed jaws, which are patterned with black eye spots with yellow pupils. Caesar. Austin smiled as he gazed at one of his favorite Pokémons while pulling out the Pokédex. Caesar the pincer Pokémon. Caesar has a body with the hardness of steel. It is not easily phased by ordinary sorts of attacks. This Pokémon flaps its wings to regulate its body temperature. The Pokédex beeped. This Caesar is male and the ability is Technician. Currently, this Caesar knows Wing Attack, Quick Attack, Slash, Brick Break, Aerial Ace, Agility, Fury Cutter, U-Turn, Pursuit, Razor Wind, Swords Dance, Feint, and Bullet Punch. The age of this Caesar is 4 years and 4 months. Chapter number 172 Awkwardness. 5 days had passed after that, and every single day had been the same as the previous one. After an early morning breakfast prepared jointly by Austin and Cynthia, mostly Cynthia since Austin had the cooking skills of an shounen anime character. Absolute shit. The two would then start with their training regimen. Until noon, it would be Austin's Pokémon clashing against Cynthia's, and at times, with each other as well. Then they would all get freshened up and get a hefty lunch, and with all their excitement gone out, the next portion of the training would begin, the one in which Austin's Pokémon would learn a new move or practice a previous one. Of course, the trainers weren't out of the rigorous training. On the very first day, Austin had to cover 5 miles on the island, jogging with Cynthia, resulting in Austin laying on the floor sweaty and a complete wreck at the end of it. The next day, it had been a little better, and then on the third day, Cynthia had increased the distance to 7, much to the younger trainer's horror. Whenever she battled with Austin, she didn't stop until he was down with a humiliating defeat, after which, she would recite all the mistakes he had made, which he would diligently note down and thought about later after dinner. The week was almost over, and Austin could already see the changes in his Pokémon. Charmeleon for one had become extremely fast, able to switch from Dragon-type attacks and Fire-type attacks and back in the blink of an eye. His Dragon Breath and Dragon Claw attacks were now honed to maximum finesse, though that was no cause for any kind of relaxation. Under Garchomp's tutoring, he had been able to grasp the concept of Draco Meteor and was able to use it, though he was still unable to use it to the efficiency that Garchomp had. Earlier in the morning, he had subconsciously activated Drought and used Flame Charge, instead of the Dragon Rush, and came slamming into Garchomp, charring the Elder Dragon in places. Of course, Garchomp had stomped her Dragon Rush into his abdomen with a powerful punch, an event after which the two dragons had decided to call for stalemate and set out the rest of the session. Pidgeot, and Fearow. After 2 consecutive defeats, the two avians had to bow down and begin learning from Braviary, something that had busied them for the next couple of days. Pidgeot had also progressed with Hurricane, though the move wasn't perfected yet. Meanwhile, Fearow worked on Hyper Beam. The two had learned other moves like Roost, Giga Impact etc. Squirtle and Krabby had made some positive improvements as well. The two water types had mastered their hold on Aquajet to a superlative degree. Usually, the two would be put against Spiritomb to increase their ability as physical battlers. Caesar had made great progress under Medicham as his speed and reflexes had improved to an amazing degree since he was a Scyther along with getting used to his new body. He had also learned moves like Night Slash, Quick Guard, Roost etc. Melodic had Krabby and Squirtle learn moves like Scald, Aqua Ring, and Waterfall while improving their mastery over their existing moves. Butterfree was the unlikely one of the group as Cynthia had advised Austin on teaching it, Quiver Dance, and without an instructor, it was struggling but making progress on other parts by learning from Rose Raid about Energy Ball and other moves and how to effectively use them alongside an agile body. Bulbasaur had made incredible progress under Roserade's teachings by learning to be swift and agile at a moment's notice. Rather than working on Bulbasaur's speed, Roserade worked with Bulbasaur on improving its reflexes and reaction time. The maximum amount of progress, surprisingly, had been for Pikachu. After absorbing the Light Orb, he gained the Lightning Rod ability. Due to the Light Orb, Pikachu had a hard time controlling its power, and the best mentor to have at this time was Riffrayer, who was immune to electric attacks and could help Pikachu with a hands-on approach. The occasional sounds of thunder that echoed throughout the day was a great indicator that Pikachu was progressing in control. The extreme power provided by the Light Orb which had impressed both Cynthia and Austin. The lightning pattern engraved onto the rocky terrain of Sulphur Island was proof of Pikachu's new power. Nincada and Munna also progressed greatly, but they didn't have the will and drive that the others had to push themselves to their limit. However, despite the grueling training, and the benefits, a single thing had not escaped Austin. Ever since their quarrel on that day, he had only seen Cynthia being the superior battler, the champion that she was. Of course, that had been extremely beneficial to him, but he hadn't been so oblivious as to miss the subtle changes in her. For one, she never smiled. Not like Shirana did. For another, she avoided any form of physical gestures or touches, something that Shirana had a habit of. Even when she was with him for the entire day, teaching and training side by side, he got the feeling that something was missing. It had taken him 5 days to realize what it was. He glanced back at her. Sitting on the grass, Cynthia was silently brewing concoctions for the Pokémon, leaving Austin to cook lunch, which mostly consisted of boiling a few eggs and heating a pre-made brew. Even from a distance, Austin could see the solemn expression on her radiant face, a radiance that had been missing ever since he had asked her for training. It was almost like his friend Shirana had been completely replaced by Cynthia, the veteran battler, and champion. Is that not what I wanted? Austin asked himself. But was it? Cynthia. Yet. The girl replied from her position, not looking up from her concoctions. I was thinking of doing something different tomorrow, for a change. Go visit the town and everything. Cynthia looked up, something that made Austin almost stop his breath. This was his friend, the person he had befriended on the ship, the one who was stupidly obsessed with ice cream, the one who had surprised him at the party. This was the person who had gone out of their way to help him with his mental problems, the one who was there to comfort him when he was scared of losing someone else. The one person he revealed his true name to, which she had stopped using. Sure, she replied in a monotone. I suppose you should talk to your friends so that they don't get worried. Your Pokémon should get them trained as much as possible before I have to leave anyway. This time that I am spending with you now is possibly my last vacation before a busy year of work. Cynthia replied, causing Austin's stomach to sink. Well, then shouldn't you be at home or with family right now? She gave Austin a blank stare. Why would you say that? Well, you just said that this is your last vacation. Shouldn't you spend it with, people close to you? Cynthia stared at him as if trying to memorize his facial features to the T. Sometimes I wish to have you dissected and examined. Why does she always say that? Austin thought while sweating a little. Why was she spending her last vacation with him of all people, choosing him over her family, and everyone else? Then a realization hit Austin. Cynthia chose to spend this time because she was worried for me. Worried how Raticate's passing would affect me, worried that I'll lose myself in my grief. A sudden guilt washed over Austin. What was I doing? Throughout this whole week, I have been so indifferent to her because of what happened with Charmeleon. Even if the results justified Cynthia's actions, why did my anger persist throughout the entire time spent together? It is my fault that Cynthia is spending her vacation time with an asshole like me who is treating her like a stranger. How can I make this up to her? Cynthia. Yet. Can I get the afternoon free? I need to do some stuff. Need to plan up something for tomorrow's training. He replied awkwardly. Cynthia looked up at him. I thought I agreed to go with you tomorrow. Couldn't it wait? No, this is something I need to do alone, Austin stressed. Come now, agree to it, damn it. Okay. The Sinnoh girl replied hollowly, before returning to the concoction. Austin just stood there, stunned. Don't you need to go? Cynthia replied after a while, absently noticing that he was still there. Yet. I'll just see you tomorrow then. Chapter number 173. There was an attempt. Birth Island, Starlight Town. Pika. No, Pikachu, I don't think Cynthia would like whatever that is as an apology gift, Austin muttered, as he found himself standing in the shopping district of Birth Island, as he checked his Pokédex to check his monetary finances. If what he had accounted for was correct, it should have dwindled out more than a bit, but then he supposed it was well deserved. Then again, he had something around 23,000 Poke dollars under his name, a grand amount to be frank. After his lousy excuse to Cynthia, he headed to his tent to make plans. Considering the mess he had made with his friend, his delayed realization hadn't helped matters either. It was now up to him to mend matters before things took a turn for the worse. In his excitement, he had completely ignored the needs and wishes of his friend, something that didn't sit right with him. He had made the mess, and he would be the one to fix it. After a somewhat early dinner, he had Clefairy teleport him to Island. Specifically, to the shopping district. He had gone ahead and gotten himself one of the storage caskets that held more space than they had any right to an application of the Pokeball technology in the commercial world. The concept was the same as that of the trainer bag packs, only that these held some special refrigeration systems pre-installed, to keep food and medicines from getting spoiled. Sometimes the Pokémon world baffled Austin since they could create things like this, but there was no concept of the internet or anything in a similar vein. Either way, while it charged a hefty amount, it was nicely spent. Besides, he could use the contraption from now on to store more food, restore packs, and concoction ingredients. The last week with Cynthia had taught him a lot about creating medical potions. It was past 8 in the evening and already most people were returning to their homes, though most of the shops were still open. He had done with the first part of his secret shopping spree, and as for the second part, he would need to go to the other side of the district. Pika. No, I am not getting you that jumbo-size ketchup bottle. Pika. Pikachu's ears dropped down, showing that Austin's words made him sad. Falling on one knee, Pikachu outstretched his paw as he looked at the jumbo-size ketchup bottle like he had lost his love. Austin rolled his eyes. Stop procrastinating, and help me get all this stuff. We still need to visit the Poke Mart, you know. Pika. Pikachu jumped as he picked up a few items to help his trainer. Now the next thing we need is... As the shopping concluded, Austin walked alongside Pikachu, who was happily carrying a jumbo-sized ketchup bottle. Austin suddenly stopped as his eyes caught a poster outside a giant electronics store. The poster advertised a new service that Austin was extremely familiar with. The internet, or as the poster says, the pocket. Pika. Pikachu looked confused as to why his trainer had suddenly stopped. Let's go, Pikachu, Austin said as he went into the shop. Wait, if this is the start of the internet, then am I a millennial in this world? Austin thought as he went into the shop, which looked like a normal electronics store except that magnemites were floating all around the place. Welcome to the Poke Electronics store, what can I do for you? A young middle-aged man greeted Austin with a smile. I say, the poster about the internet, I mean Pokenet services outside. I wanted to ask if I could get the service. Yes, the Pokenet is just a recent invention of the Devon Corporation. You can connect with others all around the world. Before the shopkeeper could continue, Austin stopped him as he didn't come here to listen to an AD. Could you show me? Of course. The shopkeeper said as he took a box from the shelves and placed it down in front of Austin, who was surprised to see the device looking like a carbon copy of a Nintendo Switch, except it had more buttons and no joysticks. This is a device that allows you to access the Pokenet where people from all over the world are connected. Austin blocked out the shopkeeper's words as he thought. Finally, I can gain access to the everyday knowledge of this world. If only I had this device from day one. So is it secure? Of course it is, it was made by the Devon Corporation. No, I meant, is it secure from something like a Porygon? What's a Porygon? The The shopkeeper asked in confusion, causing Austin to slowly nod. No, nothing. I was just joking around. Sure. The shopkeeper slowly said. So how much for it? Austin asked with a smile while deep down his mind was running 100 miles per hour. -0. The next morning. Cynthia got up from the bed, the alerts on her Pokénav more than enough to shed off every inch of sleepiness. Wondering what the matter was, she quickly checked up on the device. There were several messages from the Sinnoh League, especially from the Elite Four, something that she had begun associating with bad news. Wonder what they need from me now. The Elite had been very specific in their words. She was to be the one joining the SS. And along with the other Sinnoh trainers boarded the ship. The official reason was that it would allow her the opportunity to travel and make connections with the elite of the other regions. What they had never really expected was the attack on SS. And in the aftermath after it. For the next couple of days, Cynthia had run herself ragged, running from one place to another, making sure that she had accounted for everything, the survivors of the event, and the dead. Doing so gained her a lot of notice from the other champions, especially Steven and the Elite Four of Kanto and Hone, something that had gone a long way in cementing her stature as a newly crowned champion. And now the Sinnoh Elite were getting more restless and wanted the challenges to begin immediately. Yes, Cynthia. She told herself sardonically. Welcome to the life of a champion. After defeating the previous champion in a 6-on-6 battle, Cynthia had been given the traditional vacation before the champion duty began. A vacation whose first part had been spent on the ship, and taking care of the aftermath, and the second part, she had spent time training her friend. And now the elite wanted her back to get started on the grill. As soon as she would return to Sinnoh, she would have to answer challenges from the Elite Four as well as the Ace teams, whoever wished to formally challenge her, that is, and defend her position. The maximum number of such challenges could not extend beyond 15 and would have to be conducted within 30 days. Should she be able to maintain her position, the Elite and the Ace squad would then accept her superiority and follow her commands for 1 year. After cementing her position, she would be liable to accept 2 challenges per month for the rest of her term. It was tradition, and nothing personal. Bollocks. Cynthia cursed inwardly. Nothing personal, my ass. They just don't want to accept that a little girl has stolen their grandeur. She sighed. The last week had been nothing like she had expected it to go. After that sudden bout of misunderstanding between her and Ash, she had resigned to simply training him to the best of her ability. After all, she owed that much to him, if not out of friendship, then out of the debt of saving her life all those times. And debts must always be paid in full. And yet... What are you doing, Cynthia? Why? What are you trying to prove, and why does it matter? She asked herself aloud. The silent tent did nothing to answer her concerns. Sighing, she got up from her sleeping bag, getting ready for another day of training. Oh, no wait, Ash had wanted to go to the city today. Maybe she could get herself an ice cream. It always worked wonders for... Wait. She sniffed. What is that smell? She sniffed again before the familiar, and horrifying, dark shade of smoke slowly diffused into her tent. Ire. She half mumbled, and without bothering to change her pajamas, she searched for Melodic's Pokeball, rushing out of the tent. The situation outside was something she had never expected to be. It was a mess. There were several caskets littered all over the place, and on top of everything, Austin was trying to prepare something. The key word to be noted here was trying, since all he had managed to do was lose control and create a big mess, literally burning the bacon that he was trying to cook. What the hell do you think you are doing? Cynthia screamed. Austin turned towards her, looking like a deer in the headlights. He glanced back at the flames that had gotten out of control, at the bacon that he had managed to burn, and at the horrible mess and smoke. He glanced at Charmeleon and Pikachu, whom he had delegated the task of making sure the flames stayed at an appropriate level, but the draconic Pokémon had made a mess out of it. Squirtle's water gun, despite his honorable intentions, had only spoiled matters and drenched him completely from head to toe. Thus, there he was, completely drenched, standing with a large piece of burnt, wet bacon in one hand. He turned back towards her again. Well? Cynthia demanded, her hands on her hips. Let's face it. This is not the worst thing you've caught me doing. -0. Oh, make paragraph, Legend of the Bulbasaur. Like the other starting Pokémon, Bulbasaur are extinct in the wild. They are the only one of the Kanto starters which was hunted to extinction. It is feared that, as only a select few skillful breeders have managed to induce Bulbasaur to mate, and as the population has dropped to dangerously low levels, they will join the ranks of Aerodactyl and Omenit within the century. This is primarily due to a legend which states that if a Bulbasaur's bulb is removed, the Bulbasaur will die, but the bulb will continue to bloom and in a decade's time produce a potion which can halt aging for yet another decade. This legend has been debunked by the scientific community, and only the most traditional and superstitious folk believe it today. Professor Oak of Pallet Town is far older than anyone knows. Chapter number 174, Heart to Heart. I thought, we were going to go to Birth Island today, Cynthia spoke softly, as the two trainers cleaned their makeshift kitchen in the aftermath of Austin's self-created disaster. Yeah, well, I thought I'd just make something for you, Austin observed the sudden stiffness in her posture as he uttered the words you know. For, what? The training? Cynthia asked, a slight tinge of melancholy in her tone. Not, really. I just decided to make some changes today. I thought, as your tutor, you are supposed to run all the decisions through me. The Sinnoh girl muttered as she cleaned out a couple of plates. I'm allowed some lenience on my birthday. Cynthia turned to face him. Today's your birthday. Yet. She looked at him blankly for a moment, gathering her words. So, what exactly are these caskets doing around here? And why exactly are you trying to burn half the island? Austin chuckled at her sardonic tone. Because I wanted to spend the day with my friend. That stopped her short. Austin sighed. Look, I'm sorry. I know what I said that day was kind of unfair on you, and I lost it in anger, and... So this is your way of trying to patch things up? Cynthia returned in a somewhat cold tone. You think that I am angry at you, and for not training you properly? I assure you that I am not. No, no. Austin waved his hands animatedly. Look, I'm sorry, okay? You know, I never really got the time to even digest that you are you, and you are a champion, and... You could fool me. Cynthia deadpanned. You remind me more of that fact than myself. Look, Austin was getting nigh uncomfortable now. He sighed. You know what happened, right? With the cruise and Raticate and Mewtwo and... I fail to see the point. I'm coming to that. Austin nearly yelled. Gosh, this is difficult. My point is, with all that happening and you offering me to train my Pokémon, it influenced me to think that... Oh, so this is my fault, Cynthia replied, her expression choleric. Will you allow me to complete it? Austin yelled uncharacteristically, shutting her up midway. Silence. Well? The Sinnoh girl demanded after a moment. I miss my friend, Austin confessed. And I know that it is because of my stupidity. I didn't really care about you being the champion, but when you offered to help train me, somewhere in that, I forgot about my friend Shirana and I just focused on the training, and I completely ignored the fact that you chose to sacrifice your vacation for me and, he gulped seeing the dangerously calm expression on her face, and I will just shut up now. A second passed away. Another second passed away. Cynthia's expressions remained inscrutable. You aren't going to kill me now, are you? Finally, her lips parted. I did not sacrifice my vacation. I chose to spend it with you. Austin swallowed. All right, at least this was better than the silent treatment. Cynthia. I'm sorry. For what? The cool, cynical reply came. For ignoring my friend. I overreacted about your treatment with Charmander, and I completely ignored that my friend chose to spend her vacation with me, and that means that I should not ignore her, just like she doesn't ignore my own need for training. He paused. I just feel like I've been behaving like an asshole completely and I wanted to make this vacation special for you and I even brought you some ice cream, and I mmmmh. The last words remained unsaid as Cynthia pushed a finger against his lips. Anybody ever tell you, that you talk too much? And you can mention that my actions were wrong with my treatment of Charmander, for that an apology is necessary. I don't think I am the right person to apologize to. Then do you want me to go apologies to Charmeleon? Yes. A little grin spread across the girl's rosy lips. All right, I will apologize to Charmeleon, however you and I are going to spend this day having fun and nothing else. Is that understood? Ahem. Good. Cynthia's lips twisted into a grin. Now I need to go back in and change into proper clothes. Austin just realized that she was still in her pajamas and then we are going to celebrate your birthday together. Is that understood? Austin gulped. Crystal. Good. She turned away, a spring visible on her every step. She took a few steps towards her tent, before she stopped and spun back, a sublime expression on her face. What did you mention about ice cream again? -0. I'm not sure if this is a good idea, you know. Cynthia rolled her eyes, as she stared at the just-turned 11 trainer, who was only dressed in his swimming trunks, looking oddly uncomfortable about the entire situation. She had shed her nightwear and gotten into a comfortable two-piece swimsuit, one that only managed to accentuate her curves, causing the most natural reaction from the transmigrated trainer. Even with the body of a 10-year-old, Austin still was a 15-year-old in mind, so he was trying not to stare and was failing miserably at it. You wanted to have fun, so this is my idea of having fun. The Sinnoh champion grinned. After the awkward end of their conversation, Austin had treated Cynthia to his entire stash of ice cream. He had gotten all 13 flavors, unsure of her favorites, though it had hardly helped matters. For one, he certainly didn't anticipate an ice cream lover like her to just stare in wonder, and extreme focus, at the different flavors for over half an hour, unable to decide which one to take. He had asked her to try all the flavors and knock herself out, but in reality, her answer was the one that knocked him out. Well, every one of them looks great, but where would I put them all? After 15 more minutes, she had settled with a triple cone of chocolate, strawberry, cookies, and cream, much to his eternal gratitude, to whichever deity had listened to his prayers, and taken pity on him. And now, she had the bright idea to go surfing on Melodic into the sea, and not just that, she wanted Austin to join him. The Sinnoh champion was an adrenaline junkie. Go figure. Come now, Austin. It will be fun. She emphasized, before pulling Austin's arm with her towards Melodic, who was already on the water, ready for surfing. Hold tight. It's going to get messy in a while. An extremely self-conscious Austin held her waist tightly, as she held on to Melodic's red hair, which protruded from the temples all the way down to the ground, having a length closer to 2 feet. All set, Milo, let's go. Cynthia pulled the hairs backward almost as if pulling a ponytail's rein, as Melodic let out an enthusiastic warble, before shooting into the waters at night unbelievable speeds, literally parting the sea on 2 sides as it shot, with water spraying upwards all over, drenching Cynthia and Austin, the former laughing uncontrollably while the latter shrieking like a little girl. Are you having fun? Cynthia yelled aloud, knowing very well that it would be otherwise difficult to converse, what with the sound of the waters parting on both sides. Austin just held on to her waist for dear life. He had nearly slipped off Melodic's body several times and had almost fallen. At her words, he simply held on tighter, wondering why on earth he had subjected himself to this torment. Cynthia laughed. We can stop by for a moment, and then continue if you want. Don't stop, Austin yelled back. Once I am getting down, there's no way I'm getting back up on this. Melodic let out another warble, almost as if in answer, and shot ahead, if possible at increased speeds. Another hour later, an overwhelmed Austin and an excited Cynthia got themselves off Melodic, who let out another warble before leaping into the depths of the sea, vanishing from sight. She loves doing it. Cynthia chirped. Did you have fun? Austin muttered something incomprehensible under his breath. Cynthia laughed. It's an acquired taste, Austin. Just try it and you'll love it. She paused. On second thought, maybe we should try that out. How? With Squirtle, of course. Austin looked at her, horrified. Cynthia. You know I'm sorry, right? Please don't punish me anymore. Cynthia's grin only turned wider. He took a step back. You are not going to go for that now, are you? The Sinnoh champion smirked. It would be fun, but, some other time, I suppose. Austin sighed, elated. After lunch, that is. His eyes shot up in horror. -0. Oh, make paragraph, Tales of the Ketchup Addiction. As trainers go on their journey, they learn many new things about their partners which makes them into who they are, but for some reason, all Pikachu trainers have noted that a strange addiction falls upon their furry little friends. This has caused a few trainers to make a few thinly defined rules, but there was one rule that stood above all else. Stay away from Pikachu's ketchup, otherwise, your body will be torn apart and you will be sentenced to eternal torment. Every meal that a Pikachu had would be drowned in ketchup. To put it simply, Pikachu was a ketchup addict, and what the trainers had seen so far was a Pikachu will never try to fight its addiction. A trainer from the Johto region once tried to cure his Pikachu's addiction by using 12 easy steps. Step number 1, proving Ketchup's power over Pikachu, which had resulted in the poor Pikachu being held by a psychic type while he was tormented as the spoonful of the nectar of the gods was brought closer, ever so close to his mouth, and then the devil, trainer, would take it away. The night after, the trainer was found by a couple of his friends who were horrified by what they had seen. The unspeakable things that Pikachu had done to the young man with a spoon, a handkerchief, and a ketchup bottle had sparked an international debate on the issue, with some input from Professor Oak about it, since ketchup contained a chemical that caused the Pikachu line to experience a sense of euphoria. The international debate had resulted in absolutely nothing, like all international debates actually, but one thing is for sure, ketchup and a Pikachu had resulted in the traumatizing of multiple young men and women on that fateful night. -0. Make paragraph. Although modern man worships the legendaries, Arceus, or no gods at all, primitive man commonly worshipped gods modeled on other Pokémon, most commonly Ivysaur. Some say this is because its blossoming flower represents adolescence, or because it unifies plant and animal in a single symbiotic form, or because its vines were seen as symbols of fertility. All of this is true, but in reality Ivysaur were worshipped primarily because the plant on its back, in addition to stun spore, poison powder, and sleep powder, can spray a powerful hallucinogen which causes man to have mystical experiences. It is no coincidence that many prophets have had an Ivysaur in their lineup, and to this day they are commonly used in mystery religions and initiation rites, and not just among man. The mysterious garden where Bulbasaur evolve is filled with this unique Ivysaur spray. Chapter number 175, The Intentions of People. Fortunately, Austin hadn't had to face the problem of surfing on Squirtle. The strenuous exercise all morning had made both of them quite hungry, and despite his attempts to the contrary, Cynthia had taken it upon herself to prepare the lunch, claiming that he had prepared the breakfast and hence it was her prerogative to make lunch. Knowing a lost battle when he saw one, the transmigrated trainer had agreed and let her do as she did. The Sinnoh girl had been teleporting all over the place, preparing what was sure to be a succulent and appetizing meal. Then again, considering the number of ingredients he had gotten for the occasion, he shouldn't have been that surprised in the first place. That was delicious, Austin claimed about the bacon. The morsels melted in his mouth when he tried them. Seriously, if you ever get tired of being champion, you should open a restaurant. Cynthia chortled at that. I'm glad you liked it, Austin. She glanced at Melodic, Krabby, and Squirtle, who were still in the waters. Though I must say that it wouldn't be possible without those extra additions you brought in. She paused. Must have cost a hefty amount. Austin shrugged. I'll manage. Besides, you deserve it. He never noticed her going stiff all sudden as he made his comment. I'm just happy because you are. Cynthia beamed at him. Thank you, Austin. It means a lot to me. Austin just grinned. Austin, so did you go talk to your friends? In response, Austin just nodded, lying. Even after all the time he had gotten to himself, he knew it wasn't his friend's fault. He could have also tried better, but still, he wasn't ready to face his friends and tell them that Raticate had passed away. Maybe it was cowardly of him, but he wanted to have all his emotions sorted out before he talks to them. That is one odd Nincada you have there, Austin. Cynthia pointed at the twerking Nincada who was trying to impress her Garcomp. Either way, I like the way they are. Austin defended. Yes, yes. Take their side, why don't you? Cynthia barked. You attract all kinds of oddities. Austin just shrugged. So how did you meet your starter? The funny thing is that I was supposed to get a normal starter, but a family friend gave me my Gibble. She paused, wondering if she should tell him or not. Taking a decision, she continued, you probably do not know, but to gain the allegiance of a pseudo-legendary is significant. What does that mean? Austin asked, not even bothering to hide his ignorance on the subject. Cynthia's lips twisted into something that was almost but not quite a smile. It means whenever a pseudo-legendary Pokémon bonds with a trainer, it is almost always. She paused, a fated event. Not a matter of chance. Austin listened to her words before his countenance shifted to a frown. I disagree. Cynthia arched an eyebrow. What? I disagree. Pseudo-legendaries are powerful and can become strong enough to stand against legendaries. A friend told me that once upon a time. Austin paused, as his tone became more nostalgic than anything else while remembering his favorite events from the anime. Pikachu taking out Regius, Sceptile taking out Darkrai etc. I can agree with that, having seen the King's Power, Steven's Metagross, or even your Garcomp in action. Pseudo-legendaries are damn powerful, and I would love to have one on my team. He looked squarely at her. However, I do not agree that it is a fated event, while the rest is a matter of chance with other Pokémon. But... I'm sorry, Cynthia. Austin went on. Believing in the sentiment you told me, would mean that my meeting Charmeleon back at Route 24 was a matter of chance as well. It wasn't, or maybe it was, but I like to believe that it wasn't a pre-planned or fated event. The same is true for every of my Pokémon. All of my Pokémon are special, in their way, pseudo-legendary or not. Cynthia had a searching expression on her face. If you say so. Yeah, Austin murmured. The Sinnoh champion parted her lips but then paused, before making a decision. You should know though, that not everyone will share that sentiment of yours. Austin arched an eyebrow. The League, Cynthia added. Believe it or not, for most people in high-up positions, especially the elites, being a pseudo-legendary trainer means something. It will make them notice you as they noticed me, or Steven, or anyone out there that has ever tamed and gotten the pseudo-legendary's allegiance. Notice. Cynthia suppressed an urge to yell out in frustration. Austin, when I met you back then on the cruise, it was because of, well, two things. The first was your battling style, it was eerily similar to my own, and the other, well, because of your unique Charmander who could do such powerful dragon-type moves. Really? Cynthia suppressed her emotions. Yes. And not because you wanted to be my friend. It wasn't a question, just a confirmation. I am your friend. Cynthia reached forward to hold his hand. I truly am, but back then, I was interested in you because of that. Austin didn't say anything, but in his mind it made sense. Why would the champion of Sinnoh take an interest in some no-name trainer? Come now, surely you aren't that naive to believe that people don't have any private intentions apart from just getting acquainted. Austin nodded. He understood it clearly. You better believe that, Austin. Everyone of significance that has ever demonstrated any interest in you, must have had some personal interests and intentions behind making their acquaintance, at least at the beginning. Me, Steven, or even Bill Montgomery, everyone always acts out of their expectations, and rarely out of altruism. It's only natural. I guess, Austin murmured. I just, never mind. He looked up at her. What about you? You also have a pseudo-legendary. Yeah, and I was the heir of an old clan, who started with a shiny Gible. That attracts a lot of attention. Like. Cynthia paused, wondering what to say. Put it like this. You remember I told you about the Wataru clan? From where Lance is? Yes, well, I had a professor who tutored me in private before I set out on my journey. He was a descendant of the Wataru clan, and it was he who gave me my shiny Gible. He only asked me to keep a promise that I have never faltered, even now. What was that? Austin asked, before realizing that he had perhaps overstepped his boundaries. Cynthia, it seemed, had deduced his thoughts from his facial expression. It's okay, I don't mind. He told me never to tame another dragon in my life as a trainer. Hey? Why would he tell you to do such a thing? Cynthia frowned. Honestly? I do not know, but he did, and I followed that rule. I never regretted it. Garcomp and I are made for each other, and she's the only dragon I need on my team. Oh. Yeah. Cynthia's face had the quintessential nostalgic expression. We traveled all around Sinnoh, catching several Pokémon. Within 3 months of my journey, I already had 15 Pokémon in my team: Meditite, Jellicent, Spiritomb, Espeon, Heracross, Pupitar, Riolu, Solrock, Staravia, Rosalia, Shellos, Snover, Radon and Etagetic. Apart from my Gible, that is, who had evolved into a Gabite. She recited out from memory. And here I thought that Gary was overzealous, and me, plain lucky for having caught so many Pokémon. Sorry to break it to you, but you aren't the biggest freak in town. Cynthia quipped. Well, that's a first. Austin chortled. It's true. Cynthia continued. Most trainers catch a majority of their Pokémon in the first couple of months, and the number dwindles from there onwards. I only caught some 4 or 5 Pokémon in my subsequent years, as I realized that it was more important to train my existing team than get more. I guess the same will happen to me, Austin muttered. He was slowly seeing the problems arising out of handling a large team. He had already had a large enough team, and if he managed to train them well, they would be able to bring him victory in subsequent challenges to come. It should. Cynthia agreed. Though there are some morons you will find on your journey, trainers who capture a relatively decent amount of Pokémon, win the badges but lose at the conferences because they have spent their entire time poking their noses into matters they have no business with, instead of training and evolving their Pokémon. Then, they just start afresh with a new region, hoping to catch newer Pokémon, and repeat the entire thing. Austin's sweat dropped as he heard Cynthia essentially dissing what Ash had done in the anime. Let me guess, they lose again. Cynthia arched her eyebrow. What else did you expect? -0. Oh, make paragraph. Of the 31 Pokémon who learn Solar Beam naturally, Venusaur is the only one who can also transfer energy to others, albeit only its fellow grass types. This has made it a subject of intense interest for scientific research into solar power to solve the impending energy crisis. Electricity has traditionally been generated by electric-type Pokémon, but the increased electricity needs of the modern technological revolution have made them insufficient. Gone are the days when a Pikachu hooked up to a generator can meet a whole skyscraper's electricity needs, and the fossil fuels used as a stopgap measure have been running out. The sun, however, has a supply of energy so vast to seem infinite, and already the solar beam trademark has been synthesized from Venusaur's flower. There is hope that with further research its DNA will unlock the secret of solar energy, if they don't go extinct first. Chapter 177, Chapter number 176. Where do you stand? Though there are some morons you will find on your journey, trainers who capture a relatively decent amount of Pokémon, win the badges but lose at the conferences because they have spent their entire time poking their noses into matters they have no business with, instead of training and evolving their Pokémon. Then, they just start afresh with a new region, hoping to catch newer Pokémon, and repeat the entire thing. Austin's sweat dropped as he heard Cynthia dissing what Ash did in the anime. Let me guess, they lose again. Cynthia arched her eyebrow. What else did you expect? But what about the Pokémon they caught earlier? What about them? She shrugged. Sitting in the corals, perhaps. Waiting for their trainer to come back and train them sometime, I suppose. Pathetic, I tell you. I don't think that I'd like to follow that route. Good. As long you stay sensible, you always have a chance of winning a league conference. The blonde-haired girl laughed. The Sinnoh League holds its annual conference in December, every year, so I had around 16 months before my first try. That got me a lot of time to prepare for. That didn't mean I did Pokémon training and nothing else. There was a lot about unknown research and visiting places, though I'll admit, I never got to see any legendaries as you do. I'm insanely jealous. Austin scoffed. I had finished acquiring all my badges by the first 10 months. The rest of the time, I spent on MT Coronet. It is a wonderful place for training. Tell me about the Sinnoh conference. He asked while making it seem like he was ignorant of what it was. Even though he knew many things about Pokémon like the back of his hand, it didn't mean that he still didn't enjoy talking about it with a friend. It's not called Sinnoh conference, dummy. Cynthia chortled, much to his chagrin. It is called Lily of the Valley Conference, hosted every year on Lily of the Valley Island. Oh. You'd be surprised by the starting rounds of the conference. For one, you need to register yourself as fast as possible, since they take only 256 participants every year. The rest, they have to wait for the next year. Isn't that unfair? Austin scoffed. Not really. You get a 4-day duration to come up and put your names in, and the dates for registration are announced months prior. If you still cannot make it to the registration in time, the blame's on you. I guess, Austin mumbled. The eliminations are a group of 4 matches, winning it will bring you to the top 32. You'd need to fight one battle every day for 4 days consistently, so you better keep your Pokémon arranged in teams and in the peak of health for that. There are some trainers, you'd find, who only keep a tiny team of 6 or 7 perhaps, and train them to their best. However, if even one of their Pokémon gets a fatal injury, they run the risk of getting eliminated in the next match. That is why it is always better to have a large team, for insurance if nothing else. Austin had to agree. She had a point. Besides, his thoughts paralleled hers on the subject. The best strategy, I think, is to take around 7 to 8 Pokémon at a time, train them rigorously, and then rotate them with the next batch. It helps to have multiple team sets to rely on. I was working on something like that, Austin admitted. And here I thought you were catching dangerous Pokémon to impress me. The Sinnoh girl teased. Austin just mumbled something incomprehensible, causing her to chortle even more. Tell me more about your experience at the league. Austin tried, wanting to change the topic. Spoil sport, Cynthia muttered playfully. Well, the talented trainers are those you face from top 32 onwards. The matches become a 6-on-6 from there onwards, instead of a 3-on-3, right till the finals. She paused. There was this trainer called Reginald, who was a prankster. He and his ghosts gave me a really hard time in the finals. Also, there was this guy called Reggie. Austin stiffened. He gave me a really hard battle in the semi-finals, but then I managed to defeat him. Come to think of it, your team reminds me heavily about his own large, powerful, heavy hitters. Crap. Just like him? Austin asked, more to himself than to her. Yeah, Cynthia was oblivious to his reaction, lost in her nostalgia. All of them strong as hell. It took a lot out of Garcomp, but he managed to defeat his Reperior and Gyarados. A Reperior and a Gyarados. Austin repeated in the back of his mind. Yeah, and that reminds me, you should start looking for a moonstone for your Munna and Clefairy. Because of evolution. Ding, 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 correct. You know you're smarter than you look. Hey. Kidding. I am waiting to see how you'll do in the Pokémon League, it will certainly catch the eyes of those at the top. Do you think that they will, try to get my team from me? He couldn't help but shudder at the thought of his team getting snatched from him. Nothing like that. Cynthia denied. However, they would get acquainted with you. For some, like Stephen for one, you are like an experiment of sorts. I think. For Lance, from what I have heard, you are a significant entity, no thanks to the interest that Mewtwo has demonstrated in you. The fact that you have also managed to acquire a little legendary interest doesn't help matters. That's what you meant about Lance wanting me tied. It was metaphoric, but yes. And you? Cynthia widened her eyes, caught off guard by the sudden question. What about me? What about you? Where do you stand? Cynthia tightened her hold on his wrist. I stand with you. Somehow, Austin felt that he couldn't have been happier with any other answer. -0. Make paragraph. In the late Pleistocene and early Holocene, a period known to laymen as the dawn of mankind, Charmander abounded in a desert east of Fuchsia City. They used their flames to hunt bug and grass Pokémon and were as abundant in this land as Zubat and Tentacool are in theirs, and dug surprisingly sturdy burrows to protect themselves during infrequent rainstorms. It was climate change that did them in. Kanto is far wetter than it once was, and those few Charmander who tried to adapt to growing forests failed. Leaves were a poor shield and there were no forests in Kanto with a thick enough canopy to prevent rainfall. In Kanto's Warring States era, the last patch of desert was converted into pasture by a local warlord and the wild Charmander became extinct. Not all was lost, however, for man is a species which builds shelters and loves fire, and before they learned to rub sticks together they domesticated the Charmander, both for its valuable flames and its role in eating disease-carrying insects. In modern times they are still a fairly common household pet, although never as numerous as they were before the invention of the matchbox. Chapter 178, Chapter number 177 The Legend of Lavender Tower. Ace Squad. A name that was associated with power, money, and social stature in the Pokémon world. As far as the administration was concerned, there were two levels of Ace trainers, Group A and Group B. Group A was the upper class, with every single member being a winner of the Indigo League at one point or another. Group B consisted of trainers who had come up to the top 4 in the league conferences and multiple times at that. Usually, they were handpicked by the Elite Four, in hopes of polishing them into a gem, and also, to make sure that such talent didn't go waste, or worse, get incriminated into the malicious forces trying to creep up now and then. However, there existed a special team, a mixture of Group A and Group B aces, one that answered to Lance and only to Lance himself. The Ryoto Brigade. A team of exactly 18 ace trainers, each of them specializing in at least a single type of Pokémon, to cover all 18 types of Pokémon out there. The Ryoto Brigade was created to aid the champion alone in defending the security of the Kanto and Johto regions. A brigade that had been mercilessly slaughtered in less than 10 seconds, by a not quite a legendary Pokémon known as Mewtwo. A brigade that was now only limited to the stack of papers on his deck. Lance mused silently. After the events of SS. Lance had created the next generation of the Ryoto Brigade almost overnight, ready to challenge the uprising threat that was Team Rocket. While it was true that Mewtwo alone had been able to defeat them without batting an eye, it also should be taken into account that the brigade, and Lance himself, were battling an entity they had no idea about. The next time it happened, he would ensure that Mewtwo got a taste of his own medicine. He owed Charizard that much. Strangely enough, Team Rocket hadn't behaved as he had expected. Executive Pierce had managed to get away, as had the other executives. From the official report, it seemed like Executive Proton had been exterminated on the cruise's deck, though not much was clear about the rest of them. A certain Executive Cassidy and Butch had lost her right arm while battling Lorelei, but that was all he knew about it. It seemed that with the intervention of the mythical Drago Knight, Team Rocket had decided to step back and watch for a while before trying another attempt at taking over the league. Even Mewtwo, Lance thought with disdain, had yet to make another presence in public. He sent another glance at the ring on his right hand, the tetrahedral stone on it glowing brightly, even though it might never be used, ever again, as far as Lance himself was concerned. I will avenge you, my friend. His thoughts turned toward the newest addition to his team. The Hydreigon. Mewtwo had, in a grand display of his magnanimity, Lance thought with a snarl, gifted him the Dark Dragon as a replacement for his Charizard. Team Rocket's Pokémon or not, the Hydreigon was damn powerful, though untrained, and was currently being trained by the rest of Lance's team, so that it could turn out to be a fitting battler in the future. A proper addition to his team of dragons. The phone on his desk rang loudly, as he held up the receiver, only to ask. Have they arrived yet? Yes, sir. Lance paused for a moment. Good. Please send them in. He pushed his chair a little backward, trying to get himself a little more comfortable. He would need all of his patience to get through a meeting on which a lot of things were dependent. There was a knock on the door. Come in. He replied, in a loud, clear tone. The door opened as the two foremost researchers of the Kanto region stepped in, and Lance himself stood up in acknowledgement. After all, in the current scheme of things, it was extremely vital that he had these two working alongside him, not against his machinations. He stared squarely at the faces of the two men who now stood in front of him. Samuel Oak, and Bill Montgomery. -0. Birth Island, shore. The two trainers were walking along the seashore, enjoying the cool evening breeze as it kissed their faces. Austin was looking at the Pokénet. It was interesting to see the internet in such an outdated form. What are you watching? Cynthia curiously asked. Oh, it's this new invention made by the Devon Corporation. They call it the Pokénet. It is essentially a device that helps someone connect to anyone in the world. Impressive, maybe I should buy one too. I agree, I don't know about you, but since I am always on the road, getting information or news is hard. Even when I come to a city, I don't have time to watch the news or anything with the upcoming gym battles. Wow, that is a really useful device. I know, right? The duo walked in comfortable silence through the beach. I was thinking of burying Raticate in the Lavender Tower, Austin declared, kicking a sandstone on the path, as it fell into the water. Lavender Tower, the tower that is filled with mysteries that can't be explained by anyone. Who created the Lavender Tower? Austin curiously asked. That's the thing, no one knows. Some say it is the site where the people of old would sacrifice the blood of the young to calm the spirits of the void. Some say the tower was created by Mew to seal the connection between the physical world and the astral world. Similarly, there are hundreds of legends created about the origin of the Lavender Tower. Right. Who knows what it would turn out like? Cynthia rolled her eyes. You know that there is a saying about Lavender Tower that if you stay in there long enough, you will meet the spirit of the trainer who rules over the tower. Maybe it would just go for the kill. Nah, not so easy. My team would be there. I don't fear anything will happen to me. Cynthia smiled at his admission of his faith in her but didn't comment. Besides, I'm thinking it is time that after we are done with your training, I'll start training them in some of the ways I thought of over the past week. About those weaknesses that need to be addressed. He continued. Also, I need to talk to Bill again, asking if he managed to do something about Charmeleon. Oh, I forgot to tell you about that. I called up Bill Montgomery last night, about Charmeleon. And he said that he would file an appropriate documentation to register him as a special kind of shiny Pokémon, at least as far as official reports go. Unofficially. Austin mumbled something under his breath. What was that? He said that he'd drive some sense into Lance. Cynthia chortled at that. Hey! Cynthia held her hands up in surrender. Don't worry. It's not like every other trainer out there has a Pokédex like yours that would start throwing out concerns for everybody to hear. Besides, you are an honorary associate of the Indigo League, remember? Austin nodded. Don't worry about Charmeleon. Lance is a little headstrong, I've heard, but he has his heart in the right place. Austin raised an eyebrow. I've heard that as well. She confessed. From Steven. Austin let out a breath. At least, he could trust the silver-haired former champion, if no one else, as far as the Indigo League was concerned. Don't be so paranoid. She reached out for his hand. Everything will work out for the best. If you say so, Austin muttered darkly. The two continued walking, though, for some reason, Cynthia hadn't left his hand. Austin. Hey. I got a notification from the elite, Cynthia spoke up softly. I am required to report back soon. That got a reaction from him. How soon? Maybe, tomorrow morning. Austin stopped in his tracks. But this is supposed to be your vacation, right? He asked impulsively. What about it? Why are they, you know? I know. Cynthia frowned a little. I know I promised you that I'd be there to help you train. Screw that. Austin retorted, much to her surprise. I'm not talking about the training. I'm talking about you. This is supposed to be a vacation for you, right? Then why are they? Cynthia tried but failed to suppress a smile on her lips. Thanks, Austin, but either way, this one day is worth a lot to me. I'll cherish it forever. Well. Austin breathed. That was the plan. Cynthia chuckled lightly. Either way, we cannot ignore the fact that it is your birthday. Austin just shrugged. Not a bloody big deal. Since this isn't even my birthday, it's Ash's. Austin thought as he looked at Cynthia. It is for me. The Sinnoh girl countered softly. And I did think a lot about what to give you as a gift. I wanted it to be special, something to remember me by when you are off on your journey. Well, I have your contact number. I guess we could call up and talk sometimes. -0. Make paragraph. The blood of a Charmeleon is over 300 degrees Fahrenheit and must be handled with special protective equipment lest it causes dangerous burns. This is not, however, an uncommon temperature for the blood of a fire-type Pokémon. Indeed, quite a few burn even hotter. What makes their blood notable is how often they shed it. They are a species of Pokémon in the adolescence of evolution with far more courage than brains, and rare is the city that cannot count a Charmeleon who heroically died to save its people. Many of these Charmeleon, however, would probably have survived had they shouted less during combat and learned the value of self-preservation, even if only to carry on the cause. It is from this species of flaming warrior Pokémon that the term hot-blooded has entered the Galatian language to describe those who attempt to use passion and shouting and courage to overcome the impossible. Few of them ever succeed, but most become heroes just for trying. Chapter 179, Chapter number 178 Against a Goliath Part 1. Either way, we cannot ignore the fact that it is your birthday. Austin just shrugged. Not a bloody big deal. Even though it's not my birthday, it's Ash's birthday. It is for me. The Sinnoh girl countered softly. And I did think a lot about what to give you as a gift. I wanted it to be special, something to remember me by when you are off on your journey. Well, I have your contact number. I guess we could call up and talk sometimes. Cynthia smiled and walked to the other side of the beach. Cynthia took out a Pokeball as Garchomp appeared in a red flash. RWRR. Austin, if you want your gift then come get it. Austin looked at Cynthia with disbelief. She isn't serious, is she? Come on, Austin, show me the results of the training. All of your Pokémon against my Garchomp. You know that today isn't my actual birthday, Austin said as he took a few steps back. No way was he ready to face off against a champion. Come on, Austin. Don't be such a coward. What was the point of training? What was the point of everyone giving it their all? Why did you throw yourself into such hellish training? Just to quit, just to turn away from an obstacle that life has thrown at you. Austin, this is life, it will always try to put you down through some obstacle, you don't have to prove anything to anybody but yourself that you can overcome this obstacle. And after what you've gone through, if you haven't done that by now, it isn't gonna ever happen. Now tell me, Are you willing to overcome the obstacle that life has presented you, or are you going to run away like a coward? Austin opened his mouth before closing it as Pikachu and Pidgeot flew down with Pikachu carrying his Pokeball holster belt. Austin blinked before staring at the calm and cold Cynthia. You know, if this champion business doesn't work out then you could become a very good motivational speaker. What can I say, I am a woman of many talents. Aren't you a little too confident even though you're at a numerical disadvantage? Austin, when you're at my level, you'll understand that numbers don't matter to overwhelming strength. Austin nodded as his face portrayed an absolute calm look. The week of training with Cynthia revealed to Austin that his strategy of using a mask of arrogance to piss off his opponents was a niche that wouldn't work against the truly strong trainer, hence he chose to wear a mask of absolute calmness similar to Cynthia's mask during battles. Is everyone ready? Pika. Pidgeot. Pikachu exclaimed as he climbed up Austin's shoulder while all of Austin's Pokeballs shook. Austin could practically see their determination to battle. Taking out his Pokeball, Austin took a deep breath. He felt the coldness of the Pokeball against his palm. Austin knew that in a one-on-one battle his chances of beating Garchomp were 0, but this wasn't a one-on-1. No, this was a 1-on-12. Even then Austin didn't have much confidence in bringing down the Goliath known as Garchomp. Bringing his Pokeball to his forehead, Austin whispered. Let's give it our all. Throwing his Pokeball, Austin thought. Watch over us, Raticate, and I'll show you that your family is getting stronger and stronger. The Pokeball flashed open as Munna appeared in front of the ready Garchomp. Trick Room. Telepathically receiving her trainer's command, her eyes glow red and a large light blue rectangle with light blue transparent walls and ceiling appears around the battlefield. Then, the light blue glow fades, and the walls and ceiling become invisible. Cynthia immediately recognized the move and called out, Sandstorm. If you think I am going to go easy on you, think again, Austin. I won't use Garchomp's full strength, but in terms of strategy I am not going to hold anything back. Reflecting Screen. Austin telepathically commanded Munna to set up a combo of light screen and reflect while Garchomp moved in a dancing motion, causing a sandstorm to erupt all around the beach. Cynthia clapped her hands as Garchomp closed her eyes as she waited for her prey to arrive. Just then a green glow formed behind Garchomp, who was instantly alerted. Garchomp tried to use the 20% evasion provided by its ability, Sand Veil, to turn around midway as she tanked Energy Ball. Munna's eyes widened as she saw Garchomp tank her Energy Ball and lunge at her with a crunch. With the telepathic connection, Austin knew what Munna was thinking as he quickly gave the command. Energy Ball directly into her mouth. Receiving the telepathic command, Munna instantly formed her Energy Ball due to Trick Room as she launched it into Garchomp's mouth, which was covered by the dark aura of Crunch. Boom! Flinching from the surrounding sandstorm, Munna's eyes widened as Garchomp emerged from the smoke with dark energy covering her mouth. Outside of the sandstorm, Austin's eyes widened as he felt the telepathic connection between him and Munna being cut off. Taking out her Pokeball, Austin pointed it forward as Munna returned with a red flash. You did great, Munna. Taking out another Pokeball, Austin whispered something to it before throwing it out. In a flash, Bulbasaur appeared on the battlefield. Bulba. The seed Pokemon's cry alerted Cynthia to her opponent's choice and she exclaimed. Fly in the sky and use the flamethrower. Hearing the commands of her trainer, Garchomp tried to fly away, but the walls of the Trick Room glowed as the sandstorm in front of Garchomp parted with flashes of green as Bulbasaur leech seeds hit Garchomp's body. Vines grew out of the seeds wrapping around Garchomp's body, who immediately flew up. Garchomp's maw erupted in fire, causing Austin's eyes to widen as he shouted. Flying Drain. The head of Garchomp's flamethrower hit the sandstorm, causing a dust explosion. Pikachu, Austin, and Cynthia covered their ears as the shockwave caused everyone to fall. Cynthia looked at the smoke cloud and thought. Maybe I went a little too far. RWRR. The sound of Garchomp's roars caused Cynthia to look up as she saw Bulbasaur, who had used Vine Whip and the explosion to launch himself into the sky. Mid-air, Bulbasaur performed a Giga Drain as the leech seeds on Garchomp's body glowed with an intense emerald light, causing the green orb to fly towards Bulbasaur. The green orbs entered Bulbasaur's body, healing him. Dragon Claw. Chemical Warfare. A light green aura forms around each of Garchomp's fins and turns into a claw-like shape. Charging toward the falling Bulbasaur, Garchomp attacked without any remorse, but the moment Garchomp came within range, Bulbasaur released an improved version of Chemical Warfare, with the number of powders released being 10 times more than before. Boom! From within the Chemical Warfare cloud, something shot out and crashed into the ground. The dust cleared, showing a knocked-out Bulbasaur. Austin returned to Bulbasaur. There were clear hints of concern in his eyes, but during the battlefield, he promised that he will always try to maintain a level of calmness and never let his emotions cloud his judgment. RWRR. Garchomp stomped on the ground as a purple aura washed over its entire body, showing that Bulbasaur's last attack had landed. Austin narrowed his eyes as he saw that Garchomp was a little drowsy. Clenching Bulbasaur's Pokeball, Austin whispered, "Thank you for giving it your all." -0. Omake paragraph. Some have speculated that, in a world where Charmeleon was at the end of its evolutionary line, firebombing as a weapon of war would not have been developed until the invention of airships and airplanes. Unfortunately for many of their victims, those who have seen homes burned, crops ruined, and been scorched alive, Charmeleon evolve into Charizard. And although their extreme weakness to any competent rock-type Pokémon has kept them away from the massive battles of ages past, Charizard Core has continued to be used throughout the centuries to give peoples who resisted despite broken armies a bitter choice between surrender or massacre in flames. Today, war is rare and international law prohibits the use of Charizard against civilian populations. The only flock of Charizard left is a small, migratory order centered around 2 secret training valleys, one each for summer and winter. And yet whenever they take to the skies on their majestic, semi-annual flights, many of those old enough to have lived through the war find themselves running for their lives or screaming in blind terror. Chapter 180, Chapter number 179, Against a Goliath Part 2. Cynthia calmly gazed upon her friend who took out a Pokeball. In a flash of red, Squirtle appeared on the battlefield. "You know what to do," Cynthia calmly exclaimed as Garchomp nodded while remembering the strategy that her trainer had devised to counter water types. Squirtle meanwhile adjusted his glasses as Austin said, "Bubble Mania." Squirtle smirked before going back to his shell and began to spin at high speed while releasing a bubble beam. Cynthia frowned at the confusing turn of events before she calmly said, "Rest." Garchomp bobbed her head as she went to sleep while Austin frowned, not expecting Cynthia to have Garchomp use rest, but it made sense with all the attacks that Garchomp has been tanking. Rain Dance. Austin chose to not attack Garchomp while it was resting, rather he decided to change the terrain to his favor. A cumulonimbus of clouds covered the battlefield as drops of rain fell to the ground, causing the previously erupted sandstorm to be stopped. Cynthia wasn't deterred by the stymied sandstorm, but she wondered what her opponent was thinking. He didn't even try to power up, rather he manipulated the terrain to his advantage. Then it hit Cynthia. Austin chose to go with a strategy that will help the Pokémon he would send out later. It looks like her lessons finally settled in his mind. A battle can be quick, but against an overwhelming foe always go for the strategy that would favor the majority. Austin knew that he can't defeat Garchomp, so he is staking the efforts of all his Pokémon to defeat her. Cynthia smiled as she realized her friend's play. He and his Pokémon truly did improve a lot during this week. Dragon Rush. Miner's strategy. Garchomp flew towards Squirtle, who pulled its head, arms, and legs into its shell and spins like a disc as Garchomp's 2 appendages on its head glowed light blue. Then, her body was enveloped in a light blue dragon-shaped aura. While Garchomp charged forward, Squirtle used rapid spin to launch the mud that had been formed all around it toward Garchomp, but it resulted in the mud being sprayed everywhere. "Austin, I just got this swimsuit." "Sorry, I'll buy you another one." "Austin, you're a perverted child, telling a lady that you will buy her a pair of underwear," Cynthia said as she enjoyed Austin's face shifting from calm to flustered. "I never said that." Cynthia giggled before her face went to calm and calculated mask when she saw Garchomp miss Dragon Rush along with Squirtle seemingly disappearing. Squirtle was using the mud as camouflage. Cynthia snorted, "A good play, but it doesn't accomplish anything." Dragon Breath. Garchomp's maw glowed with draconic energy, but right below her feet, the ground glowed. "Fly." Under Cynthia's command, Garchomp jumped into the sky as the ground exploded with Squirtle's shell smash. Squirtle looked up and fired an ice beam. Garchomp's Dragon Breath and Squirtle's ice beam meet in the middle as draconic energy and ice energy clash out. Even though Squirtle's ice beam had been powered by 2 shell smashes, the level difference between Garchomp and Squirtle was too much. Austin's eyes widened as he saw Squirtle's ice beam being overpowered by a dragon-type attack. Just how powerful is that monster? Squirtle struggled to keep up the momentum as he took one step back. "No, I can't." Squirtle thought as a memory flashed in his mind. "How can you lose to a fire type?" A trainer outside of the Pokémon Center screamed at an injured turtle Pokémon. The young Squirtle had tears in his eyes as he was being screamed at by his trainer. The trainer took out a pair of sunglasses and threw them at the young Squirtle, who flinched. A few tears escaped the eyes of the young Squirtle as he gazed upon the sunglasses which were the prize of the first battle he had won for his trainer. The trainer clicked the button of the Pokeball which flashed blue before returning the young Squirtle. At night, Nurse Joy released an extremely hungry Squirtle out of his abandoned Pokeball. Squirtle. Squirtle looked around for his trainer as Nurse Joy had a melancholic look in her eyes. Square. Square. Squirtle. Chansey looked at Nurse Joy as if asking her partner if she should disclose to Squirtle about his abandonment. Nurse Joy knew that she shouldn't gatekeep the information and cause more pain for the young Squirtle. Chansey under Joy's commands told Squirtle about its abandonment. Tears began to flow down Squirtle's eyes as his mind flashed to the battle earlier today. He had lost so badly against that Growlithe. Squirtle wiped out those tears as he knew that shedding tears over the past wouldn't accomplish anything. Chans. Squirtle's eyes widened as he heard Chansey's words about him being put up for adoption. Was that all he was worth? To be discarded and given away. Squirtle released a water gun before using it as a distraction to escape. Nurse Joy and Chansey ran to look for the young Squirtle who had hidden inside the trash can. Inside the trash can, Squirtle tried to keep his tears in as he gazed upon the black sunglasses he had won for his trainer. Putting on the sunglasses, Squirtle vowed to himself that he will never let a human capture him. On the beach of the Sulphur Island, as Garchomp's dragon breath seemed to be overpowering Squirtle's ice beam, Squirtle glanced back at his trainer who had a look of worry in his eyes. Squirtle remembered why he chose this human as his trainer who was nothing like Derek. He is kind-hearted and smart and most of all he treated all of us like family. Squirtle will be damned if he let himself lose after all the effort his partner put up. Suddenly Squirtle's body was engulfed by blue light. No way. Austin's eyes widened as he saw Squirtle's body evolving into a bipedal, indigo reptilian Pokémon similar to a turtle. It had brown eyes, a dark blue streak on each cheek, and 2 sharp teeth protruding from its upper jaw. It has 3 clawed fingers and pointed toes. On each side of its head are feather-like ears covered in pale blue fur. A brown shell with a pale yellow underside encases its body. A thick, white rim separates the upper and lower halves of the shell. Wordle. Squirtle's evolved form Wordle gazed upon Garchomp as his ice beam began to turn more chaotic. Cynthia's eyes widened as she recognized Wordle's attack which was overpowered by Garchomp's dragon breath, Blizzard. Blazing Hurricane. Cynthia's shout caused Garchomp to patiently wait as Blizzard came near it. Now. Garchomp immediately spun around as guts of wind empowered by draconic energy circled her. Opening her maw, Garchomp released a flamethrower into cyclonic winds all around her. Austin's jaw dropped as he saw the flaming vortex in the sky that melted Wordle's blizzard. Waterfall. Austin called out but Wordle had other plans as its ears glowed with white light before the ground broke apart as a tidal wave covered the sky. The flaming vortex and tidal wave of surf met in the middle before wet steam covered the entire beach in a veil of grey and white. Make paragraph. If one were to jump on a Squirtle's head, the water Pokémon will retract into its shell, which can then be kicked as a projectile. Although occasionally finding military uses as early ammunition for cannons, this fact has gone ignored for most of their history. Today, however, it provides fodder for one of the most popular video games of the Pokémon world made by an anonymous developer. The first game series featuring Squirtle was a platformer which made it the protagonist. It used water attacks to put out fires, as real Squirtle are, for their ability to convert food into water inside their bodies, used to this day for firefighting and irrigation, and withdrew into its shell to protect itself from enemy attacks. With the forward R combination, one could even use a rolling attack more similar to a Voltorbs than anything a real Squirtle is capable of. The gaming company which made this game eventually went under, but not without developing rivalries with other companies such as Neo Nintendo which survive to this day. As an act of playful rivalry, Squirtle was added to Neo Nintendo's Super Mario series, replacing the ill-fated Koopa Troopas of the original game. Today, they are more beloved among Neo Nintendo players as enemies than by the dwindling fandom of the original platformers, but when a remake of the original set in the Mario universe was recently announced, both sides of Squirtle video game fandom reacted with excitement and anticipation. Chapter 181, Chapter number 180 Against a Goliath Part 3. The flaming vortex and tidal wave met in the middle before wet steam covered the entire beach in a veil of grey and white. Austin and Cynthia silently waited before the sound of crashing on the ground alerted the two. Thud. The wet steam veil began to disappear revealing a somewhat injured Garchomp standing over a knocked-out Wardle. Austin smiled as he returned Wardle. Pika, Pie. Hearing Pikachu's aggressive growls, Austin couldn't help but sigh. Of course, he would be frustrated with everyone giving it their all yet still being defeated. Placing his hand on Pikachu's head, Austin whispered, "I know buddy, I know, but we must be patient if we want to win." Pikachu's ears dropped. "Pikachu, pie." Rubbing Pikachu's head, Austin took out a Pokeball before threw it out. In a flash, a seemingly innocuous Nincada appeared somersaulting midair before landing. Cynthia and Austin smiled at Nincada's antics. Flash clone. Nincada's wings buzzed as hundreds of Nincadas appeared on the beach charging at Garchomp with aerial ace. Cynthia narrowed her eyes as she looked at all the Nincada who were twisting around Garchomp, not attacking. None of them had a shadow, consequently Cynthia looked around trying to spot Nincada before she saw the vines of leech seed glow with bright emerald light, causing Garchomp's health to decrease even more, but the orbs of emerald light turned towards Garchomp's body, consequently Cynthia figured that Nincada must have used aerial ace to hide upon Garchomp's body. Garchomp used flamethrower with twisting like a top. Hearing the commands of her trainer, Garchomp obliged by twisting like a top while releasing a volley of flames that covered her body, burning away the leech seeds. Suddenly a Nincada jumped off Garchomp's body. "Poison jab at 70 degrees," Cynthia calmly exclaimed as Garchomp's claw shot out of the flaming twister directly hitting Nincada's abdomen. Suddenly Garchomp's claw went through Nincada's body, which seemed to evaporate into smoke. Substitute. Cynthia's eyes widened for a second before she calmly glanced at the sky. Nincada can't learn to fly then. As soon as Cynthia's eyes turned towards the ground, she calmly exclaimed, "Earthquake." "Gotcha." Shadow Sword Strike. The ground beneath Garchomp's feet broke apart, revealing a Nincada charging at Garchomp with an aerial ace and night slash combo. Garchomp was left vulnerable while it was executing Earthquake, causing Nincada's attack to land. Boom. Shake. The entire beach shook with Garchomp's Earthquake. Double team. Austin tried to keep this momentum going, but Cynthia decided to take this match a little more seriously. Sandstorm to Rock Tomb. Use Bug Buzz. Austin's attempt to disrupt Sandstorm failed as Garchomp's Sandstorm covered the beach with rocks beginning to form midair that flew towards high speeds at Nincada, who tried to do his best to dodge, but it was too much for the little guy. Boom. Hearing the sounds of rocks crashing into one another, Austin's heart skipped a beat. His breathing became slower for a few seconds before he remembered that this wasn't the S.S.N. Thinking that Nincada had been defeated, Austin pulled out the little guy's Pokeball. "Pika, pie." Pikachu's shout caused Austin to look up as a bright light broke out of the sandstorm. Suddenly a flash of red shot out of the sandstorm into one of Austin's empty Pokeballs. "Don't tell me." Taking out his Pokédex, Austin looked at his Pokémon registry, which showed a Pokémon he didn't have previously. Shedninja. Does that mean? Austin pointed the Pokédex forward as Dexter beeped out. Ninjask, the ninja Pokémon. Ninjask moves around at such a high speed that it cannot be seen, even while its crying can be heard. For that reason, this Pokémon was long believed to be invisible. This Ninjask is male and the ability is Speed Boost. Currently, this Ninjask knows Aerial Ace, Baton Pass, Double Team, Dig, Fury Cutter, Harden. Metal Claw, Mud Slap, Scratch, Screech, Agility, Absorb, Bug Bite, Double Team, Night Slash, Giga Drain, Substitute, Defog and Protect. The age of this Ninjask 4 months. Austin grinned as he saw something shoot out of the sandstorm while Garchomp followed it with Dragon Claw. But the speed of Ninjask was greater than Garchomp's as it effortlessly dodged Garchomp's slashes. Ninjask, use Flash Clone. Ninjask's body blurred for a second as thousands of copies appeared all around Garchomp, completely catching Austin and Cynthia off guard with the number of Flash Clones. Roar. Garchomp let a terrifying bellow that caused one of the thousands of Ninjasks turned into a streak of red, returning to its Pokeball while replacing itself with a Pokémon whose body is light brown, but the abdomen is grey. It has 4 protrusions on its underside instead of legs, the top pair is brown, while the lower is grey. There are round protrusions on the side of its head with narrow slits for the eyes. 2 lines encircle its abdomen and a white halo floats above its head. On its back is a pair of tattered wings divided into 3 wingtips. A hole between its wings reveals that its body is completely hollow and dark, as it possesses no internal organs. Shedninja silently floats on the beach. Cynthia frowned as she saw Shedninja, which was a Pokémon she had faced during her journey. Those Shedninjas at least hovered back and forth in a particular spot, but Austin's Shedninja just floated there, ominously. Austin meanwhile pointed his Pokédex at his new Pokémon. Shedninja, the Shed Pokémon. Shedninja is a peculiar Pokémon. It seems to appear unsought in a Pokeball after a Nincada evolves. This bizarre Pokémon is entirely immobile, it doesn't even breathe. This Shedninja is genderless and has the ability of Wonder Guard. Currently, this Shedninja knows Dig, False Swipe, Grudge, Harden, Metal Claw, Mud Slap, Sand Attack, Scratch, Shadow Claw, Confuse Ray, Absorb, Shadow Sneak, Furry Swipes, Night Slash, Giga Drain, Dig, Aerial Ace, and Will-O-Wisp. This Shedninja is 1 minute old. Austin's sweat dropped as he heard Shedninja's age. Shedninja. Austin curiously called out, but Shedninja just blankly stared forward. Buddy, can you hear me? Shedninja still stared forward. Austin looked at Shedninja curiously as it was one of the Pokémon that greatly intrigued him since he was a child. Was Shedninja the shell of Nincada? How does a shell become alive? Was it even alive? Pikachu. Snapped Austin out of his thoughts as he said, attack with Will-O-Wisp. For a few seconds, Shedninja didn't move before it released a bone-chilling scream that jump-scared everyone on the beach. -0. Make paragraph. At some point in their lives, every Wartortle must choose between life or power, for unevolved they can live for millennia. There are many Wartortle alive who predates the dawn of civilization, some living among men, some hiding in the deep sea where no man can reach. The vast majority of Wartortle from the past thousands of years dead, because they chose at some point in their lives to evolve into Blastoise. Blastoise itself has a respectable lifespan, 2 centuries is a lifespan which most would kill for, and indeed many have, but to a Wartortle it might as well be suicide. And yet most Wartortle do exactly that. Speculation has abounded as to why do Wartortle lack the self-preservation instincts of most life. Does their modern diet insufficiently produce chemicals in the brain needed to make them feel life worth living? But few have stumbled on the answer most Blastoise themselves would give. Some things, they would say with the wisdom of millennia, are even more important than living for eons. Chapter 182, Chapter number 181 Against a Goliath Part 4. Austin said, attack with Will-O-Wisp. For a few seconds, Shedninja didn't move before it released a bone-chilling scream that scared everyone on the beach. Shedninja's body becomes surrounded by light blue fireballs, then it launches the fireballs at the Garchomp who tried to dodge the Will-O-Wisp, but those ominous flames changed direction, hitting Garchomp's body. Scorching Sands. Cynthia calmly said as she knew if she used an obvious super effective move like Flamethrower, Austin would have had Shedninja dodge. But what about a move that Austin had never seen before? Shedninja's body was hit by the scorching sand, but suddenly Garchomp's maw was filled with flames, and before Austin could even command anything, the flamethrower spread like crazy over the scorching sands and Shedninja immediately went down. Austin and Pikachu's jaws dropped as they saw how effortlessly Shedninja went down before Austin felt himself wanting to slap his face. Of course, Cynthia knows how to defeat a Shedninja so effortlessly. Returning Shedninja, Austin scolds himself on his unprecedented confidence in Wonder Guard. Taking out another Pokeball, Austin whispered, "Are you ready, buddy?" The Pokeball became hot to the touch as Austin quickly threw it. Popping out of the Pokeball mid-air, Charmeleon landed on the battlefield from the cloud of smoke. A pair of red eyes gazed upon Garchomp, who suddenly felt a burning sensation all around her body. The burn of Will-O-Wisp took effect. The surrounding temperature increased as drought took effect. Rocket Launcher. Charmeleon took a deep breath, causing Cynthia's eyes to widen before she calmly said, "Fly." Charmeleon used a flamethrower to launch himself mid-air, causing the sandstorm to explode with a dust explosion. Mid-air, Charmeleon launched a Dragon Pulse at the escaping Garchomp, who countered by using a Dragon Rush through the Dragon Pulse. Garchomp broke through Charmeleon's Dragon Pulse as it aimed a Dragon Claw at Charmeleon, who panicked and tried to launch a Dragon Pulse point blank. Seeing this, Austin pursed his lips before an idea formed. Draco Meteor. What? For the first time since the battle, one of Austin's strategies had left her speechless. Hearing the command of his trainer, Charmeleon's mouth gathered a huge amount of draconic energy. Poison Jab. Garchomp's fin glowed with a purplish aura as it impaled Charmeleon, injecting a huge amount of toxins into his body. Seeing this, Austin's heart skipped a beat as his chest tightened. Why was breathing so hard? The sand all around the beach, the smoothness of Pikachu's fur on his skin, the coldness of his Pokeball aligning his belt, the sound of waves, the fluttering of Cynthia's hair. An extreme amount of information was being dumped into Austin's mind as he was having a panic attack while he remembered a move similar to Poison Jab that Raticate tanked. Pi! Pikachu's cry caused Cynthia to divert her attention toward the panicking Austin. Oh! No! A look of worry flashed on Cynthia's face as she took a step forward with her hand outstretched, but Charmeleon's body was launched into the sand. The dust cloud swirled around a ball of bluish draconic energy. Charmeleon's head jerked back as the ball of draconic energy was launched into the sky with Garchomp as the target. Midway, the orb broke into smaller orbs that converged toward Garchomp. Charmeleon turned towards his trainer, who was sweating heavily while a look of relief adorned his face. "Should we stop the match?" Cynthia called out. "Charm." Hearing Cynthia's voice, Austin gulped as he saw the look in Charmeleon's eyes. Taking out a water bottle from the bag near his feet, Austin dumped the entire thing on his head. Slicking his hair back, Austin took a few deep breaths to calm himself. "And stop me from winning." Austin's reply caused Charmeleon to look excited at the thought of continuing the match, while Cynthia was worried. She clenched his hand and nodded. A small smile formed on her face as she saw the look of excitement in Charmeleon's eyes. Dragon Rush! From the cloud in the sky, Garchomp, covered in draconic energy shaped like a dragon's head, charged at Charmeleon. Aldrago! Austin's shouts caused Charmeleon to use Dragon Tail to anchor itself at one point while using a flamethrower to spin like a top. Now! Charmeleon stopped using Dragon Tail, which caused him to be launched at Garchomp at high speeds. Garchomp using Dragon Rush and Charmeleon using Metallic Dragon Claw met in the center as a screeching sound filled the entire beach. With Charmeleon's momentum, the Metallic Dragon Claw stopped Garchomp's Dragon Rush. Garchomp and Charmeleon's attacks battled it out for dominance, but Garchomp's burn acted up, causing Garchomp to lose focus for a second, and the battle of dominance was won in Charmeleon's favor. Dragon Pulse! Austin's shout caused Charmeleon to open his mouth to launch a Dragon Pulse at Garchomp, but the poisonous toxins made Charmeleon flinch. Outrage! No! Charmeleon, launch yourself into the air! Garchomp's eyes glow red and its body is outlined in a red aura. Charmeleon, sensing the danger, tried to dodge, but his feet were caught by Garchomp's fins, which slammed Charmeleon into the ground. Boom! But Garchomp didn't stop as her fins slashed at Charmeleon over and over again. Seeing this, Austin felt bile forming in his throat. He wanted to call off the match, but Pikachu stopped him. "Pikachu, I have to stop this, Charmeleon could get injured." Pikachu in response pointed forward at the dust cloud where Garchomp was continuously attacking Charmeleon. Suddenly Garchomp fin backed out as a red eye could be seen from the dust cloud. The dust cloud parted, showing a beaten up Charmeleon with a red aura covering his entire body. "Is that outrage?" Austin and Cynthia's eyes widened as Garchomp and Charmeleon launched themselves into a slugfest. Unlike the refined Garchomp who had mastered it, Charmeleon's outrage was extremely chaotic as he used his basic instincts to fight against Garchomp, who was much deadlier. Even then, the battle of the two dragons was an amazing spectacle as everyone on the beach was left in awe. Teeth met hide. Fin met claw. As draconic energy exploded out of the bodies of the two dragons. Boom! Slamming Charmeleon into the ground, Garchomp looked down upon the tiny dragon who was glaring a dagger at her. "Maybe next time when you have evolved to your apogee, I face you in battle as an equal." Charmeleon only saw a smirk on Garchomp's face as she raised her foot, and that was all he saw before darkness took over. Omake paragraph. Although perhaps better known these days for their military uses not only as a mainstay of every army, but because the first cannons were improvised by being cut off the back of a dead Blastoise in ancient times. Blastoise were beloved as the enemy of drought, for they can dance to bring the rain. Rain dances in the old days were an elaborate religious ritual with shamans leading, a whole village forming a circle, and a Blastoise at the center whose strange, awkward dance the people would copy whenever they went too long without rain. The rain would last for days, and would not only power up water-type attacks and allow thunder to strike with deadly accuracy, it would also nourish plants, refill reservoirs, and even give inland peoples momentary lakes in which to swim. These days, with the domestication of superior rainmakers such as Castform and a wetter climate in Kanto, the original dance has passed into the history books, if only in description. The knowledge of how to perform the actual ritual has been lost forever. Elements of the old rain dance remain in warfare and Pokémon battles, where Blastoise are still often used to support their water-type comrades by draining clouds from the heavens, if for a far shorter duration of time. Chapter 183, Chapter number 182, Against a Goliath Part 5. Returning Charmeleon to his Pokeball, Austin couldn't help but sigh. Even after throwing all of that at Garchomp, she still stood up. Could he even defeat Garchomp? Austin looked at the sand beach while contemplating if he should give up or not. Pika! Hearing Pikachu's cry, Austin glanced to his shoulder as Pikachu gave him a determined look. What was the reason they trained like hell under Cynthia? Was it to lose? Was it to just give up? Pikachu's look made Austin's mind filled with a lot of thoughts as doubt vanished from his eyes. Taking out a Pokeball that was shaking violently. Austin didn't even need to choose. Throwing the Pokeball out, Firo appeared on the battlefield with a prideful screech. Garchomp snorted at Firo's screech as she stomped on the beach and released a roar that silenced the entire beach. Austin's sweat dropped at Garchomp's way of asserting dominance. Aerial Wing. Garchomp stance 1. Cynthia calmly said, causing Garchomp to lay on the ground on her stop like a crocodile waiting for its prey to come near it. Dodge. Hearing his trainer's words, Firo snorted but ultimately obliged by turning towards the sky. A bluish flame washed over Garchomp's body as the will-o-wisp burn was eating away at her health, but suddenly the flames seemed to decrease more and more. This was stance 1, a move that made everyone believe that Garchomp is waiting for the perfect opportunity to attack, but in actuality, Garchomp was hiding this facade that she was going to attack while she healed herself with rest. Pikachu's eyes narrowed before he pointed forward and exclaimed, "Pika, Pika." Austin glanced at Pikachu before his eyes widened when he saw Garchomp's burns being healed. Feather Dance. Firo spreads its wings and both of them glow white. He then shoots glowing white feathers at Garchomp. Each feather hit Garchomp's body as a white aura radiated from Garchomp for a second, indicating the Firo's Feather Dance had lowered Garchomp's attack power. Garchomp's eyes opened as she rose. Outstretching her fins, Garchomp roared before slamming her fins on the beach, erupting a sandstorm all around the beach, but the surrounding sandstorm didn't affect Firo's vision. Substituting flash clones. Hundreds of Firos appeared in the sky as if it was a flock before each copy of Firo disappeared from the sky, charging into the sandstorm. Inside the sandstorm, Garchomp silently stood in one place as she waited for her prey to attack her. Suddenly she found herself surrounded by hundreds of Firo, but there was not a hint of surprise on Garchomp's face, as none of these Firos was the real one. Firo's double team vanished the moment they touched Garchomp's body. Garchomp closed her eyes as she focused on feeling the surrounding sandstorm. There was something fast moving in the sandstorm. Come! Garchomp thought as she twisted her body and with a dragon claw confronted a Firo's drill run. The stalemate lasted only for a second before Garchomp overpowered through and caused Firo to be slammed into the ground. The embedded Firo began to evaporate like a cloud of smoke. From the back of Garchomp, the sandstorm split open, revealing Firo covered by a spiraling blue aura. Garchomp quickly tried to twist her body to counterattack, but Firo was faster. Firo's sky attacked just before it landed on Garchomp's gut. A reddish aura emitted from Garchomp's eye before a giant smoke cloud covered the beach. Austin sighed as he looked at the smoke cloud. Did Arceus make it so that a giant smoke cloud would appear every time a loss has to be shown? The dust cleared, revealing a knocked-out Firo on the ground with Garchomp standing over him in a daze. Seeing the confused Garchomp, Austin immediately returned Firo as he glanced at his buddy. Ready? Pika. Pikachu ran along his trainer's shoulder and with a giant leap, he landed in front of the confused Garchomp. Fake out. Pikachu closed his eyes as his paws glowed with white energy. Bringing his paws together, an omnidirectional piercing sound was released, making Garchomp flinch. Nasty plot. Garchomp, snap out of it. While Garchomp shook her head to get rid of her confusion, Pikachu's body was enveloped by a dark-type aura and his eyes glowed red for a few seconds. Grass knot. Pikachu slammed his paw on the ground as a wave of omnidirectional grass energy moved through the entire beach. Garchomp was too late to dodge the grass knot. Even with taking the full brunt of the attack, Garchomp wasn't that damaged. Quick draw. Austin didn't want to give Garchomp a chance to attack as Pikachu combined a quick attack with Iron Tail to attack Garchomp. Iron Head. Boom. Garchomp's Iron Head and Pikachu's Iron Tail clashed with one another, but Garchomp's bigger body was able to effortlessly handle the force behind Pikachu's attack. Outrage. Magnet Rise. Cynthia and Austin called out their respective moves as Garchomp's body was engulfed by a red aura while Pikachu hurriedly used Magnet Rise to dodge, but unlike many other types of trainers, Cynthia had trained Garchomp in such a way that she could direct all the releasing draconic energy into fighting against an opponent that tries to dodge it by chasing after it. A similar game of cat and mouse entailed a menacing Garchomp charging toward the flying Pikachu. Pikachu tried its best to dodge every close call he had. Meanwhile, Austin's mind was racing to think of a strategy against that monster. An idea popped into Austin's head as he exclaimed, "Flash! -0. Oh, make paragraph." Of the Pokémon which can learn string shot, only Caterpie produces an actual string. Weedle produces a weak fiber similar to cotton and is of use solely for the construction of textiles. Wurmple produces a smooth silky thread that is pleasant to the touch, while Spinarak and Ariados produce a powerful adhesive. For utility, however, none of these are as valuable as Caterpie string. String can be used in archery, to make ropes, or for 1,000 other things, half of them improvised in time of few other materials. Other fibers made from plants are occasionally used elsewhere, typically in places that lack trade links with Viridian City and its adjoining forest where most of Viridian's people work. The task is tough and thankless, for it requires extensive harvesting of leaves to feed the bug Pokémon year-round. The string after spraying must be collected by hand, they must avoid battling them, save for the few lucky enough to afford Everstones, as evolution weakens the string, and profits have never been very high. It was from this forest that a young Caterpie farmer named Giovanni turned to gamble to supplement his income. It is said that he so hated the work that at the height of his power, Caterpie was the only local species of Pokémon that he declined to obtain for his collection. Chapter 184, Chapter number 183 Against a Goliath Part 6. Flash. Up in the air as Garchomp reached out to Pikachu. Pikachu released a thunderbolt that illuminated the entire sky as if a second sun had been born for a second. Garchomp's aura dissipated a little as the outrage and flash left her completely vulnerable as she began to fall. Spinning Iron Tail. Using magnetic rise to spin himself, Pikachu spins at high speeds and attacks Garchomp right on the gut. The speed of the attack caused Garchomp to crash to the ground. Brick Break Barrage. Pikachu stopped using magnetic rise as he used gravity to his advantage, but there was a problem. Garchomp wasn't confused. Dragon Pulse. A beam of a greenish-blue shot from Garchomp's mouth towards Pikachu, whose eyes widened. Volt Tackle. Pikachu's body was engulfed by a dark cloud as he cried out, "Pika, Pika!" Pikachu's Volt Tackle tore through Garchomp's Dragon Pulse. Pika! 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 Pikachu's POV. I couldn't see anything, but I knew I had to move forward. Colors of black, blue, and green flashed beside me as I suddenly saw my surroundings enveloped by light, but a sense of danger alerted me. I gazed forward only to see red. Draco Meteor. Discharge. Cynthia's calm voice entered Pikachu as Garchomp released the point-blank Draco Meteor at Pikachu, who returned with a discharge attack. Boom! The entire beach was covered by smoke. Austin took a deep breath as the smoke cleared, revealing Garchomp standing over a Pikachu who struggled to move before he fainted. Smiling at his little partner's will, Austin went to pick him up. Ka. Don't worry, buddy, you did amazing, but leave everything to the rest of us. Pikachu smiled before closing his eyes. Placing Pikachu over a beach towel, Austin unclipped his Pokeball. Closing his eyes, Austin thought of how he should continue the battle. Opening his eyes, which glowed red for a second, Austin threw out a Pokeball. Whoosh! Pidgeot appeared on the battlefield. Rock Tomb. Garchomp roared, causing giant rocks to protrude from the ground and shoot toward Pidgeot. Hurricane of Steel. The giant rocks came near Pidgeot, who immediately spun as cyclonic winds began to pick up, with Pidgeot riding the cyclonic winds with Steel Wing active. Rather than destroying the giant rocks, Pidgeot used her wings like bats to redirect the giant rocks toward Garchomp. Thinking Austin was trying to use the rocks as cover, Cynthia calmly exclaimed. Dragon Pulse. The giant rocks were vaporized from the draconic attack. Tailwind. Pidgeot spin around, causing the surrounding winds to pick up. Cynthia narrowed her eyes at Austin's play. Heat wave into U-turn. Pidgeot screeched with a wave of red washing over the entire beach, causing Austin's eyes to narrow as he tried to find it. Pidgeot meanwhile was engulfed by a greenish aura as she instantly appeared in front of Garchomp. Her talons pushed Garchomp back. Her return to her Pokeball, with Scizor appearing on the battlefield. Sword Dance. With the tailwind still in effect, Scizor was faster. Scizor slashed its arms about and multiple light blue swords circle it. The swords stop and point toward Scizor, ending first, before disappearing. A yellow aura then goes upwards along its body, boosting Scizor's attack power. Sandstorm. Cynthia exclaimed as she knew with Tailwind, hitting Austin's Pokémon was not an option, so she increased her chances of evasion when an attack was to be launched, but Austin's next move left Cynthia speechless. Baton Pass. Scizor raised its hands into the air as orbs of white energy left Scizor's body as he went back into its Pokeball, with Butterfree appearing on the battlefield. Riding the Tailwind, Butterfree flew towards a place his trainer had instructed him. Cynthia gazed at the fast winds near Austin's side of the battlefield. It will last for a few seconds at most. Let's try to defend for that duration. Chemical warfare. Butterfree cried out as a giant release of poisons was released with the winds of tailwind causing them to spread faster throughout the beach. You know what to do. Austin called out with Butterfree nodding as he began to perform quiver dance. Seeing the copious amounts of poisons, Cynthia calmly exclaimed, "Flaming hurricane." Butterfree's chemical warfare was sucked into a fire tornado. With the poisons eliminated, Cynthia looked at Butterfree who raised his antenna as orbs of white energy left his body. Immediately Butterfree returned to his Pokeball, him being replaced by Clefairy. The orbs of white entered Clefairy's body. Cynthia's eyes widened as she realized that Austin had Butterfree use Baton Pass to transfer all the power buffs towards Clefairy, increasing his chances of winning against a dragon with a powered-up Clefairy. Strategy 9. Garchomp disappeared from the sandstorm as she appeared with Aerial Ace in front of the smiling Clefairy with a poison jab. Garchomp thrust forward, but a few barriers of protection and a light screen appeared in front of Garchomp's attack, stopping her dead in her tracks. Unlike the games, Light Screen and Protect don't disappear after 5 turns, rather they have to be destroyed or used, for them to disappear. 3 of Munna's barriers had been destroyed throughout the battle, but the remaining 6 barriers were still there, protecting Clefairy from Garchomp's high-speed poison jab. Misty Terrain. Clefairy glowed a pinkish-purple color before releasing a pink mist from his mouth that covered the entire beach in a layer of pink mist. Garchomp flinched due to the surrounding fairy aura as she could feel herself getting weaker. Flamethrower. Garchomp's mouth erupted in flames as she released a wave of flames toward Clefairy, who smiled. Stored power. Austin screamed, causing Clefairy to close his eyes as his body erupted in a pink aura. With the increased buffs from Swords Dance and Quiver Dance converting into psychic energy inside Clefairy's body, Clefairy couldn't help but grit his teeth in pain as he channeled all that psychic energy into a moon blast. With Psychic Terrain taking away all the pain, Clefairy successfully turned the tremendous amount of psychic energy into fairy-type energy. Garchomp's wave of flames met Clefairy's Moon Blast. Moon Blast overtook Garchomp's flames. If viewed from above, Clefairy's Moon Blast looked like a beam of dark pink. Garchomp's eyes widened as she saw the extremely fast giant beam of dark pink before she smiled. This was indeed a fun battle. Boom! A shockwave and dust covered the entire beach. Cough! Cough! Austin coughed. He waved his hands to depart the surrounding dust, which slowly parted, revealing a standing Garchomp. Austin's jaw dropped. She is still standing after all of that. Garchomp smirked before she fell. Thud. Garchomp was knocked out. Austin blinked a few times. Did I just win? -0. Oh, make paragraph. In the wild, Metapod is only capable of using one technique, and that is Harden. Typically, when attacked by trainers or predators, they use this technique to make their exoskeleton even tougher and hope their foes will get tired of bothering them. If it survives this period, after a few months in this state it will evolve again into a Butterfree. This is far too long a wait for most bug catchers' liking. For a trainer with a full roster, this wait is annoying but acceptable. For someone who started with a Caterpie, it is simply intolerable, and therefore it has become something of a rite of passage for young bug catchers to teach their Metapod to use Tackle. This is never an easy task. Metapod, after all, not only lack limbs, but also the lithe body and slithering capability of snakes, and although some may see friends pull it off and figure it out, typically each trainer relearns the method together with their Pokémon. Typically, for there are 100 variations, Metapod rock back and forth on their unbalanced bodies, increasing their momentum until they can launch themselves forward by about a foot. It resembles a rollout more than a standard tackle and is a weak attack, good only for defeating Pokémon half its level and wild Metapod. Some have said that Metapod is an easy Pokémon to train, for they only require 3 levels to evolve. Most bug catchers would retort that it's easier to train a Pidgey 10 levels than a Metapod 3. Chapter 185, Chapter number 184, The Lunar Wing. Did I just win? Austin thought before he pinched himself to make that he wasn't dreaming. Giggle. It's not a dream, Austin, you won, Cynthia said as she moved closer to dazed Austin. And I have to say that was a beautiful use of strategy. Cynthia said before her smile vanished when she saw her friend look down at the ground. What's wrong? It's nothing. Austin, can you please tell me what's wrong? Sigh. Okay, then I'll respect your boundaries. Austin in response whispered, I didn't win. Hey, what was that? Cynthia said before her eyes widened. Austin, what are you talking about? You won this match. No, I didn't. You didn't use any power-up moves, you had many opportunities throughout the battle to defeat my strategy. You could have used Roar to destroy my entire strategy, you didn't use any items or anything. A frustrated Cynthia rubbed her eyes together before it finally her. Her friend was in self-doubt. For anyone suffering from PTSD, their worst enemy is themselves. Even the smallest mistake is blown out of proportion. Yet, she had also gone through a similar phase after she lost her parents. Cynthia placed her hands on Austin's face and forcefully made him look at her. Austin, you won fair and square. But... Sigh, you damn idiot, every one of your Pokémon laid their trust in you to win and now you're just disrespecting everyone's efforts. No, I didn't. Austin, I know you didn't mean that. You're just doubting yourself, you're being too hard on yourself. You remember Harrison, right? Austin nodded as Cynthia continued, he asked me for a battle during the after-party. Austin's eyes widened as Cynthia asked, can you tell how many moves it took me to defeat him? 1. Wow. And you defeated the same Pokémon that wiped out the floor with Harrison. But... Yes, I didn't go all out but I battled you on a level that I thought you would be after all that training, and guess what, you surpassed the level I was expecting you to be at. Austin, you have gotten stronger and I know for a fact that you will only continue to grow stronger and stronger. I am sure that Raticate would have been happy seeing her family get so much stronger. A tear flowed down Austin's face which Cynthia wiped with a thumb. Now don't give me that Tauros shit that you didn't win. Sniff. Austin wiped his tears as he said, why yet? Now let's get everyone healed up, I still have to give you your present. Yet. Austin picked up Pikachu while Cynthia returned Garchomp as she glanced at her friend staring at her. Like what you see? Cynthia asked with a teasing smirk causing me to turn away with a blush. I didn't expect you to curse. Now Austin, I can't always be the sophisticated champion of Sinnoh. So do you ever curse on the battlefield? That is a really good question that I am not going to answer. Hey, come on now, I am curious. -0. At dusk. Austin and Cynthia had left everyone to rest as they enjoyed the peaceful stroll through the beautiful landscape of Sulfa Island. And currently my grandma is working on discovering the secrets of the machine ruins. Austin nodded while his mind was racing. Machina Ruins, isn't that the place where Arceus and the Jewel of Life movie took place? Austin, will you listen to what I have to say? Hearing the seriousness in Cynthia's tone, Austin nodded. You need help. What? Austin, I know you feel like you don't need help but I am worried about my friend. You have been showing more and more symptoms of PTSD. Austin opened his mouth but no words seemed to come out. Austin, why did apologize for what was essentially my decision? I choose to spend my vacation with you. Why did you think that didn't deserve to win? Austin, I gave you Munna so that your health doesn't deteriorate due to your nightmares, but for everything else, you need to go into therapy. I know personally that you don't think you need help but you do, so as a friend I ask of you, can you please just think about going to therapy? I'll think about it. Cynthia smiled and she pinched his cheek with a finger. Good, and then, there's this. She pulled out what seemed to be a teardrop-shaped glass ornament, just like the one she always wore on the front of her shirt. Said ornament was black, crystalline, and had a chain tied to it, to be worn around the neck. Isn't that? This is for you. Matching ornaments, Austin quipped while he looked in disbelief at the item in front of him. She rolled her eyes. It's more than that. This ornament contains a wing feather given freely by Cresselia, one of the legendary lunar duo of Sinnoh. It keeps away nightmares from harming your sleep. Austin gazed at the crystalline artifact in his fingers. A legendary's wing feather. Yeah, Cynthia confirmed. My grandmother gave me a pair to help with my nightmares when I was little. I have one with me, she touched the ornament on her neck, and now you have the other. Munna can't always be with you all the time. But, shouldn't you be? Austin stopped his question midway, at her gaze. All right. I accept it. Thanks. He looked away at a distance, as a sight caught his attention. Cynthia. Hey. Look at that. The two of them looked towards their right, staring in surprise as hundreds of Wingull and Swablu flew together in the sky. It was a beautiful sight as the light moved past each Pokémon in such an intricate manner that one could only look at it in awe. Make paragraph. In Hone and Sinnoh, Butterfree is as dominant in contests as Salamence and Garchomp are in battles. It is not a rare sight to see expert coordinators from afar in the Viridian Forest, making the long journey to Kanto in the hopes of obtaining that magnificent contest Pokémon. Butterfree looks majestic enough, certainly prettier than Hoenn's native beautifully, but their true appeal lies in their myriad of attacks. There is little which can compare to the sight of a beautiful silver wind blowing around a dozen dazzling powders, then absorbed into multicolored psybeams, and judges, although supposedly sworn to support creativity, are little more immune to their spell than the audience. The past 6 Master Rank Beauty winners have all been Butterfree, and they regularly compete in the top levels of smart, cute, and cool contests as well. In their native Kanto, where contests are unknown, Butterfree holds none of this acclaim. They are trained only by young bug catchers, who typically move on to fiercer bugs such as Scyther and Pinsir once they acquire a modicum of experience and skill. Chapter 186, Chapter number 185 Team Rocket Activity. Pikachu, please stop eating that ketchup. Chew Pikachu. The first 2 weeks of June had come and gone, and now, a day later after Cynthia had left for Sinnoh, Austin found himself, in a t-shirt and shorts, standing on the shore, looking at the vast sea around, one that connected the solitary Birth Island to the rest of the world, and importantly, his destination, Vermilion Harbor. His training session with Cynthia and her actions of trying to help him left a great impact on Austin's mind. The very morning when Cynthia left, he suddenly felt something he had never really felt before. He missed her. And that's when he realized something that left him horrified: he was falling for her. He liked talking with her for hours on end. This wasn't just some crush like with Jane, he wanted to spend more time with her. He enjoyed those strolls they had, those strategies they discussed, and even though he didn't know why, but he missed those small arguments they had. And most of all, she liked him too if those hints she was dropping were anything to go by. Austin pinched the bridge of his nose because he knew that it wasn't going to be possible. He was trying to get back to his world, and pursuing any kind of relationship wasn't on the table. Placing a hand on the small casket of Raticate beside him, Austin, with a melancholic look in his eyes, thought, "My life has truly become something else." Ting! Looking at his Pokédex, Austin took a deep breath as he received the notification that a trainer will be waiting for him at Vermilion Harbor to teleport him to Lavender Town. "I am going to thank Cynthia for paying for this expensive transportation," Austin thought as he remembered Cynthia's last words before she left. "You are going to call me up every week on that number. Is that clear, mister?" I wonder if she arrived in Sinnoh. Over the last few days, he had extensively trained, both himself and his Pokémon. There had no new moves to learn, only old ones to perfect. After a week of learning new skills and battle techniques from champion-level Pokémon, it was time to implement them and put them in order. Older and basic level moves had to be permanently replaced with advanced and more powerful ones. There was no point in learning 100 moves, but mastering a few to absolute perfection. That had been the goal. And be sure of it. It hadn't been easy. It had been hell with a capital H for some of the members of his team, Wartortle and Shedninja being the most distinct. While Wartortle was getting used to his new body and power, Shedninja was something else, as he wouldn't do anything until he outright asked him to, and he would do that task for hours on end without a single break in between, which left Austin with an anxious look. Wartortle had to battle a few times with the others to get a hang of his new body, but it was coming along. Caesar had been beaten to death by Charmeleon, who in turn, had been knocked out more times than he could count. Pikachu had run Ninjask to his afterlife and back, uncompromising and firm until the ninja Pokémon had gotten used to flying. Said rodent himself had also been run ragged by a rather authoritarian Clefairy, teaching him the art of play rough, something that Pikachu had been having a lot of trouble with. Krabby and Butterfree had made remarkable growth and were now ready to learn better techniques, and on their way to versatility. Bulbasaur, Pidgeot, and Fearow were already there, something that had made Austin work out the next set of combo moves that he needed to work on. Charmeleon had finally mastered Draco Meteor, and though he wasn't as natural with it as Garchomp, he had persevered, and was now one of the strongest offensive battlers on his team, on par with the likes of Pikachu and Caesar. His hand almost subconsciously reached for the teardrop ornament that he wore inside his shirt, caressing the crystalline object that had been her gift to him. He had faced her in exactly 26 battles, and every time, she had wiped the floor with him using nothing but sheer tactical maneuvers. Every night, after dinner, Austin had meticulously studied and noted down the inferences from the day's battles, the techniques she had used, the modulations she made, the mistakes he had committed, everything. During his training, he had done his absolute best to incorporate those inferences into his battling style, which resulted in the win against Garcomp even though she was holding back. And now, Kanto was waiting for him. His friends were waiting for him. He had Professor Oak assure them that he was fine, but now he was ready to face them and deliver the news of Raticate's death. Meanwhile at Indigo Plateau. By tradition, a meeting of the Elite Four and the gym leaders was held twice a year, the first being just after the day the registrations for the upcoming Indigo Conference had finished, which was usually sometime in the middle of February, and the next being just after the celebrations party held in honor of the new winner in the top 4. This one was usually in the last week of March, after which, the declaration of results for the trainer certification was released. Today's meeting, however, was more of a special session, one that was being presided over by the champion, a rare thing, and not related to the Indigo Conference at all. Inside the large, stone-walled conference room, seated across 2 concentric U-shaped tables, were the gym leaders and the Elite Four, the latter seated up front, facing the elevated podium upon which Lance stood, with a sprawling table behind him. As you well know, the SSN's event has hit Kanto hard, with several questions raised over our administration and security, especially with this. Lance paused. Mewtwo business. But we haven't detected any Team Rocket activity ever since then. Blaine spoke up. Meanwhile he glanced at a black-haired woman, in her early 20s, who was always dressed in Japanese kimono and professionalized in grass-type Pokémon. Her demeanor showed that she was extremely relaxed in such a serious meeting. You are right, we didn't. At least, not in Kanto at least. It was Stephen Stone, who answered the impending question. However, we have received intelligence about a large-scale Team Rocket attack on the outskirts of Mirage Island, in Hone. One of the higher UPS of the Indigo Plateau whose authority rivaled the Elite Four, Giovanni, the former Viridian City gym leader posed. I wasn't informed that Team Rocket has been active outside of Kanto. 0000000. Make paragraph. In open combat, a Weedle is a weak Pokémon that poses no threat to anyone and saves an already exhausted trainer. Weedle trainers, however, do not use them for open combat. Weedle also stands at a height of only 1 foot and possesses the ability to crawl up walls, on ceilings, through windows, anywhere an assassin might conceivably need to go. The venom they naturally produce is not especially potent, perhaps strong enough to kill an equally small Pokémon, but not nearly dangerous enough to kill a man. Long ago the Koga ninja of Fuchsia City learned how to replace a Weedle's venom with deadlier poisons, and despite a Herculean effort of clan warfare and targeted assassinations, the secret has by now become common knowledge within the criminal underworld. Weedle has become the most common method of assassination in the Pokémon world, so feared that a Weedle on one's ceiling is often used by criminal gangs as a warning to would-be opposition, who typically comply out of self-preservation instinct and terror. Chapter 187, Chapter number 186 Speculation. One of the higher UPS of the Indigo Plateau, the man whose authority rivaled the Elite Four, Giovanni, the former Viridian City gym leader posed. I wasn't informed that Team Rocket has been active outside of Kanto. Stephen glanced at Lance, before answering. An executive had attacked the mystical forest of illusions, notorious in Hone for being the abode of several ghost types. We believe that they were quite successful in their endeavor. Did they capture them or kill them? Daisy, who was representing the rest of the Waterflower sisters, put forward. Capture, to my knowledge, Stephen answered. Why would you think that the ghosts were killed? Lance inquired. Well, it would have gotten a similarity with what happened with the Tauros herd at the meadow. Daisy answered, feeling sickened just by the mere thought of it. To my knowledge, the massacre was done by Mewtwo, though it can be agreed that he is, after all, working for Team Rocket, or at least, with them. I don't understand. Giovanni interrupted. This Mewtwo, as you call him, seems like a legendary, at least as far as his powers are concerned. Why would a Pokémon want to systematically cause the deaths of other types of Pokémon? That is indeed one of the main topics behind this meeting, Lance answered. We have gathered intel that Team Rocket has been experimenting on Pokémon, trying to create unstable hybrids by combining DNA of multiple types to create a better version of both. They are, aren't they? Bloody bastards. LT. Search exploded. Do we have any details? Lance paused, sending a meaningful glance at Stephen. We do. Like. Giovanni pressed. Lance. Allow me. Stephen intervened. Lance considered it for a moment. Go on. Every eye turned to Stephen, who cleared his throat. We have a specific Charmander in question, whose genetic typing is, interestingly, Dragon/Fire. His moveset, to my knowledge, is composed of draconic attacks, and his inner flame is much lower than is imaginable for a fire type. Also, his DNA is an unnatural crossbreed of a male Garchomp and a female Charizard. To my knowledge, he was found on a solitary route, from where he was picked up and taken in by a trainer. An unstable hybrid. Lorelei declared. It would seem so, but the experiments made on this Charmander's DNA reveals that not only is this hybrid Pokémon stable, but also capable of mutating to create an almost new species, with evolution. Then where is this Charmander? Blaine inquired, his face holding a frown. I expect he is already being tested out at the labs. The Charmander in question, Lance admitted, is with his trainer. And why? Blaine argued. According to protocol, the Charmander must already be in league custody for experimentation. We have received assurance that we will be getting all the data revealed through the tests made on Charmander's DNA. And why? Blaine argued angrily. Either way, the tests could be wrong as well. Why are we accepting that at face value? Blaine barked. We do when the researchers are Samuel Oak and Bill Montgomery, Stephen replied from his place. That shut everybody up. I am not even going to ask how Oak and Montgomery came into this business, Blaine muttered. Good, Stephen replied merrily. We aren't going to talk about it anyway. Who is this, trainer? Erica asked softly, but her voice seemed weird, as if she had taken something before coming to the meeting. Stephen sighed. Ash Ketchum. Ash. Flint recognized. The one from Pallet Town. Yes, Stephen muttered. You know him? Blaine grunted, glaring at Flint as if he was the source of all evil in the world. He defeated my son on the first go. Currently, he and my son are on a journey together. So? Giovanni mused, it seems like Stephen here knows this Ash Ketchum personally. You might say that, Stephen agreed. Ash Ketchum is an honorary associate of Indigo League, Lance declared in a monotone. For reasons which are on a need-to-know basis. And I suppose that Mr. Stone here has a hand in his sponsorship. Giovanni put in slyly. I did, Stephen admitted, staring hard at the other man. Giovanni checked in, on the laptop in front of him. In a matter of seconds, Ash's trainer profile was on his page, and he eyed through the contents. Interesting, and quite an interesting group of Pokémon under his registration. He looked up. How long has this kid been in training? I'd take a rough guess at 4 months, Flint answered. He challenged my son back in April, and it was his first week of traveling, from what I remember. Interesting. Giovanni mused, his lips curling. I think we might be digressing from the point. Lorelei rebuked everyone, much to Stephen's chagrin. Thanks, Lorelei, Lance muttered, clearing his throat. Intel suggests that someone out there has been working on Pokémon hybridization, and we have a specimen to prove that. Also, we know that Team Rocket has been capturing Pokémon of various types in large quantities: Beedrill from Viridian Forest, the Rhyhorn population from Grandpa Canyon, Tauros from the Isle Meadow. Wait, I thought that the Tauros were killed, Daisy interjected. They were, but stats have revealed that over 40 of them were unaccounted for in the deaths, Lance answered. And now the ghost type from Hone, Sabrina muttered. Rock, bug, ground, ghost. Anyone notices a pattern? Lorelei muttered sarcastically. And we should not forget that Team Rocket has been found to have a surprisingly large number of Magnemite, Umbreon, Goldbat, and Mook under their command. Electric, dark, flying, and poison, Lorelei commented darkly. And Charmander surely, the one Ash has, is not the only one out there. Stephen proposed. Add fire to that list, Lorelei, Lance replied with a sigh. 9 types out of 18. You are forgetting something else. All 9 types are offensive ones. LT. Search voiced, and if you count this Mewtwo, then you have psychic in them as well. This looks more serious than I had anticipated, Erica exclaimed. We should not forget Mewtwo, Blaine muttered. Yes, Lance muttered as well, we have a legendary, well, or one that might pass for one, working alongside Team Rocket, though its aims aren't clear at the moment. Is it not possible that Mewtwo could be, Lorelei put it forward, not sure how to put it. I must confess I have given a lot of thought to that, Lance admitted. The name Mewtwo does suggest a similarity to Mew, and given the nature of his powers, or at least those that have been publicly spotted anyway, are more likely something that Mew could probably do. Make paragraph. One of the more curious puzzles of Pokémon evolution which has been debated throughout history, evolution in the sense of how a species changes over time, not of how an individual metamorphoses throughout its life, is the question of a Kakuna's arms. There is ample evidence that in antiquity Kakuna were equipped with stinger arms, a weaker version of those of their evolved form of betrayal, and these stingers provided the Pokémon with its main means of defense. In prehistory, the fossil record shows that their arms were as prominent as they would be after they evolved. Modern Kakuna, however, are powerless creatures which can only harden their shell or attempt to spit poison barbs to defend themselves. If discovered by a predator, they are nearly always eaten, and the betrayal population has been declining throughout modern times as Kakuna struggle to survive their intermediate phase. After a century of debate, scientists have come to the consensus that Kakuna with exterior arms evolved into betrayal with weaker drill arms than those who were unable to grow them in the cocoon, which put them at a disadvantage after they evolved. It remains a powerful example of evolutionary self-destructiveness. Had it not been for this armless, vulnerable strain of Kakuna, betrayal would have remained as numerous as Pidgey to this day. Chapter 188, Chapter number 187 War. Is it not possible that Mewtwo could be Lorelei put it forward, not sure how to put it. I must confess I have given a lot of thought to that, Lance admitted. The name Mewtwo does suggest a similarity to Mew, and given the nature of his powers, or at least those that have been publicly spotted anyway, are more likely something that Mew could probably do. Wait, Flint asked, anxious, are you seriously suggesting that Team Rocket got its hands on the legendary Mew, who is more of a myth to most people? Lance paused, gathering his words. There might be a sneaking suspicion, yes. If not the legendary, then at least some portion of DNA belonging to Mew. From what? Blaine scoffed. A fossil? Come now, Lance, the textbook definition of a legendary is that they are singular. There isn't a Mew fossil lying around somewhere. Unless Team Rocket has managed to spot a demigod Mew, who might I state hasn't been spotted in several hundred years, it is simply inconceivable that. Wrong assumption, Agatha spoke up, her rather harsh voice enough to stop Blaine midway. Mew, or rather one of the demigod Mew, was spotted in Cameron Palace, in Rhoda, some 15 years ago. Blaine couldn't help but frown, as while true legendary Pokémon were gods compared to normal Pokémon, the chances of such legendary Pokémon conceiving an offspring with a normal Pokémon would create a legendary Pokémon whose power is a slight downgrade to the original, hence the term demigod. But this is only speculation done due to records of legends found in the ancient ruined city of Athens of the Sinnoh region, which tell of the tale of the legendary avian god of thunder descending upon the land and leaving behind his child to roam the land. Such demigod ranks had been captured by humans because the notion of a human even catching a true legendary Pokémon was laughable at best. Demigods can fall to the hands of a master but never a true god. And who was the one reporting this information? A freelance researcher, Agatha spoke with unnatural fondness. Red. Wait. Red as in the red. Daisy spoke up. The one credited with. Yes, we do not need further exposition on him. Thank you. Agatha barked, enough to make Daisy shut up. Lance almost face-palmed. Red was coming up with startling frequency. Whether he liked it or not, it seemed like a meeting was to be in order, and very soon. Somehow, Lance could feel in his bones that it wouldn't be a good thing. Either way, he spoke up, attracting everyone's attention. Whether Mewtwo is just a manner of emphasizing the near-legendary power of this Pokémon, or if it is really. He paused. Really created as a hybrid clone from Mew's DNA, is not the main focus. I have arranged teams to look into this Mewtwo matter, but I believe it is our prerogative to consider Team Rocket as a significant enemy and take appropriate measures. As gym leaders, we can enforce a little more security in our respective zones. Boyd, the gym leader of Chrysanthemum Island, spoke up. Though maybe posting a pair of ace trainers in every city and town would be beneficial as well. Group B could be a good option. Serge muttered. We do not know why Team Rocket has gone silent in the aftermath of the SS. An event. There are theories about the mythical Dragonite being one of the said reasons, but either way, we cannot afford to wait for them to make the next move. We must be proactive in this situation. Lance declared. So we are to believe that Team Rocket is mass capturing Pokémon to create hybrids? To start a war? Giovanni asked. Not a single member wanted to voice their agreement to the remark. Vermilion Harbor. A young trainer with a Pikachu on his shoulder walked along the harbor with a small casket in his hands. Excuse me? Are you perhaps Ash Ketchum? Austin spun back at the source of the voice, finding himself face to face with a young woman. She looked a little past 20, black-haired and wearing a traditional Japanese outfit. On one hand, she held an old-fashioned lantern, which emitted a pale, dusty light. Yes. Austin calmly answered as he had his guard up. The young woman gave Austin a ticket with a QR code on it that he immediately recognized. The woman glanced at the casket, her eyes in understanding as to why such a young man had his guard up even in a safe city like Vermilion. Taking out a Pokeball, Alakazam appeared beside them. Are you ready? Yes. The Alakazam took out a pair of spoons which glowed with an eldritch aura of psychic energy before the surroundings began to warp as Austin was teleported from Vermilion Harbor towards Lavender Town. 1 year ago. Marowak always kept an eye on her son. She watched him now as he walked in the tall green grass. Her son took slow, small steps, the movement of his feet difficult to see. Uncertainty was written on his frowning face as he meandered timidly and carefully. After a few hesitant steps, her son stopped in his tracks. He glanced around wildly, even though he knew she was watching. Still, her son always tried to be alert for danger, especially since he was too young to fight it off. And being alert was never a bad thing, timidity or not. Yet once her son saw there was no danger around, his frown turned into a small smile. Within another minute, he scampered further into the grass. She still glimpsed happiness shining in her son's eyes as he dashed away. A smile formed on her face. She couldn't help smiling when she saw her son delighted. And that was even more so if he seemed to be overcoming shyness. The shyness that she didn't have, and hoped he would one day overcome. Aside from the fearfulness, her son was a smaller, younger version of herself. He walked on brown stubby legs, with almost all of his body the same color. His tiny brown arms were at his sides, the right one tightly clutching a gleaming white bone. Said bone was equally tiny, yet fit squarely into her son's hand. He carried it with such ease that it could have been a feather. But she knew the bone was hardly a feather. Instead, bones were the signature item all members of her and her son's kind carried. These bones were what made them instantly recognizable to all. And the bones themselves became renowned for a specific purpose. To be used as weapons in battle, striking foes with terrifying strength and precision. The bone her son carried may have been tiny, and he may have been young and inexperienced, but the weapon was no less deadly. Still, she would have to keep a close watch on her son, as she still doubted he would be able to hold his own in battles. Knowing him, he would probably run from a fight. Make paragraph. It is difficult to imagine a betrayal hive, for betrayal, unlike Combi, are a race of Pokémon that so cherish their liberty that they drill through Pokeballs after capture and fly away. Trainers wishing to own one must evolve a Kakuna themselves. And yet according to legend and scattered eyewitnesses, there exists an enormous betrayal hive deep in the Viridian Forest, in an area where few humans venture. Their reports are remarkably consistent across the past 2,000 years. It resembles a giant beehive, with betrayal drilling along the outside to make it even larger, with an entrance so large a human could walk in at times. Some have. The betrayal return there to store honey, but maintain their nourishment. Imprisoned in the cage at the center of the hive sits the queen, an enormous betrayal the size of a groudon, constantly laying eggs never allowed to hatch, for the hive believes she has enough descendants and would rather reproduce on their own. Many expeditions have set out to find the site. Some have returned, but all of the surviving explorers have refused to reveal the hive's location no matter how many people questioned their claims. They did this both out of a wish to preserve the site and out of fear of a poison sting to the neck. Chapter 189, Chapter number 188 Lavender Town. A year ago. Marowak stood tall and proud, her body a dark brown color that blended in well with the tall green grass that surrounded her. She watched her son, a small and timid creature, as he made his way through the dense foliage. His steps were slow and cautious, his movements difficult to discern from a distance. The sound of rustling grass filled the air as her son meandered through the field, his eyes darting around nervously. Marowak could see the uncertainty etched on his young face as he moved hesitantly, as if unsure of his surroundings. "Come on, little one," she muttered under her breath, "you can do this." She watched as he stopped suddenly, frozen in his tracks. His gaze swept the area frantically, searching for any signs of danger. Despite the fact that he knew his mother was watching over him, he always remained on high alert, ready to run at the slightest hint of danger. Marowak smiled slightly as her son relaxed, a small grin spreading across his face as he realized he was safe. She knew how important it was for him to be alert, but she also wanted him to learn to let his guard down once in a while. Her son scampered further into the grass, his tiny body disappearing into the greenery. Marowak's eyes followed him as he darted through the field, his movements now more confident and carefree. As she watched him play, she couldn't help but feel a sense of pride and joy. Her son was just like her in many ways, from the color of his body to the signature bone he held in his hand. Speaking of which, Marowak noticed that her son's grip on the bone had loosened slightly. The bone her son carried may have been tiny, and he may have been young and inexperienced, but the weapon was no less deadly. Still, she would have to keep a close watch on her son, as she still doubted he would be able to hold his own in battles. Knowing him, he would probably run from a fight. Marowak glanced at her son's torso, yellow color completely contrasting with his brown body. But the contrast did not hold her attention. For on her son's head was a horned skull helmet, the same bright white as the bone he held. It was another thing unique to their species, something that all members displayed proudly. As the cheerfulness still showed in her son's black eyes, she knew her son understood the value of the object that protected them. After all, he was not too young to understand some things. For that, he and his mother were called Pokémon. Or that his species was known as Cubone. For a time, he thought his mother was the same, but he was quick to learn such was not the case. They had the same brown body, but most of the similarities ended there. She no longer walked on short and stubby limbs but stood tall as she traversed the world on full-length ones. Her torso was more prominent, yellow fading away to tan. Her deadly white bone stood tall and large as she gripped it in her hand. Anyone who tried to harm her son would quickly know why her species prided themselves on using bones as weapons, as she would instantly utilize hers to deliver furious blows to any opponent. Curious black eyes had been replaced by brown ones, keeping a sharp watch for any potential threats. She still wore her cherished horned skull helmet, the item as prized as what her son had despite the former's larger size. But the most noticeable change was perhaps her name. Her species was known as Marowak, a mature and stronger form of Cubone. A form she hoped her son would take someday. But someday was not now, so she simply continued watching. She could pick up the fine movements of the rustling grass, and hear the quiet sound of the nearby river flowing. She had heard there was some sort of human settlement across there, but she didn't dare go. It wasn't like she and her son could swim well enough to get across, and it wasn't worth bothering the humans if they didn't bother them. An imposing cave loomed to the south, swallowing all with its darkness inside. The outside of the cave towered over almost everything, with brown rock resembling a natural building. Intimidating, to be sure. However, she understood it wasn't completely hostile, as there were others of their kind that lived there. There were different species of Pokémon as well, so being careful was required. She planned to take her son there eventually, but he was too young and helpless now. To the west there lay a long stretch of land, filled with ledges and another natural road. She knew many humans liked to train on that road, and once again, she did not bother them. The humans being there were no surprise. She had heard that even further west was a massive human city. But once again, she didn't dare go. Better not to bother humans and possibly put everyone in danger. Besides, if the humans wanted to train, there were plenty of other ferocious Pokémon they could fight against. Of course, there were other species of Pokémon here too. They were far fewer in number, however, and none of them were where she and her son were. At this point, the only thing here was familiarity and safety. But that didn't mean she could stop watching her son. His earlier fear and uncertainty had vanished, replaced by an even wider smile. Her son's scampering had broken into an all-out sprint, and she could hear the grass rustling loudly as her son ran even further into it. She returned her son's smile with her own. But there was more to think about. Such as the future. She wanted many things for her son. She wanted him to be strong, brave, and fierce, as the strongest members of her kind were. But more than that, she wanted to tell him something. She turned to the side, using her free hand to delicately pick up something on the ground. She brought the object even closer to her, her gaze now relaxed but focused. For in her hand was a flower. The petals displayed a deep, dark, but brilliant pink. The petals were woven around a round, yellow center, and she could also see a bit of red staring back at her. Yet she didn't tear her gaze away. For this was more than just a flower. Its name and meaning had been passed down from generation to generation. She knew it all like her name. Magenta zinnia is a symbol of lasting affection. Between family, friends, and even lovers. And now, a symbol of the lasting affection between her and her son. A sentimental symbol, one that could guide others through dark times. Perhaps that's why those of her and her son's kind chose to pass the knowledge of the flower down. Which meant that she would pass the knowledge down to her son, trusting him to carry on the tradition. She glanced back at her son, as he still frolicked in the grass without a care in the world. Her gaze slid back to the flower, still unruffled in her free hand. Her son was still very young, so he might not understand the symbolism or its importance. Besides, she wasn't going to interrupt him for something so serious when he was finally so carefree. She could wait another day. The next day, the peace and tranquility of the green grassland was shattered by the sound of heavy footsteps. Marowak's ears perked up as she heard the approaching noise, her instincts on high alert. The grass was trampled and torn as the men ran, their footsteps pounding the ground like a drumbeat. The sound of the river was drowned out by their thundering footsteps, to the point where the men didn't even seem to realize the river was there. Marowak watched in horror as the men approached, their black outfits emblazoned with a bright red letter R. She could hear the screams of Pokémon in the distance, the sound of suffering, sorrow, confusion, and agony echoing through the air. She knew that the men were up to no good, and her heart sank as she thought of what they might be doing to the innocent creatures. Suddenly, Marowak heard a familiar wailing cry, the sound of her son in distress. She turned to the right and saw him, scared and helpless, surrounded by the men. Without hesitation, Marowak closed her eyes and used the move substitute to create a copy of herself, distracting the men while she made her escape with her son. They ran towards a place Marowak had heard about from the flying Pidgeys, a tower full of ghosts. She knew that humans rarely ventured into such places, and hoped that they could find safety and solace there. But little did she know that what lurked within the tower was a malevolence and terror so unspeakable, that it had been banished from the realm of humanity for centuries. Its wickedness had festered in the darkness, waiting patiently to unleash a horror upon the world that would chill the bones of even the bravest souls. Lavender Town. Austin stood in front of the wrought iron gates of Lavender Town, his heart racing with anticipation and apprehension. The ancient conurbation stood before him, like a lost city in time, with its stone walls, cobbled streets, and tall, pointy rooftops. The smell of desolation lingered in the air, an ever-present reminder of the town's eerie reputation. As he walked through the town, he noticed the strange shadows that seemed to follow him, the sudden chills that ran down his spine, and the odd sensation in the air. The buildings were old, and the streets were quiet, giving the town an otherworldly feeling. Austin wore a black jacket with a red t-shirt, blue jeans, and black sneakers. He carried a small backpack on his back, containing his Pokeballs and a few supplies. His Pikachu, by his side, wore his red and white cap. The centerpiece of Lavender Town was a massive stone mansion, with 7 towers spiraling out of it from the periphery. Each tower had a large stone gargoyle carved out of single monoliths, and a large haunter sculpted on the pointed top of the main roof, with its malicious eyes looking way too alive than it had any right to be. The home of the Answorth family, one of the oldest and most notorious families in Kanto, was also known as the Ghost Tower. Pika. Then I leave you, young trainer, to your time of mourning. The young woman said as her Alakazam looked extremely uncomfortable before the duo disappeared. Austin sighed as he looked at Raticate's casket. Pikachu, do you think she was happy with us? Pika, Pi. Pikachu nodded his head as he reassured his melancholic trainer, who brushed the casket with his hand as if he was brushing Raticate. Austin closed his eyes before he began his walk through the eerie Lavender Town with his goal as the center. Maybe if he had turned around, then the horrors that awaited him in the tower wouldn't have come to fruition. -0. Make paragraph. In the modern era, 2 species have emerged from population bottlenecks to spread all across the planet. The first of these, of course, is man, which transforms everything it touches, destroying natural habitats and replacing them with farms and villages, and cities. Far less heralded and no less common is Pidgey. Although their sand attack suggests a desert origin, perhaps nesting atop cacti, today they live in grasslands and forests, along roads, and atop skyscrapers. They do not breed especially quickly by Pokémon standards, nor are they experts in resilience. Many a trainer has expressed annoyance with running into them all the time, finding them to be anything but a challenge. But they possess keen eyes for hunting, strength in numbers, can digest a wide palette of food, and have the intelligence to make or find nests anywhere. And unlike Rattata, who stow away on ships and discover islands only when humans do. Pidgey can fly atop mountains and over forests to find new lands to colonize. This has wreaked havoc on ecosystems, driving out the local birds like a weed except for the nocturnal fierce Staravia. Even in Kanto Spearow have become quite rare as Pidgey continue to multiply, and competition from Pidgey has at least as much to do as overhunting with the endangered status of Farfetch'd. Today Pidgey is common all across the Pokémon world, with the notable exception of Hone, which has preserved its remarkable biodiversity first by distance, and now by shooting wild Pidgey on sight. Chapter 190, Chapter number 189 Ghost Town. Tick. Tock. Tick. Tock. Tick. Tock. The clock didn't stop for anyone. Time never waited for anyone or anything. No matter how many times we get the opportunity to do something, only time will be able to tell the outcome. That's how it is. That's why choices were important. Very important. You can never go back on your choices, unlike video games. If you decided to go to school today, you can't go back unless you make another decision of faking an illness or injury. Or, if you decided to go buy 2 packets of biscuits instead of 1, then you can't return them, can you? Even if time were to be a piece of human perception and a social construct or an illusion we created for ourselves, you can't help the nagging feeling that time is slipping away slowly, right beneath your fingertips. Can you? Tick-tock, went the clock, tick-tock. Vermilion City, Pokémon Center. The sun was shining brightly over Vermilion City as the bustling city came to life. People were walking and chatting, while Pokémon trainers were training their companions in the park. Amidst all the noise and commotion, a group of 3 friends sat inside the Pokémon Center, looking down at their breakfast bowls. Brock couldn't help but look at the bowl of milk and cereal in front of him. Hey, Brock, have you heard from Ash? A voice called out to Brock, who couldn't help but shudder as he looked up to see Yellow looking at him with eyes full of wonder. Yeah, Professor Oak told me that Ash has finally passed his advanced trainer exam. Yay! When is Ash going to meet us? Soon. Brock lied in a monotone voice as Misty asked Yellow to get them something from the cafeteria. Misty and Brock watched Yellow as she left the door before looking at the breakfast in front of them. It looked extremely unappetizing to the duo, who couldn't help but sigh. Any word from Professor Oak? No, you were there when the professor called last time. Yet. Do you think it's because of us? Brock asked while breaking the uncomfortable silence between them. Yes, 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 of course. It has to be something we did. Misty screamed out in anger, causing Brock to flinch. Misty's tense face relaxed as she said in a soft voice. I am sorry for yelling. Don't worry, Misty, these last few weeks haven't been easy. Yeah, tell me about it. Those police inspections, medical checkups and talks with officers, Misty said while continuing. I know, but that isn't what is bugging you, is it? Do you think Ash blames us? Blames us for what? Misty, I know you know, so stop playing dumb. Yeah, sorry Brock, I just don't want to think that something bad happened to my friend and he blames me for it. He has every right to, Brock replied in a whisper that was heard loud and clear. What was that? Misty, Ash didn't want to go on the SS. But we convinced him otherwise. Brock was cut off midway by Misty, who screamed out. And what? You think we know what is going to happen in the future? You think we knew that Team Rocket was going to launch an attack on the ship? Hey. Misty suddenly stood up and went to the bathroom. Brock sighed as the sound of the bathroom door being forcefully shut echoed through the room as Brock held his head in his hands. What did we do to deserve this? Inside the bathroom, Misty couldn't help but fall to her knees while her back touched the door. A few tears escaped her eyes as she looked at her shaking hands. Ever since she was little, people blamed her for things out of her control. Her beauty, her intelligence, her nature, and her talent. She wasn't perfect, but she never let that get to her. Now it was different. Something had happened to her friend and it was her fault. It was her fault. It was her fault. Misty's thoughts drowned her mind as the silence of the bathroom was broken by the sobs of a small girl who didn't know what was going on in her life. Why did they have to deal with all of this? What did we do to deserve this? Lavender Town. Austin walked cautiously down the deserted streets of Lavender Town. The mist that rolled in with the evening fog gave him a feeling of foreboding. The silence was only broken by the sound of his footsteps and the occasional rustling of leaves. As he continued down the eerie path, Austin couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched. Crack! Pika. Pikachu shot a thunderbolt in the general direction of the sound. Boom. The mist parted to show that Pikachu's thunderbolt had destroyed a tree. Glancing at Pikachu, Austin said, "Nice going, buddy." Pikachu rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment before he saw a look of seriousness on his trainer's face. Why isn't anyone coming to see what was all that commotion about? Swoosh. A cold breeze blew through the eerily silent streets of Lavender Town. Austin looked at Pikachu as both of them were sweating like crazy. Let's speed up a little. Pikachu nodded at his trainer's words as Austin walked as fast as he could since the feeling of being watched was increasing rapidly. Lube. Dub. The moment Austin heard the sound of his beating heart, his stomach sank from fear. Gulp. Austin didn't like the idea in his head, but he knew he didn't have much choice. Taking out a Pokémon, Austin threw it upward as the surrounding mist parted a little, showing Firo in all his glory. Firo, can you fly me towards the giant tower in the center of town? Firo? Firo looked at his trainer in wonder. Wasn't he afraid of heights? The look in Firo's eyes told Austin what he was a thing. He. Laughing sardonically at his fears, Austin took off his shirt and wrapped it around his eyes. Problem solved. Firo looked at Pikachu as he outstretched his wing toward Austin. Was this idiot serious? Pikachu just rubbed his head and nodded. Firo looked at his blindfolded trainer before outstretching his wing toward him. Firo. Alright, I got it. Austin grabbed Firo's wing as he slowly made his way toward him with Pikachu helping him. Austin hugged Firo's body for dear life. Seeing their trainer covered in fear, Firo and Pikachu just chuckled. Guys, not now! Austin shouted as he heard his partner chuckle. Peck. Firo, come on, don't peck me. I am sorry, please. Firo just smirked as he flapped his wings and shot towards the sky with a screaming Austin on his back. Pikachu used magnetic rise to fly beside the duo. Ah! The sounds of a screaming boy echoed through the desolate and eerie ghost town, yet not a single person even peeped out of their window to look. Austin's heart was pounding in his chest as he struggled to catch his breath. He couldn't believe what he had just done. He just flew on Firo's back even though he had closed his eyes the entire time. He looked up at the Lavender Tower, a plain building that didn't have anything special about it, but it sent chills down Austin's spine as he continued to gaze upon it. He couldn't help but feel that this place was evil. He didn't know why, but it was as if he had instinctively decided that this place was evil. As he caught his breath, he looked down at his attire. He was wearing a red and white striped shirt, blue jeans, and black sneakers. His hair was messy, and his face was red from the exertion. Pikachu asked, his voice filled with concern. I'm fine, Austin said, taking a few deep breaths. I just need a minute. He looked up at the tower again, feeling a sense of foreboding. He couldn't explain it, but he knew that something was wrong with this place. We should go inside, he said, picking up Pikachu and Raticate's caskets. Let's see if we can find out what's going on here. As they walked towards the tower, Austin could feel his heart racing again. The closer they got, the more intense the feeling became. The tower was tall and imposing, with dark grey stones and a pointed roof. The entrance was a large wooden door, with an iron handle that looked ancient and rusted. Austin hesitated for a moment, his hand hovering over the handle. He wondered if he should turn back, but he knew that he couldn't. He had come this far, and he had to find out what was inside. He pushed the door open, and they stepped inside. The air was musty and stale, and the sound of their footsteps echoed through the empty hall. The walls were made of grey stone, and there were no windows, making the place feel dark and claustrophobic. As they walked, the lights flickered, causing Austin and Pikachu to jump. The sound of their footsteps became louder, and Austin could hear his own heartbeat in his ears. He looked around the empty hall, feeling a sense of unease. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching them. Are you sure we should be here? Pikachu asked, his voice barely above a whisper. I don't know, Austin said, his voice shaking. But we have to keep going. They walked towards the reception desk, but there was no one there. Austin rang the bell, but there was no response. He waited for a few moments, but still, there was no one. The sound of the bell echoed through the empty hall. Scratch! The moment the sound entered Austin's ears, he instinctively turned to see that there was no one. Suddenly a claw edged closer and closer towards Austin's shoulder from the back. East of Lavender Town. The helicopter blades whirled above the dense forest of Aokigahara, rustling the leaves of the trees as they flew towards the east of Lavender Town. The unnamed mountain ahead of them was commonly referred to as Suicide Mountain, and it loomed ominously in the distance. Below the mountain, the sea of trees stretched for miles, shrouded in an eerie silence that was broken only by the occasional rustling of leaves. The passengers inside the helicopter were dressed in black military attire, their faces stern and focused. One of them, an executive named Butch, stood up as they approached their destination. He surveyed the forest below them with a critical eye, his gaze settling on the groups of grunts that awaited their arrival. Butch made his way to the door of the helicopter and waited for it to land. As soon as it touched down, he stepped out onto the forest floor, the wind from the rotor blades whipping his hair around his face. The grunts each held an umbreon, their dark types having a collar attached to their necks. "Executive Birch!" one of the men called out. Butch scowled, his eyes narrowing. Without a word, he swung his large fist over the grunt's unfortunate face, making the man spin around and fall to his face, blood splattered over his mouth, and a few teeth broken by the looks of it. "It's Butch, you fucker. Butch, remember that if you wanna live." The grunt trembled as he apologized, somehow managing to stand up. "Yeah, and I don't wanna see that splattered blood wiped off from your face. Be like that for the entire operation. Is that understood?" Yes, sir." "Now, go, get me the good stuff." The grunts gave him a salute before leaving the spot, and disappearing into the depths of the forest. Butch wiped off the blood on his knuckles, as he plucked out his Pokeballs, releasing the Pokémon in advance. Given the importance of the mission, he might just need them. As he stood there, surveying the forest, the sound of the helicopter receded into the distance, leaving him with an eerie silence that was broken only by the rustling of leaves and the occasional sound of a Pokémon call. Butch took out a single phone and dialed a number. "Have you reached?" came a calm, calculated voice on the other end. "Yes, boss. The grunts are sent to get what we want." "Good. I have no interest in the others. Get me the ghosts of Lavender Tower." "But sir, the evolved ones have quite the teeth on them," Butch tried to argue. "Don't make me repeat myself. I need members of the Jengar line. Anything other, I have no interest. Enjoy your call." And with that, the call disconnected. "Damn!" Butch muttered, shaking his fist in empty air. He looked around, assessing his surroundings once again. The forest was dense and silent, with the porous lava rock absorbing sound and contributing to a sense of solitude that some visitors attribute to the forest. The western edge of Aokigahara, where several caves fill with ice in winter, was a popular destination for tourists, but the area they were in was off-limits to the public. Butch released his Pokémon from their Pokeballs, and they stood obediently by his side. The lights ceased, and in front of him stood a large Houndoom, a Drapion, and his best buddy Magmortar. "Well, boys, it's time to get to work," Butch said, addressing his Pokémon. "Oh, make paragraph. For as long as humans have dug pretty stones out of the ground and used them as accessories, they have also adorned Pidgeotto plumage as a symbol of leadership and power. At first, the expeditions took the form of searches, where men, and it was always men in that age, would scour the ground for feathers shed from the flying Pokémon's head and tail to deliver to their lords, who would bestow them with great rewards in exchange. But as history marched onward, humans gained better technology and harder hearts and turned from scavenging Pidgeotto feathers to hunting them themselves. The feathers changed from adorning the headdresses of tribal chiefs to the thrones of great kings, and with it, Pidgeotto went from nearly as numerous as Pidgey in the wild to an uncommon or even rare Pokémon. In these times a mix of environmental awareness and republican spirit has reduced the frequency of the hunt, and wild Pidgeotto has begun to appear again in areas where they had not been sighted for decades. The Pidgeotto have maintained their brilliant pink and yellow plumage through the centuries to attract mates, and developed a ferocity to match. Many humans and Pokémon over the years have been eaten by Pidgeotto who fought to protect their feathers, and the hunt now only serves to cull the weak from the herd. Chapter number 190 The Ritual of the Dead. The sound of the bell echoed through the empty halls of Lavender Tower. The bell's toll was eerie, a reminder of the somber nature of the tower, and its emptiness only added to the sense of foreboding. Suddenly, a claw reached out and touched Austin's shoulder from behind. The boy let out a startled cry as he turned to see what had touched him, only to be confronted by an owl-like Pokémon with bright red eyes. It hopped around on a single leg, its gaze fixed on Austin and Pikachu. "No, no, Bad Hootie. Don't scare the child," a pair of synchronized voices called out. Austin turned to see two elderly women dressed in regalias with some part of it resembling a duskull. They walked toward him in perfect sync, their movements almost mechanical. "Come play with us," they said in unison. Austin's mind went blank for a second, not sure how to react to the eerie scene before him. The elderly women were dressed in robes that were tattered and faded, adorned with symbols that were not immediately recognizable. Their hair was grey and wispy, and their faces were etched with lines that spoke of a life long lived. "Child, what are you doing at this place?" one of them asked. "Grady, don't be so insensitive. What would a child be doing at Lavender Tower?" the other scolded. "Brady, don't lecture me. The child could have been lost." "Huff, you old hag. Can't you see that Pokémon casket in his hands?" "Of course, I can see, you old shank." Excuse me," Austin said, trying to make sense of the strange conversation. The elderly women gazed at him imperiously. "Yes. Do you work at this tower?" he asked tentatively. "No, Sonny, we are prostitutes hired for the ghosts," one of the elderly women said before the duo broke out cackling at their joke. They coughed a few times before saying in unison, "Sonny, this place hasn't been in use for a long time. Why do you want to bury your Pokémon here?" Austin looked down at the casket, unsure how to answer their question. Why had he come to Lavender Tower? Had he subconsciously associated it with the idea of Pokémon death? Or was it simply because he didn't know any other Pokémon graveyard? Seeing the silent Austin, Brady spoke up, "Sonny, do you want to bury your Pokémon here?" Austin subconsciously nodded as he tightened his grip on Raticate's casket. "Then do you want us to arrange a ritual of the dead, or have you arranged a ritual for your Pokémon?" Grady asked curiously as Hoot Hoot landed on her head. Austin meanwhile froze as he looked at the elderly duo. "Wait, what?" "The ritual of the dead. Ghost types are, in general, one of the queerest Pokémon in the world. Their very existence is something that is shrouded in mystery and befuddles even the greatest of scientists in the world. For one, ghost Pokémon are, strangely enough, highly effective against their kind, something that they share with the dragon type and no one else. Even then, the former is much more puzzling than the latter. For one thing, dragons are super effective against dragons not because they are dragons, but because the others aren't. By their sheer nature, a dragon is mostly capable of using electric, flying, fire, and water-based moves with an efficiency that borders the types themselves. Further, dragons also find it significantly easier to master moves of the other types like psychic, ghost, dark, ground, and the like. In fact, with the exception of the fairy type, a dragon can, in due course, be able to give a tough fight and even win against a particular type, limiting itself to moves of said type. There is a reason after all, why the dragon type is considered the most powerful type among Pokémon, and why a majority of the legendaries are draconic. Bottom line. A dragon can use water-based attacks against a fire type like it can use dark-based attacks against a psychic type, or flying-based attacks against a normal type. The point is because of the sheer versatility of the draconic kind, only a dragon can be super effective against another, and no one else. From that vantage point, the situation of ghosts is remarkably complex. For one, a ghost type doesn't boast of the sheer versatility of the draconic beings, nor is it immensely powerful against the other types. Dark types can, in 8 chances out of 10, beat the crap out of the ghosts, and with the aid of certain techniques like Miracle Eye and Foresight, even the other types can offer powerful resistance against these complicated creatures. However, it is seen ghosts are immensely vulnerable to attacks of their type, the reason for which is quite a matter of speculation. Compared to what most laymen like to believe, a ghost Pokémon isn't necessarily dead. Of course, the ghost type does have a lot of linkages with the realms of spirits and the dead, but that is solely because of their nature as other dimensional beings. Not only that, a ghost is like an invasive shadow, an impossibility of sorts, an equation with infinite solutions and none of them being the right ones. Most psychic types tend to refer to the ghost type as the otherworldly ones, the ones who tamper with the real world by merely existing in it. And that was what Team Rocket was hoping to capture, as the team of grunts and the lead executive ventured into the absolute blackness of the top of the Lavender Tower. The top of Lavender Tower was shrouded in an eerie, suffocating fog, so dense that not even a ray of sunlight could penetrate through it. It was the perfect place for ghosts to hide, to linger, and to haunt. The graveyard was vast and endless, filled with tombstones and mausoleums that seemed to go on forever. The air was thick with the scent of decay, and the only sound that could be heard was the faint rustling of leaves that had long since fallen from the trees that stood sentinel over the dead. A group of Team Rocket grunts, along with their leader, Executive Butch, made their way through the graveyard, their footsteps crunching on the dry, brittle leaves that littered the ground. They were dressed in their signature black uniforms, their boots caked with mud and dirt, and their faces hidden behind dark masks. Butch was different from the others. He wore a slipscope strapped to his head, a device that allowed him to see through the thick fog that surrounded them. It emitted a soft, green glow that illuminated his face, giving him an almost otherworldly appearance. He scanned the area with a sense of urgency, his eyes darting from one tombstone to another. "Give it to me now!" Butch barked at one of the grunts who was carrying a small briefcase. The grunt quickly obliged, pulling out a small, silver device and handing it over to the executive. Butch attached the device to the slipscope, and the fog began to dissipate before his eyes. The tombstones and mausoleums came into view, and he could see the details etched into them. He scanned the area, looking for something specific. "Over there," he pointed at a tombstone that glowed with an ethereal purple light. "That's the one." The grunts watched with bated breath as Butch approached the tombstone. He raised his hand, and with a mighty blow, smashed the device against it. The sound was deafening, and the tombstone shattered into a million pieces. Suddenly, the ground beneath them shook, and a deafening crash resounded through the area. The grunts took a step back, their eyes wide with fear as they watched their executive destroy the tombstone. The noise echoed through the graveyard, bouncing off the walls of the mausoleums and the trees. As the slamming sounds ebbed, a Marowak hidden inside a burrow opened her eyes. "Oh, make paragraph." In the Pokémon world, it was not the railroads that linked faraway lands, for they are too rare and expensive to truly connect the world. Nor was it roads or waterways or airplanes, for the first two are cluttered with trainers and Pokémon which block movement, and the latter is only a pale imitator. The true engine of unity from Sinnoh to the Orange Islands is not any invention of man, but a Pokémon that flies at twice the speed of sound and is large enough to carry a rider. Pidgeot do not fly at full speed while carrying humans because the riders would be blown off by the air they displace. Nonetheless, they remain a remarkably fast method of intercity transport, bringing trainers from Pallet to Lavender in a matter of minutes and allowing them to enjoy the view while their hair is tossed around by a strong breeze. Recent times have seen the hidden machine fly developed from Pidgeot DNA, allowing other Pokémon to be used in its traditional role, and modern airships can travel nearly as fast as a Pidgeot safely can with a trainer. Nonetheless, Pidgeot remains the most popular among the fairies of the skies. Chapter number 191 Team Rocket and Marowak. Marowak's bones rattled with fear as she huddled in the shadows, watching in horror as the chaos outside continued to escalate. The haunting screams of suffering and agony echoed through the air, mingling with the creaking and groaning of the ancient Lavender Tower. She had always known that the tower was a place of great power, a place where the spirits of the dead lingered on in a restless state. But she had never imagined that she would see the day when those spirits would be unleashed upon the living in such a violent and brutal way. Her heart raced as she caught sight of her son, a tiny figure darting through the chaos in a desperate bid to escape. His fur was standing on end, his eyes wide with terror as he scrambled over broken headstones and dodged the grasping hands of the undead. Marowak wanted nothing more than to run to her son's side, to wrap him in her arms and protect him from the horrors unfolding around them. But she knew that if she exposed herself, if she made herself a target, she would be putting both their lives in even greater danger. So she watched from the shadows, her eyes locked onto her son as he darted through the maze of gravestones. And then, suddenly, she saw him stumble and fall, tripping over a loose stone and tumbling to the ground. Marowak felt a scream building in her throat as she saw two human figures closing in on her son, their faces twisted with hatred and malice. She knew that they were members of the notorious Team Rocket, the criminal organization that had been wreaking havoc across the region for months. With a surge of fierce determination, Marowak burst from the shadows, her bone club held aloft in a fierce battle cry. The two humans spun around, their eyes widening in shock and fear as they saw the angry Pokémon bearing down on them. With a deafening crash, Marowak slammed into the intruders, her powerful bone club shattering against their flesh as she fought to protect her son. She could hear their screams of pain and terror as they tumbled to the ground, and for a moment she allowed herself a glimmer of hope that she might be able to hold them off. But the hope was short-lived, as she saw the men beginning to rise to their feet, their eyes blazing with a cold and ruthless fury. Marowak knew that she could not hope to defeat them all, not on her own. "Run!" she shouted to her son, her voice ringing out through the chaos. "Get away from here!" Her son hesitated for a moment, his eyes locked onto her in terror and confusion. But then, with a sudden burst of bravery, he turned and bolted away, his tiny legs carrying him as fast as they could go. Marowak watched him go, her heart heavy with sorrow and fear. She knew that she might never see him again, that he might be lost forever in the chaos that was consuming the world around them. But she could not afford to think about that now. With a fierce growl, she turned back to the intruders, her bone club held high and ready for battle. The men had risen to their feet, their eyes fixed on Marowak with a cold and ruthless hatred. One of them spoke, his words snarling and angry, and Marowak could feel her bones trembling with fear. The man who had spoken ran up, fury blazing in his eyes. He held something in his hand, although she wasn't sure what. It looked like a square with a handle, but there was some long part in front, and around the area at the end. He pointed the object at her, and she still narrowed her eyes. No matter what, she would fight to the end. Austin was running through the dimly lit halls of Lavender Tower, his heart pounding with every step. Beside him, his faithful companions, Munna and Pikachu, kept pace with him as he clutched a talisman that had been given to him by Brady and Grady. The attack on Lavender Tower had come far too early, catching Austin off guard. As he rounded a corner, he saw a figure running toward him. Reacting quickly, Pikachu unleashed a thunderbolt that crackled through the air and struck the figure, causing a cloud of smoke to rise. From within the smoke, something shot out towards Pikachu. With lightning-fast reflexes, Pikachu used Brick Break to deflect the object before darting forward into the smoke with a quick attack. As the smoke began to clear, Austin heard a cry that stopped him in his tracks. Cubone! He exclaimed as he saw the small, lonely Pokémon lying against the wall, trembling with fear. The cry of the Pokémon caused Austin to stop dead in his tracks as he immediately turned towards Munna, who read the mind of her trainer as her eyes glowed with an ethereal red as a large light blue rectangle with light blue transparent walls appeared around the halls of Lavender. Then, the light blue glow fades, and the walls and ceiling become invisible. Munna seemed to disappear as Austin took a deep breath while walking towards Pikachu, who held up Cubone against the wall. Austin went down on one knee and reached out to the frightened Cubone. "Hey there, little guy," he said softly. "It's okay, you're safe now." Pikachu, confused by the sudden turn of events, looked on with a mixture of curiosity and concern. As Austin spoke to Cubone, Pikachu could feel a sense of unease growing inside him. But as he watched, something changed. Austin's warm words and gentle touch seemed to calm Cubone, who slowly opened his eyes and looked up at his new friend. "Cubone," Austin said gently, "can you tell me what happened here? Did the people attacking this place have a big red R on their clothing?" At the mention of the attackers, Cubone's eyes widened in fear. He trembled for a moment before nodding slowly. Bang! A deafening, banging sound echoed through the night. Marowak's head whipped around, searching for the source of the noise. It was then that she felt a sudden, burning pain in her shoulder, as though something had penetrated there. She let out a cry of surprise and pain, feeling a sticky substance dripping down her arm. Even though she didn't have to see it to figure out what it was, the situation could have been a lot worse if the mysterious Pokémon in front of her hadn't stepped in. The Team Rocket grunt who fired the shot looked at Munna with intense curiosity. Just what was this Pokémon? A small, pink Pokémon with a rounded body and a pair of sleepy-looking eyes. Mushrina's eyes glowed with blue light as the gun in the grunt's hand was crushed with the use of a psychic. The sound of the gun being crushed was like a thunderclap, and the grunt howled in pain as his hand, or what was left of it, bled like crazy. The scream of the grunt alerted everyone of Munna's presence as one of the Team Rocket's Umbreon charged towards Munna with Shadow Claw. Munna disappeared and appeared above Umbreon with an orb of fairy aura in her mouth. There was a sound like a crack of thunder as the orb hit Umbreon, sending him flying backwards into the ground with a loud thud. The impact shook the ground, and a cloud of dust rose up around the fallen Pokémon. The burning pain was rapidly overwhelming Marowak, as her vision began to fade. She could see figures moving around her, but they were becoming increasingly blurry and indistinct. She felt herself sinking to the ground, her body growing heavier and heavier with each passing moment. Executive Butch gritted his teeth as he watched the chaos unfolding before him. He was a tall, muscular man with short brown hair and a square jawline. He wore a black uniform with a red R emblem emblazoned on the chest. His eyes were narrowed as he surveyed the scene, his mind racing as he tried to come up with a plan. First, he had to deal with these reanimated corpses that the ghost Pokémon were using the corpses of the deceased as marionettes, and now there was that pink mysterious Pokémon. Could things get any worse? Deep beneath Lavender Tower, in a hidden room obscured by hundreds of thousands of talismans, lay a scene of unspeakable horror. The room was dank and musty, the air heavy with the scent of decay and something else, something indefinable yet unmistakably sinister. In the center of the room stood 3 stone statues, their simian features twisted into grotesque parodies of the Pokémon they were meant to represent. The oval, black eyes were empty and soulless, the large ears twisted into unnatural shapes, and the tiny black noses were upturned in a sinister sneer. The first statue was that of Pansage, its broccoli-like sprout torn away to reveal a gaping maw, its tongue lolling out like a serpent's. The second was Panseer, its ears lined with crimson, as if they were bleeding blood. And the third, Panpour, its eyes gouged out, the lids peeled back to reveal its staring, lidless orbs. In the middle of this was a dismembered, sickly pale hand, held in place by thousands of red strings. The hand clutched an ancient pokeball, its surface edged with strange symbols and runes. As if by some dark magic, an ethereal aura began to exude from the hand, suffusing the room with an eerie glow. The pokeball, too, seemed to come to life, radiating a purplish-black aura that pulsed with malevolent energy. It was as if the room itself was alive, pulsing with a dark and ominous power that threatened to consume all who entered. Omake paragraph. Rattata are the only Pokémon that are strongest at birth and grow weaker as they gain experience. This is not a strength every Rattata possesses, but one which requires a held item and is passed down through generations. Consequently, none fear wild Rattata, but a trained newborn at the wrong time can terrify even the greatest of trainers. The strategy relies on the fact that newborn Rattata have not yet developed their decent speed, and the opponent will always attack first, often with a damaging technique. The Rattata, badly wounded but alive because of a focus sash, retaliates with endeavor and quick attack. There are countless workarounds that turn this narrow defeat into a narrow victory: poison, ghost-type Pokémon, trick room, entry hazards, sandstorm, or even quick attack from a faster Pokémon, but the need to counter it just speaks to the fact that a newborn Rattata is respected at the top levels of the Pokémon League, and all the counters save ghosts still leave an enemy Pokémon badly wounded. It is this strategy that gives rise to stories of Donphan fearing Rattata, and some say the strategy could even defeat Arceus himself. It is, however, a tactic that is deadly only once in a Pokémon's lifetime. Defeating a Pokémon so much stronger than itself gives the Rattata a ton of experience, typically forcing them to evolve after the battle. When they evolve, they gain the toughness to shrug off a weak attack and the speed to go first in battle, while the strategy relies on going second and being nearly knocked out. Some trainers continue to train them as Raticate, but it is rare for these trainers to make it very far in the Pokémon League. Chapter number 192: The Evil of Lavender Tower. Despite the bone-chilling night air, Butch felt a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead. He had planned this operation for weeks, ever since he had gotten word that the ghosts that haunted the tower had been weakened by the use of special crystals. With the ghosts in a weakened state, Butch had believed that he could finally capture them and add them to his organization's collection. But there were variables that Butch had not accounted for. As he and his team had crept into the tower, they had encountered unexpected resistance from both living and dead alike. Now, Butch was starting to worry that his plan might not go as smoothly as he had hoped. "Is it ready?" Butch questioned into his earpiece, his voice tight with nerves. "We're ready, sir," came the response from one of his team members. "Targets locked on?" Butch nodded, feeling a small measure of relief. He had positioned his team and the Umbreon packs in strategic locations throughout the tower, creating a literal kill box that would trap the ghosts and make them easy targets. With a smirk, Butch watched as a wave of dark energy blasted toward the hordes of zombies that had been attracted to the tower. The corpses were instantly vaporized, leaving behind only a thick mist that coalesced into a couple of ghastly hunters. Butch could see that the ghosts were struggling to maintain their corporeal forms, weakened as they were by the dark energy. This was his chance to strike. "Capture them!" he yelled to his team. "Every single one of them. Leave the rest to the Umbreon." But as his team moved in to make their capture, Butch noticed two unexpected variables on the periphery of his vision. A Munna and a Marowak had joined the fray, complicating matters. Munna's eyes glowed pink as the entire graveyard was filled with a misty terrain, which helped the ghost-type Pokémon to stabilize their corporeal forms. Butch glared at Munna, recognizing the danger it posed. Before he could do anything, however, a blur of red streaked past his position, critically injuring his entire team and blasting away a section of the tower's floor. As the dust cleared, Butch saw that it was a Scizor that had caused the damage. "Why are all these Pokémon interfering with my plan?" He muttered under his breath, his frustration growing. It was surreal. In the pitch blackness of the Lavender Tower, the majority of the ghostly species hunter, a ghostly species that possess an incorporeal gaseous form, were getting attacked from every side by vicious Umbreon, quickly followed by getting sucked into those characteristic black pokeballs that Team Rocket used. By the looks of it, they seemed like unregistered, and slightly weaker versions of the Ultra Ball, but did their job with ease. On the other hand, the hunter population, reduced to less than 10, were fighting back some of the Umbreon, raising dismembered corpses to slam towards the grunts, even succeeding in tearing through some of the men, killing them instantly, though the latter couldn't be said about the Umbreon, which were much more nimble than their owners. Meanwhile, Austin and his Pokémon shot toward the Rocket Executive, with Marowak, despite her already tired disposition, was fighting a losing battle against a more powerful Dusclops, who seemed to be empowered with Dark-type moves as well. With the already existing Dark-type energy inside her body, the battle was becoming more and more difficult for the Shadow Pokémon. A couple of Haunters had jumped to kill the Executive, only to be intercepted by a Houndoom, belching out flames at the Gas Pokémon, who instantly pushed away, having to engage the Fire types. The Dark type sparked, belching out more flames toward the Pokémon, who tried to counter with Shadow Balls. Bah! The Executive barked. Useless vermin! Magmortar, burn them to crisps! And the giant Spitfire Pokémon came into view, sprouting flames all over, propelling fireballs from the two cannons its upper appendages had transformed into. The fireballs fell all over the place, setting fire to the corpses, much to the ghosts' screeches, seeing their haven being destroyed to ashes. Wartortle, use Water Pulse. Krabby, Bubble Beam. Clear the flames. Came Austin's voice, who somehow managed to stand on the ground, holding his hand close to his mouth as he gagged at the smell of burnt corpses that had filled the room. Charmeleon, tackle that Magmortar. Caesar, help him. Austin paused. Clefairy. Leave me here. Charmeleon needs your help. Pikachu. I can do better from a distance. Let Pikachu do the brawl. I will protect you and deal damage from afar. Austin considered Munna's suggestion. All right. He turned to the ground. Pikachu, Charmeleon, don't hold back. Fire with everything you've got. We need to stop that man. He held two Pokeballs in his hand. Go. And the entire battle stopped still for a moment, as two overly large avians appeared in the air, screeching angrily at the fighting all around. Wreak havoc. Ninjask and Charmeleon were, trying to do their best to strike at the Umbreon, who was nimble, more than they had any right to be, along with the fact that these Pokémon seemed to ignore all the damage that was accumulating on their bodies. Grady and Brady walked briskly towards the mansion, their feet pounding against the cobblestone pavement as they hurried towards their destination. The twins had been on edge ever since they sensed the disturbances in Lavender Tower via the talisman that they gave Austin. As they drew nearer to the mansion, they noticed the eerie silence that hung over the town, punctuated only by the occasional hoot of a nocturnal bird. The mansion loomed ahead of them, its Gothic architecture standing in stark contrast to the small, quaint buildings that dotted the town. The walls of the mansion were made of dark stone, and the windows were tall and narrow, with intricate carvings etched into the frames. The metal chain that functioned as the doorbell hung from the left, glinting in the moonlight. Grady reached out and pulled the chain downwards, and they both jumped as the sound echoed through the stillness of the night. They waited expectantly for a response, but there was none. 10 seconds passed, then 15, and the twins exchanged a worried look. Brady was just about to pull the chain a second time when the door creaked open, revealing the ghost mistress of the Elite Four, Madame Agatha. Agatha was a striking figure, with jet-black hair that was swept up into an elaborate bun atop her head. Her dress was a deep shade of purple, and it flowed around her in a swirl of fabric as she moved. Her sharp eyes were fixed on the twins as she surveyed them, and Grady and Brady couldn't help but feel a shiver run down their spines. Madame Agatha, or should we call you Elite Four Agatha? Brady croaked, her voice barely above a whisper. It is Agatha and nothing else, the old woman replied sharply, her eyes darting between the twins and the sky. Don't tell me, she added, her voice trailing off. Yes, some people are causing trouble in Lavender Tower, and we are afraid that it will awaken, Grady replied, her voice barely above a whisper. Agatha sighed heavily, her eyes closing for a moment before she spoke. The evil of Lavender Tower, she murmured, her staff glowing with an eerie light as a pair of Jengars emerged from her shadow. The twins watched in awe as the Jengars materialized, their translucent bodies hovering just above the ground. The surrounding mist grew thicker and more suffocating, and Grady and Brady struggled to breathe. It was as if the wails of the dead echoed throughout the land, and the twins couldn't help but feel a sense of dread wash over them. "Let's go!" Agatha called out, and the twins nodded eagerly, their hands shaking as they followed the ghost mistress towards Lavender Tower. The mist swirled around them, and the sound of ghostly moans filled the air as they made their way towards the source of the disturbance. Omake paragraph. There was a time when the Sylph Company building was far and away the tallest in Kanto. At 11 stories, twice the height of Celadon's department store, it offered an imposing and entrancing view of Saffron City, and as Sylph's operations became more efficient, extra office space was rented out in the building and the roof opened to the public as an observation deck. Unfortunately for Sylph Corporation and the innocents of Saffron City, Raticate possesses the ability to gnaw through concrete. At noon on an otherwise ordinary Thursday many years ago, a group of masked men sent out a swarm of Raticate which surrounded the building, then chewed through its foundations from all angles and vanished into their pokeballs before the police could arrive. The building's collapse killed hundreds, destroyed a city block, and horrified all of Kanto. Increased security measures were enacted across the Pokémon world, but to no avail. Raticate evolved from Rattata, which is simply too numerous to effectively control. The attack, far from prompting improved security to make future such moves impossible, instead sparked a wave of copycats. Raticate has now replaced Electrode as the Pokémon of choice for terrorist organizations. Moreover, the attack, for all the brave talk by the mayor and the CEO about hunting down those responsible, must be regarded as a total success. The Master Ball which had made Sylph so divisive was quietly discontinued, and no more have been produced to this day. They say all the blueprints which took decades to make have been destroyed by the Master Ball, leaving behind only one which is supposedly kept in a safe. Chapter number 193 Battle at Lavender Tower. With Pikachu and Charmeleon doing their best to deal with that annoyingly powerful Magmortar, the Haunter had left their flank, to use their ghostly abilities on the grunts, using their claws to tear through the grunts, digging into their entrails whenever getting the chance, along with the occasional Hex and Dream Eater to regain some of their power to carry out the next attack. The Haunters used the bodies of the dead as a marionette to cause even more chaos as the ghost-type Pokémon were becoming more and more aggressive as if something was affecting them. The Haunter focused their ghostly energies, getting in tune with the ambient energy of the graveyard. It was time for them to use their powers to the fullest. Firo was loving it as he raced with Pidgeot. Due to all the training with their trainer's mate, the air slashes that were needed to be smaller, and more precise, so that they could focus the shockwaves enough to weaken the opponent. Now though, it was hardly a matter, since they could automatically channel energy at much higher quantities without batting an eye. The air slashes tore through the zombie grunts, sometimes even slicing them into halves, a fate that some of the Umbreons shared with them as well, though Pidgeot and Firo couldn't help but notice that majority of the ghost population had already vanished. Captured Pidgeot translated, which meant that victory was Pyrrhic at best. They would need to do some damage control. At least towards the grunts side of the battle, so that they could begin to deal with the executive and that annoying fire-breathing abomination of his. It didn't matter to the two if their approach could be lethal to them or someone else as long their family was safe, and to keep them safe, the two avians were willing to kill. Quickly deciding on an approach, Pidgeot raised her wingspan, manipulating the ambient ghostly energies of the graveyard, and began to weave a devastating combination. Wartortle slammed another powerful aquajet into Magmortar, this time striking true as the monster fell to the back, only to lift one of his cannons and blast scorching flames at him, the flames slamming him to the ground, as the Magmortar jumped off the ground, ready to end the battle with a powerful body slam. The funny thing was, even Wartortle knew it. After that kind of firepower hits him, a single body slam from that giant of a fire monster would send him reeling into a world of pain. That, however, was not an option. He watched the body of Magmortar, which shot high up into the air, propelled by his flames, before stopping in mid-air, and using the full might of gravity to end up on him. Butterfree used Baton Pass as he gave the increase of power to Clefairy, who concentrated as his eyes began to glow. Fairy power flooded through him as his entire body flooded with raw power, as he shone like liquid light, before concentrating all that energy into the orb on his front, almost demanding an outlet to destroy. Clefairy gave it one. Magmortar. The shaft of liquid light slammed into a surprised Magmortar face first, stopping his descent and instead, pushing him further upward until the light died out, and Magmortar, now wounded, fell from the sky, speeding towards the earth. Meanwhile, Clefairy concentrated his remaining energy into his top right appendage, and just when Magmortar was at his height, slammed a full-powered meteor mash into him, sending the Spitfire Pokémon tumbling down the earth, before striking against a rock, which cracked instantly. Wordurtle, it seemed, was merely waiting for this, as he made an excited roar before slamming his feet on the floor, sending a surf that shocked the hell out of most of the Pokémon standing there, including and especially the injured Magmortar. Just how he liked it. Wordurtle grinned as he fixed his specs. This is how you deal with bad guys, with style. Clefairy let out a mental sigh. Maybe there was a chance for them after, the thought died midway, as he saw the fire monster slowly push one of his appendages up. Oh, come on. This is simply unfair. Ominous Wind. A powerful wind-based attack in which the caster channels ghostly energy to flow with the wind created, to attack the opponent. The attack is useful against those who are sensitive to ghostly energies, humans, psychics, and the like. However, some ghost types, like Haunter, can use Will-O-Wisp, or Ghostly Flames to combine with Ominous Wind to create a more deadly combination. One, which in terms of a fire attack, is more devastating than a full-powered flamethrower, and in terms of ghostly attacks, leaves little for the opponent to do besides groaning in pain. However, neither Ominous Wind and Will-O-Wisp separately, nor any combination of them thereof, could ever hope to match that which then manifested inside the graveyard courtesy of Pidgeot and Fearow. Using their innate ability to shape the air currents, the two avians manipulated the ambient ghostly energies to their will, channeling them into specific paths just like the Ominous Wind, only this time, it was in the form of a twister. An extremely large, extremely powerful twister of swirling ghost energy. With one single pair of beats from their wings, the avians directed the Ominous Wind twister into motion. Ha! Butch laughed. The kid never learns. Magmortar, they have high hopes for that twister. Burn their hopes like the previous time. Magmortar, who seemed to get up and stand, no matter the attacks on its person, grinned maniacally before belching huge torrents of flame into the twisters. That, in hindsight, was a mistake. As Pidgeot and Fearow were able to create twisters, controlling them once formed was beyond their scope and ability. With little effort, Fearow and Pidgeot took the swirling disaster, a fusion of Magmortar's powerful flames coupled with the twister of ghostly energy, and directed it toward the grunts and their Pokémon, evaporating them once the swirling monster ravaged past them. In exactly 27 seconds, not a single grunt, nor his Umbreon, was left alive and standing. They weren't present there at all. Only if that were the end of it all. Austin looked at the two avians in horror as his mind had gone blank. It just happened so fast that Austin couldn't register the scope of what his Pokémon had done. Butch was traumatized beyond comprehension. The grunts were dead. The Umbreon packs were killed. Even his Pokémon were on the verge of losing. The only good thing was that the mission capture the ghost population had been a success, since immediately after capture, those black Pokeballs automatically vanished, teleporting back to the base as they were programmed to do. Now he just had to kill this kid and then escape from here. Gaia! He roared in unbridled fury. Kill those birds, Magmortar! Burn them to a crisp! Magmortar would, but then he was stopped by Butch, pointing towards something else, much higher in priority, that had begun to take place. The Haunter, despite the avian's acquisition of the ambient energies of the graveyard, had been busy concentrating on otherworldly energy, fueling themselves with the ambient energy of the environment. One of the features of Ominous Wind is that it raises the powers of any nearby ghost, something that the duo had used to maximum efficiency when the duo made the twister. Caesar and Shed Ninja were busy battling with the Dusclops, with either of them suffering from injuries, the former more than the latter. The Houndoom had been dealt with already, the sneak attack with the sludge bomb of Bulbasaur more than enough to take them out of commission, leaving the Magmortar, who was being dealt with by the Pikachu, Charmeleon, Wardurtle, and Clefairy. The Haunter concentrated their energies together, creating a mass of pure chaos, molding it into a spherical shape, creating one of their most potent attacks. The Shadow Ball. The Hunter grinned, before projecting the Shadow Ball towards the Dusclops, who also forced out a Shadow Ball of his own, the two colliding forces of otherworldly energies trying to get the best out of the other, creating a collision in the middle, either end doing their best to propel it further. Magmortar! Butch sneered, making sure that all of his Pokémon, save Magmortar and of course Dusclops, who was pushing the Shadow Ball backward, were back inside their Pokeballs. Get ready. He released a single Abra, who looked surprised at being summoned. Get ready to teleport. The executive sneered. Magmortar, use Fire Blast on that Shadow Ball collision. No. Austin yelled, racing towards the collision, which was only a couple of feet away from Pikachu and Charmander. Austin's eyes glowed red as he felt everything around him begin to slow down. Magmortar concentrated on a ball of the hottest fires, before propelling them into the ongoing collision. And the world was consumed by light and fire. Omake paragraph. When children are too young to train Pokémon, their mothers typically give them two pieces of advice: don't go into the tall grass and under no circumstances make a Spearow mad. It would do more trainers well to heed the second piece of advice, even once they get their first Pokémon. Alas, many are too hot-headed to listen. Spearow is a rare and cowardly Pokémon, but quick to anger. If a trainer is too weak to capture or kill one they antagonize, and they are quick to anger, a Spearow will call for backup from its friends, and young children who struggle with one of them now battle a whole flock. Sometimes, such as in the case of Red, trainers have already captured an electric, ice, or rock Pokémon and can use its type advantage to survive, albeit typically in critical condition and in dire need of a Pokémon Center. Far more often, young trainers are pecked and scratched to death, and their bodies along with those of their Pokémon feed the victorious flock for an entire week. Chapter number 194 is that black fog? The entire floor of the Lavender Tower and subsequently the graveyard was in ruins. The tombstones were engulfed in flames, and the ghastly population was captured and transported to the rocket bases somewhere on the planet. There were no traces of Haunter either, however few they were initially. The graveyard looked completely alien now, not a single thing reminiscent of how it was a couple of hours ago. Just like the SS. And, before the attack and after the devastation had been wrought on it by Team Rocket. However, the entire battle had resulted in a Pyrrhic victory at best, on both sides. Executive Butch had come in with an army of grunts, each having a single Umbreon at command. He had with him, his precious Magmortar, several Houndoom and that powerful Dusclops. Sure, he had accomplished his mission. The ghastly were captured and transported instantaneously to the Team Rocket base, but the cost had been paid by his entire army. Not a single grunt, nor any of the Umbreons were left alive. The Houndoom had their entrails expelled out, yelping in pain at the corner. His Magmortar had suffered several injuries and would in all probability need a lot of treatment before he would be of any actual use in the future. The only one still active was the Dusclops, who was currently locked in a Shadow Ball battle against the three ghosts of the ghastly line. Butch stared in horror, as he felt himself surrounded. He had lost, horribly so, while the Brat's Pokémon were still up and battling. And then there were the ghosts to be considered, and the overly powerful shadow energy flaring the middle of them, formed as a result of colliding otherworldly energies. Wait! An idea germinated in his mind. It would not be without cost, but he had lost a lot. What did a single Pokémon even matter now? He could always get more. Besides, if done right, it would surely kill the kid, as well as the ghosts. If he were lucky, that powerful, Scizor and Charmeleon would be affected as well. Yes, revenge did taste good. Butch grinned. He plucked out a single remaining Pokeball from his waist. This, he reminded himself, was a Pokémon he had meant to use as a quick exit. Never in his mind had he even suspected that he would need to use it so soon. The Pokeball released red light, condensing into an Abra, as the Psy Pokémon looked up at its owner. Get ready to teleport. Butch barked, holding on to the somewhat frail arm of the little psychic. One more attack and he would recall Magmortar, escaping before the flames from hell consumed everything in this place. Magmortar, he ordered, as the fire-breathing behemoth managed to stand, ready to fire at his command. Use Fire Blast on that Shadow Ball collision. Fire Blast. A rather powerful fire-type move, in which the caster creates a concentrated mesh of scorching flames, before propelling them toward the victim, who is then scorched in an all-consuming blaze. When used by someone like Magmortar, who had some of the highest stats in all fire types in the world, it was a fatal weapon of destruction. Considering that ghostly energy was a good conductor of fire, an accurate example being the infamous Will-O-Wisp itself, the addition of such an attack on the colliding shadow balls could only mean one thing: destruction. Austin was taken aback as he witnessed the fiery Spitfire Pokémon send out its blazing attack towards the colliding ghostly energies. The intense heat emanating from the fire was almost unbearable. He watched in horror as Scizor and Charmeleon, who were standing just a few feet away, were caught off guard and unable to react in time to avoid the incoming disaster. In that moment, Austin forgot that he was not armored like Scizor, nor was he covered with Charmeleon's nigh impenetrable hide. He forgot about the danger that awaited him, forgot about the heat and the flames. All he could think about was saving his precious Pokémon. His mind flashed back to a time when Raticate had sacrificed itself to save his life. Austin could feel his heart pounding with fear as he remembered that fateful day. But this time, he was not going to let any of his Pokémon die. Not on his watch. With a sudden burst of energy, Austin leaped towards Scizor and Charmeleon, his lungs aching as he let out a yell that echoed across the battlefield. His eyes glowed with an intense crimson-red hue, as the chains around a crimson sphere inside Austin's mindscape loosened. A wave of aura escaped, shocking Austin, but the aura seemed to converge into a barrier that engulfed everyone. Perhaps it was his subconscious desire to protect his Pokémon, or maybe it was just his survival instinct, but Austin was not going to let anyone die. Not even if it meant sacrificing himself. I won't let anyone die, even if it kills me. Austin yelled, his voice ringing with determination. The world exploded in a blinding light and a deafening roar of fire. The sound of the explosion was so intense that it reverberated across the entire battlefield, shaking the ground beneath their feet. The heat from the flames was so intense that it felt like they were standing inside a furnace. Austin stood his ground, his eyes narrowed in determination. The shockwaves coming out from the colliding shadow balls pushed him back, but Scizor was there to help him. He ignored the pain that he was feeling all over his body, ignoring the putrid smell of burnt corpses. After all, he needed to save his Pokémon and his family. His heart was pounding in his chest, and he could feel the adrenaline coursing through his veins. The battlefield was a scene of chaos and destruction. Smoke and dust obscured his vision, and he could barely make out the shapes of the other trainers and their Pokémon. The once verdant grass was now scorched and blackened, and craters littered the landscape. The air was thick with the acrid smell of smoke and burning flesh, and the ground shook with the force of the ongoing battle. That was when it happened. Pure, unadulterated energy coalesced all around the shadow balls, containing them inside themselves. It was awe-inspiring, a contraption of pure energy created to contain ghostly energy, a juxtaposition if there ever was one. The energy shimmered and crackled, holding the shadow balls in place. Austin could feel the tension in the air as everyone held their breath, waiting for what would happen next. And then the fire blast hit the energy shields, and the entire thing exploded out in a mixture of light and fire. The blast knocked Austin off his feet, and he felt himself hurtling through the air. He hit the ground hard, the impact jarring his bones. He groaned in pain as he struggled to his feet, his eyes scanning the battlefield for any sign of his Pokémon. "Sit, sir. Charmeleon," he yelled, his voice hoarse. "Are you guys okay?" He couldn't see them through the smoke and dust, and his heart sank. He took a step forward, but a sudden wave of energy knocked him back. He stumbled, almost falling, but managed to keep his footing. That's when he saw it. Sleech. Austin felt his heart stop as he saw a shadowy tendril a few feet away from his heart, stopped by his accidental aura barrier. If there wasn't a barrier between him and the shadowy tendril, then he would be on the ground with a hole where his heart used to be. Grrrrrr. A loud, piercing sound filled Austin's ears as the energy barrier erupted around him. It was like nothing he had ever heard before, a combination of a roar, a scream, and a hiss. He could feel the heat and the energy, pulsing all around him. It was like being caught in the middle of a raging inferno. That was when he saw him. Budge. He was on the ground, a tendril of black energy impaled in his stomach. Another shadowy tendril paraded the head of an obra like a trophy. Kikikikik. Austin heard the sound of laughter, and his heart sank. He looked up and saw it. Austin stood frozen in terror as he beheld the monstrous white haunter, its massive form looming over him like a god of death. Its gaseous body seemed to pulse and writhe with malevolent energy, its glowing red eyes boring into Austin's soul with a sense of dread that made his skin crawl. The haunter's long, blue tongue flicked out of its gaping maw, as if taunting Austin with its power. Its 3 clawed fingers floated in front of its body like disembodied hands, ready to strike at any moment. Austin knew he was in deep trouble. As the haunter tightened its grip on Butch's body, a sickening popping sound filled the air. Austin felt his stomach churn as he realized what was happening. The haunter was popping human bodies like bubble wrap, reveling in the destruction it wrought. It was a monster, a force of pure evil that had no regard for human life. Is that black fog? Lavender Tower, hidden room. The ancient pokeball creaked open, as if protesting the intrusion upon its long-held secrets. The white dismembered hand emerged, twitching with an otherworldly energy. The air grew heavy with a mournful howling, a sound that echoed through the stone walls of the Lavender Tower and seeped into the very bones of those who heard it. Agatha, who was approaching Lavender Tower, froze. Beside her stood the twin sisters, their eyes widening in shock and fear as they watched the spectral faces that floated out of the walls. Grady and Brady trembled with terror at the sight. "It can't be," Agatha whispered, her voice barely more than a hoarse croak. "We were too late." The ethereal malice that seeped out of the walls took the form of floating howling faces, each one twisted into a grotesque expression of pain and anger. The chill in the air grew more intense with each passing moment, and the group found themselves surrounded by a palpable sense of malevolence. Grady and Brady looked at Agatha, desperation etched on their faces. "What do we do now?" they cried. Agatha shook her head, her mind racing as she tried to come up with a plan. Make paragraph. When Ho-Oh dwelt in Ekritique's brass tower, there was no such thing as Spearow. Spearow existed, and they were a violent Pokémon that Ho-Oh hated for driving humans to war with wild Pokémon, but could not bring itself to destroy. It seemed time would do so anyway, for their numbers were diminishing by the day. And then the tower burned down, attacked by an angry, power-hungry mob. Ho-Oh raised the legendary beasts from the ashes of the tower, then flew away to a Spearow flock which it reshaped in its image. The Pokémon grew in size, their necks grew long, their beaks longer still, and their heads and wings changed shape into one vaguely reminiscent of the legendary bird itself. They gained a few new attacks, Drill Peck the most powerful, and were gifted with the power of true flight, not of moving from tree to tree for a few hours like flying Pokémon do, but of staying aloft forever like the gods themselves, lest they be attacked in their nests while they sleep. To this day, when a wild Spearow becomes powerful enough, they seek out Ho-Oh to evolve and join the original flock of Fearow which bring about the Fire Bird's wrath to this day. A similar technique using ash from the burned tower has been developed to create trained Fearow, but they never seem quite as powerful as the ones in the wild. They are Pidgeot with less speed and longer beaks, not a terror from the skies sent by an angry god. Chapter number 195 Chains of Death. Butch thought he had had his revenge. He really did. He could feel the satisfaction of it swirling in his gut like a thick, black tar. But then, all of a sudden, the giant white haunter appeared. It was like a spectre emerging from the shadows, and everything that Butch had planned came to a rummaging stop. He watched with awe and terror as the alpha shiny haunter controlled the violent mixture that Butch had concocted, stopping it from erupting into a large-scale explosion. Instead, it redirected the mixture towards Magmartar before letting it go. Butch's whispered command, "Teleport, now!" was filled with fear and urgency as Magmartar exploded outwards. And that's when it happened. Under the shocked eyes of Butch, Abra's head was cleanly cut off by a shadow claw. Tendrils of ghostly energy latched onto Butch's body as he was held up in the air. The white alpha haunter's eyes glowed red as it gripped Butch's body in one squeezing motion. The pain was like a fire scorching within him, and yet there was nothing he could do about it. His jaws parted in a piercing scream as the invisible flame devoured him from the inside out. The next second, Butch found himself floating in the air as he gazed upon everyone in the graveyard. Did I just get killed? He could see that the alpha haunter had shifted its gaze towards that meddling brat. Wait, what the hell is that? But what Butch didn't realize was that he had left the mortal plane, becoming only a wisp of his former self. As he gazed upon Austin's body from the astral plane, he couldn't help but instinctively shudder in fear. To Butch, Austin's body at this very moment looked even more dangerous than Mewtwo itself. This thing shouldn't exist. That was the only thought he had about Austin before the surrounding reality began to crack, as darkness replaced it. Regrets were still fresh in his mind, but he couldn't do anything about it as the world around him was replaced with darkness. Butch found himself standing inside a dark room filled to the brim with talismans. It was a place that he could only describe as otherworldly, as if he had stumbled into the realm of the dead. A distorted voice whispered into his ears, "Why did I have to die? Why did that bitch Cassidy get the boss's attention, yet I didn't? Why did everyone get my name wrong? Why? Why did I let my partners die?" The distorted voice was so subtle that Butch thought that he was subconsciously thinking of these things. Suddenly, the dark room lit up with a purplish glow coming from a pokeball. Butch seemed to be mesmerized by the aura emitted from the pokeball as the distorted voice said, "Go on, grab it, and everything will be yours." Images flashed in Butch's head of the riches, of the glory, that he could obtain. It had caused him to become so delusional that he had forgotten one thing. He was dead. Walking up to the pokeball, the moment Butch's hand touched it, he could feel some sort of energy enveloping him. Wrapping around him. Transforming him. He expected this transformation to be long and painful. After all, something involving a complete change would probably be difficult. Yet this was anything but. As he pondered what was going on, the change was over in an instant. Looking down, Butch found himself gazing at his corpse, or what was left of it. Chains of black shot out from his corpse, wrapping him in a cocoon. He found himself getting more and more drowsy before darkness took over his mind. The ancient pokeball in Butch's hands glowed with a purplish light before the soul and the parasite that it brought alongside itself entered the corpse. Austin felt a chill run down his spine as he stared up at the giant, shimmering alpha haunter. Its eyes, blazing like two fiery suns, bore into his soul, filling him with an unnameable dread. As he stood frozen in terror, Austin couldn't help but think that the Black Fog, his favorite character from the Electric Tales of Pikachu manga, looked far less cool in real life. Crack! The crimson barrier suddenly shattered into pieces as everyone launched their most powerful attack at the alpha haunter. Caesar. Charmeleon. Free. Bulba. Jask. RWWRRRR. Klee. Wartortle. Wartortle's ears and tail glowed as he set up Rain Dance. Pika. Pikachu shot a thunder towards the shiny alpha haunter. Craw. Krabby used Quick Claw in a succession with Swords Dance. Jit. Fear. Fearow and Pidgeot combined their hurricane attacks. Krabby and Wartortle combined their aquajets into a giant water drill. Free. Butterfree used Quiver Dance before using Baton Pass to power up Clefairy, whose body was covered by a psychic aura as he released the psychic stored power towards the alpha. Charmeleon's maw glowed with dragonic energy as an orb of blue shot to the sky before breaking into a small orb of blue that all converged towards Haunter. Ninjask used Sword Dance while Shed Ninja used Will-O-Wisp on Haunter. In the back of the room, Munna telepathically called out to Marowak. Use that hole to escape. My trainer promised your son that he will bring you back. Go, your son is waiting for you. But... Marowak hesitated as she wanted to repay the favor to these kind people. Go. My human and the others will handle this abomination. You need to get yourself and your child to a safe place. Marowak hesitated, but she knew that she wouldn't be of much help even if she wanted to. Rather than being a burden, she should leave, hence she nodded before running towards the hole that was left behind when Austin had first entered this graveyard. Help, me. Munna turned around for a second as she heard that desperate cry for help. Where did that cry come from? The giant shiny alpha haunter's claws glowed with dark energy as she sliced through Pidgeot and Fearow's hurricane. While tanking Pikachu thunder, Haunter's eyes glowed as a beam of purple and black shot out. Haunter's nightshade clashed with Clefairy's moonblast. Boom! The cloud of smoke parted when Charmeleon's Dragon Rush charged toward Haunter, who had a sinister smile on his face. A cold breeze filled the entire graveyard as Austin's eyes widened. Haunter's claws were filled with ice-type energy. It didn't take a genius to know what that was. Haunter's smile widened before lashing out at Charmeleon with an ice punch. Make paragraph. The two great Pokédex holders of Kanto, Red and Blue, managed to each capture the vast majority of Pokémon, if only to give to Professor Oak for study. There were a few Pokémon, even among those which were not legends or even all that rare, which managed to remain as exceptions. Ekans ran from Blue's bravado. He never did manage to capture one and eventually gave up. It was Red who managed to catch an Ekans. He did it not as a goofy kid, but as a silent Pokémon master, having gained wisdom with experience, but lost his will to speak in the process. He approached the young Ekans silently, rolled a Pokeball along the ground, and hit it in the tail before it could even react. The Pokeball opened, shook thrice, and stopped. Red made a V-sign, spun around with the ball, and brought it to a transporter, headed for Professor Oak's lab and the discovery of medical use for Ekans venom. He never, of course, lets Blue forget this fact. Nor does Blue let him forget that he couldn't even catch a Meowth. Chapter number 196, The Ainsworth Family. Agatha and the twin sisters shuddered as they gazed upon the sky above Lavender Town. A swirling mass of clouds had formed into a macabre human skull, emanating an eerie, otherworldly energy that sent chills down their spines. As they navigated the deserted streets of Lavender Town, they were met with ghastly apparitions of those who had lived and died in this cursed land. Agatha's heart pounded with fury as she caught sight of Lavender Tower, the place that had stolen the one person she held dear. The tower was now surrounded by a sinister barrier, blocking out all but the faintest glimmer of light. For a moment, Agatha and the twins were fooled into thinking it was just an empty patch of land. But Agatha was determined to exact her revenge. Memories of the past flooded her mind, memories that still haunted her to this day. 83 years ago. Lavender Town, Ainsworth Mansion. Agatha wandered down the dimly lit halls of the Ainsworth family mansion, her footsteps echoing eerily against the ornate walls. She was just a child, a mere 7 years old, yet she walked with a sense of purpose, as if she belonged in these hallowed halls. Her only companion was a ghostly figure that flitted beside her, a mischievous ghastly that she had come to think of as her brother. His name was William, and he was always up to no good. "William, father has called upon me," Agatha said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Please don't try to light his hair on fire again." "Kikeek." William cackled, outstretching his neck to lick Agatha's face before phasing into her shadow. Agatha shuddered at the sensation, knowing that William's mischief was far from over. "Oh, Mew, I am doomed." Ethan Ainsworth couldn't help but sigh in frustration as he received the letter from the Branch family in Sinnoh. They would take care of his little girl after his death. It was a bitter pill to swallow, but he knew he had no choice. Death was coming for him, and there was nothing he could do to stop it. As he sat in his desolate room, surrounded by nothing but 4 dimly glowing lanterns, he felt the chill that permeated the air. The Ghost Tower was a place of otherworldly energy, a place where the ghosts had saturated the castle, and the power of electricity was useless. But Ethan Ainsworth was not afraid of the ghosts, for he had a partner who could handle them, his giant alpha shiny Haunter, who smirked and passed him a porn magazine. Ethan coughed into his hand and carefully slid the magazine into his drawer. "Come on, Haunter, you know I don't do stuff like that," he said, his voice tinged with annoyance. Haunter rolled her eyes. "Sure, you don't, you pervert," she thought. There was a knock at the door. Ethan stood up and opened it to reveal his daughter, Agatha. She stood in the doorway, looking apprehensive. "Why have you called upon me, father?" she asked. "Ah, do I have to have a reason to call upon my beautiful daughter?" Ethan said, grinning. "Father," Agatha said, her voice tinged with irritation. "Now I just miss the time when my little girl used to call me Papa," Ethan said, ignoring her previous statement. "Pa. Papa," Agatha said, blushing with embarrassment. "Yes, my baby," Ethan said, his grin widening. "Why have you called upon me?" Agatha asked again. Ethan outstretched his hand, and from the shadows, a staff emerged with a pokeball as its handle. He got on one knee and presented it to Agatha. Isn't this?" Agatha said, her hand shaking as she touched the staff. "My little girl, I am happy to say that now this is yours," Ethan said, his voice filled with pride. "But am I ready?" Agatha asked, her voice trembling. "I wouldn't have given it to you if I didn't think you were ready," Ethan said, his tone reassuring. Agatha hugged the staff tightly, and as she looked at the intricate symbols carved into it, she felt a sense of wonder. "Papa, what are these symbols?" she asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. "These are the marks left behind by all those that wielded the staff in battle," Ethan said, pointing at the symbols. "Where is your symbol?" Agatha asked. "Unfortunately, I haven't wielded the staff in battle, so I don't have a symbol," Ethan said, his voice tinged with regret. "Don't worry, Papa. I'll wield it in battle and carve a symbol into it for you and me," Agatha said, determination in her voice. Ethan rubbed his daughter's hair, trying to hide the pain he was feeling under a mask of a smile. "I am looking forward to it, but Agatha, I am going to go out, so don't misbehave while I am gone, and please don't let William burn down the house." "When will you come back?" Agatha asked, her voice tinged with worry. Ethan hesitated. "Sorry, but I can't say since the trip is quite long." "Okay, but be safe," Agatha said, her voice filled with concern. "That's why I said it. You're too smart for your good, and remember, do not let William cause any trouble, promise." Ethan Ainsworth outstretched his pink while Agatha reciprocated the gesture. "I promise. That's my girl." Ethan Ainsworth hugged his daughter so tightly, she could feel his heartbeat racing against her chest. He was a man haunted by a dark legacy, one that had been passed down through generations of his family. The weight of that legacy bore down on him heavily, like a lead blanket suffocating him in darkness. As he pulled away from his daughter, Ethan's eyes were filled with an ominous glint. He knew what he had to do, and he was resigned to his fate. He had to go out and face the darkness that threatened to consume them all. "I am sorry, Agatha, for leaving you alone, but I need to reseal that thing before it gets out. I am sorry I wasn't able to see you grow up, find love, and walk you down the aisle to that bastard who doesn't deserve you." The sky above Lavender Town was as dark as a witch's cauldron, save for a flash of light that streaked across the heavens like a bolt of lightning. It was a sign, a harbinger of the storm that was to come. As the clouds grew thicker and blacker, the winds picked up, lashing the trees and buildings with an otherworldly fury. In the Ainsworth family mansion, young Agatha was grieving the loss of her father, Ethan Ainsworth, the 31st head of the family. He had died a hero, sacrificing himself to seal away the ancient evil that had plagued the Ainsworths for generations. But the storm outside was not the only thing that was stirring up trouble. Agatha ran to her father's private office, a dark and foreboding room filled with books and artifacts from centuries past. She had never been allowed inside before, but on this night, driven by grief and curiosity, she pushed open the door and stepped inside. Oh, make paragraph. An Arbok scales come in 6 different patterns, and a skilled one can switch between some of them at will. The standard pattern is regeneration, and the 3 most commonly shifted to are invulnerability, attack, and speed. Status Arbok is rarer, and probably among the stronger forms. Their gaze is said to petrify, and their poison, no mere annoyance, debilitates so quickly as to often make the difference in battle. The 6th pattern is far and away the most powerful, but so mysterious and difficult to perform that even Agatha of the Elite Four could not train her Arbok to use it. It is rumored that Giovanni of Team Rocket keeps one in his collection, but this rumor holds little veracity. If he possessed such a strong Pokémon, he surely would have used it. The historical record shows many depictions of this Arbok, performing amazing feats such as slaying Dragonite and battling whole villages. None of these depictions included the actual pattern, for it is said that the Arbok either moved too fast to draw it or killed anyone who tried. Legends ascribe other powers to it, such as being able to burrow through solid rock and being worshipped as a god by other snake Pokémon, although the veracity of these tales is often in doubt. Despite having never been caught or even properly recorded, the ultimate pattern of Arbok's existence is widely acknowledged by scientists, most of whom hold out hope that one can someday be captured for further study. Chapter number 197, The House of Lavender Part 1. Agatha had always been drawn to her father's private office, with its dark mahogany paneling and shelves filled with ancient tomes and strange artifacts. She had always been curious about the secrets that lay hidden behind the door, secrets that her father had guarded with his life. But on this day, something was different. As Agatha approached the door, she felt a chill run down her spine. The air around her seemed to crackle with an otherworldly energy, and the hairs on the back of her neck stood on end. She pushed open the door and stepped inside. The room was bathed in an eerie, flickering light that seemed to dance across the walls like fire. The shelves and cabinets were thrown open, their contents scattered across the floor. Agatha's heart pounded in her chest as she scanned the room for any sign of her father. And then she saw it. On the desk in the center of the room lay an ancient journal, its pages yellowed with age and its cover emblazoned with an esoteric design that Agatha had never seen before. She approached it slowly, as if afraid it might bite her, and picked it up. As she opened the journal, the room around her seemed to warp and twist, as if reality itself was shifting under her feet. The pages were filled with arcane symbols and strange incantations, written in a language that Agatha could not comprehend. But as she read on, the meaning of the words began to reveal themselves, and she felt a creeping sense of dread wash over her. Agatha's eyes widened as she read on, her mind struggling to comprehend the horrors that lay before her. The journal spoke of a man, a victim of the Ainsworth family's deeds, who had been buried alive in a twisted act of revenge. 500 years ago. In the land of Ransei, the first Emperor Qin Shi Huang sent his people on a mission to find a supposed medicine of immortality from the bulbs of a mysterious Pokémon, Bulbasaur. But in the continent of the rising sun, where the Kanto and Johto regions would later form, Pokémon were viewed as nothing more than tools of war. The land was divided into 17 states, all at war with each other. And when the Emperor's intentions became known, a ruthless race began to gain his favor. The hunt for Bulbasaur was on, and those who stood in the way of the lords and their thirst for power were crushed underfoot. One such victim was Kunihiko Yoyama, a boy whose parents were murdered for supposedly knowing the location of the Bulbasaur garden. But it was all false information, and the boy was left to fend for himself in a world where the strong preyed on the weak. As Kunihiko struggled to survive in the spectral region of Lavender Town, he couldn't help but feel that something sinister lurked just beyond the veil. The pursuit of immortality had brought nothing but chaos and destruction, and the people's thirst for power would ultimately be their undoing. Kunihiko Yoyama trudged through the darkened alleyways of Spectra, his footsteps echoing against the concrete walls. The city was quiet, save for the occasional rustling of the rats that scurried through the garbage piled up on the streets. The moon hung high in the sky, casting an eerie glow over the deserted city. Kunihiko was used to the darkness, having spent most of his life patrolling the city as the leader of the guard. He wore a black trench coat that flapped behind him with each step, a scarf tied around his neck, and fingerless gloves that left his fingers exposed. His face was hidden in the shadows, the brim of his black cap pulled low over his forehead. As he walked, his ears perked up at the sound of a faint chirping. He stopped in his tracks, frowning as he looked around. He had come across many strange things in his lifetime, but a chirping garbage bin was a new one. Curiosity getting the best of him, he made his way towards the bin. The chirping grew louder as he approached, and he hesitated for a moment before finally peering inside. Laid amidst the rubbish and discarded bags was a tiny Eevee, its body battered and weak. Kunihiko felt a pang of anger and sorrow at the sight, the poor creature left to suffer in the garbage like a piece of trash. He reached inside the bin, gingerly picking up the Eevee with a gentle touch. He took a moment to brush away the maggots that were crawling over its wounds before cradling it in his arms. The Eevee was small, barely the length of his index finger, and Kunihiko feared that it would break if he held it too tightly. "It's all right, little one," he murmured, feeling the tiny creature shiver against his chest. "I've got you now." With a careful touch, he tucked the Eevee under his shirt, its tiny paws clutching at the fabric of his red scarf. He hoped his body heat would be enough to keep it alive on the walk back to his home. As he made his way through the streets, he stuck to well-lit areas, wary of any potential threats. He hoped his body would keep the creature warm enough to survive the walk home, taking purposefully well-lit and populated streets to avoid unwanted attention. The last thing Kunihiko Yuyama needed when transporting his unorthodox passenger was for some alley Meowth to call it an easy meal. It was daft to get attached to anything in his line of work, doubly so when he was the leader of the guard. Anyone outside Spectra couldn't quite cope with the idea that monsters roaming the lunar hours and those within the guard were both under his command and likely to meet an untimely demise at any moment. The same went for small Pokémon. Growlithe and Meowth couldn't defend themselves when the fangs and claws of the wild Pokémon ripped through them faster than a blade through a baby. It was a harsh life lesson Kunihiko Yuyama had learned from losing his family as a child, reinforced when his adoptive father eventually fell on the maw of such a houndoom, passing the mantle on to him. If he'd had any sense he would have fished the Eevee out of the can and sliced it in half for a quick end, or let it cling to the railings of the temple yard and wished it luck in the impossible endeavor to survive. He knew Eevee tended to nest in groups, at least from the rare contact he'd had with them, and that when Pokémon left their friends behind it was usually because there was nothing to be done. The world was unforgiving, sentiment had no bearing on reality. It was lucky the damn thing hadn't bitten him by now, as most Pokémon backed into a corner were wont to do. Regardless, Kunihiko Yuyama couldn't bring himself to give up on the Eevee trembling against his skin. Back at base, Kunihiko Yuyama removed his scarf with the Eevee still clinging to it and laid it on his desk, finally getting a good look at her in the light. Her eyes were closed but her chest was moving with fearfully rapid breaths, body warmed up significantly. Its fur was a beautiful red-brown that darkened towards its face, seemingly a perfect match for Kunihiko Yuyama's own fashion choices. "You're a lady that knows how to dress, eh?" With his patience in mind, Kunihiko Yuyama covered his window and lit a candle by the desk to somewhat keep his eyes on his new friend. "And what shall I name you? I'll have to think of something. Can't let you run off until you're better, can I? That'd be like putting a Growlithe out in the dead of winter. Scared of me, aren't you?" He stroked a finger along the Eevee's spine from top to bottom. "Starving too? I might have to go to the library. Find out what the hell I'm supposed to feed you. Nobody here is going to know. Maybe. Nah. You don't want a bunch of big blokes poking you around, do you? They'd only end up feeding you to the Raticates. I'll figure something out." There were a few more maggots that had to be picked off and crushed, burrowed under its wings and making Kunihiko Yuyama's skin crawl to think of them falling off under his clothes. There didn't seem to be any breaks or bleeds, which made him more than a little fearful of internal injuries. Anything more complicated than bruising or scrapes and he was out of his depths. He folded the sections of his scarf the Eevee wasn't laid on over its body like a makeshift sleeping bag and got up. "Don't get into any trouble while I'm gone." Exhaustion from a full night's work pushed to the back of his mind, Kunihiko Yuyama spared a last anxious glance at the unmoving bundle and left his office. He locked the door behind himself just in case anyone went looking for him and found his new pet, then headed back out into the rising dawn. If he was going to do anything about the Eevee's chances, then he was going to need to do some old-fashioned research at the library first. Hopefully, the Eevee would still be alive when he returned. Make paragraph. Pikachu is a small species of Pokémon that many people find cute, and for this reason have become quite popular as pets, even among people with little interest in Pokémon battles. This is an unfortunate fact that leads to many electrocutions, for a Pikachu can be quite dangerous to handle. Pikachu is a Pokémon that stores electricity in its cheeks, but this electricity must be released on a semi-regular basis lest the Pokémon use powerful electric attacks at random, shocking everything in sight. Typically this is handled by occasionally hooking the rodent up to a special battery which is recharged by its shock, then using the electricity to power the household. Furthermore, they do not only use thunder shock to release energy, but also when startled or angry, and they do not have especially forgiving tempers. Many a trainer has been hospitalized or worse when quarreling with their Pokémon, some passing away from shock wounds which could have been properly treated were the trainer not embarrassed for how this reflected upon them as a trainer. Moreover, there is the issue of weather. Pikachu can seldom be cooped up inside for long, but they are prone to causing nearby people to be electrocuted in rain, and its tail can attract lightning in thunderstorms. Proper care involves the usage of a Pokeball in inclement weather, but Pikachu is often reluctant to be so confined. Many inexperienced owners are equally reluctant to use them, fearing it will mark them as Pokémon trainers and force them to accept challenges and see their precious Pikachu injured. Despite this, with a gentle spirit and proper caution, Pikachu can make for excellent pets. Chapter 199, Chapter number 198 The House of Lavender Part 2. It always seemed to surprise people how familiar Kunihiko Yuyama was with the libraries in Spectra, Lavender Town. Kunihiko Yuyama hadn't been able to dedicate much time to his education outside of making sure he showed up at the school enough days for the authorities not to come knocking, and most of his teachers still had a prejudice against Kunihiko as it was widely believed by many that Kunihiko Yuyama's parents truly did know of the location of the secret garden, so the library had become the ideal place for his younger self's mind to flourish. He'd learned many skills that contributed to his capability as a leader between the civilian library and Spectra's private collection. In those days Kunihiko Yuyama had just about all the daylight hours that weren't his mandatory hours of sleep to do as he pleased, the majority of his training taking place at night when it was put to more practical use. No point learning how to swing a sword in the light of day when the real fighting took place beneath the moon. Now he had a life on the line, scared shitless, starving, and potentially wounded, waiting for his return. He didn't have time to do any in-depth research. Grabbing the first few books that mentioned EV in the title, he flicked through them for what the hell he was supposed to feed the poor sod, then borrowed the most promising to read comprehensively once the danger had passed. From what he gleaned, he'd be better off catching moths and midges, not easy pickings in a morning rush. Insects were insects, though, and Kunihiko Yuyama knew of a fisherman's shop that opened early to catch the first dock workers pre-shift. Perhaps a little live bait could go a long way. Patting his coat down for whatever pounds and shillings might be cluttering his pockets, he rushed off in the direction of the Thames. Thankfully none of the guards seemed to be wandering the same streets as Kunihiko Yuyama that morning, most of them eager for a hot meal and a safe bed after a long night. He wasn't sure how he'd have explained the books in a small pot of what looked like live maggots. Disgusting things that he'd rather crush under his boot than handle, but he was far too invested now to let his stomach override his EV's hunger. The scarf didn't move when he kicked the door shut behind himself. Hey, he set his pile on the edge of the desk and pulled back the fabric, gently caressing the still body with 2 fingers. Hey, little fella. I'm here. Hang in there for me. The relief when a tremble rumbled beneath his fingertips was like a punch to the gut. All right, I'm going to have to name you. Kunihiko Yuyama fiddled with his repair kit until he had his tweezers and gave them a quick wipe with a relatively clean cloth. Book called Euchiroptera. Funny word, that. Might call you Eve. It's a little easier, isn't it? A weak chirp, a shadow of the one that had lured Kunihiko Yuyama in, came out of the tiny body. Yet. Eve. That's a good name. Are you going to eat for me? He opened the pot and carefully picked up a larva, holding it in front of Evie. Nothing happened. Kunihiko Yuyama had seen untrusting Pokémon shy away from humans before, but the hunger usually overrode the instinct to back off fairly quickly. When Eve didn't try to eat after a few minutes, Kunihiko Yuyama reached for one of the books again. He opened it with one hand, the other keeping the larva out just in case, and searched for information he might have missed in his skim of the pages. What about fruit? Are you a herbivore, Eve? It wasn't unheard of for unusual animals to be found across Spectra, well-off idiots deciding that some exotic wild creature would make a more extravagant pet than a Rapidash or an Arcanine. He dropped the larva back in the pot and closed it up, figuring he could toss them in the water later. Whatever might be resilient enough to survive in the Thames would probably eat them. Better than leaving them in the pot to infest his room. If I have to put you out of your misery after this much effort, I'm going to be pissed. So you'd better be a herbivore or I don't know what I'll do. He wrapped Eve up in his scarf again and picked it up, carrying her down to the kitchen. Rations for the residents' spectra were pretty basic. Kunihiko Yoyama had to manage a lot of expenses with the money that came into the guards from its donors, particularly rich people that were in the know but unwilling to get their own hands dirty, or wealthy victims that had been rescued by the guard putting their money forward in gratitude. Weapons, ammunition, uniforms, food, board, and more demanded a cut, turning finances into a fine balancing act every week. You're lucky scurvy is a thing or we wouldn't have any of this shite. It's expensive shit. Kunihiko Yoyama was too busy focusing on Eve to notice the angle of his cut, the knife slicing through the top of his finger when it halved the lemon. Fuck. He let it fall open in front of Eve and backed off to assess the wound. Bastard, he cursed again. While he cleaned and put a rudimentary bandage on the cut, Kunihiko Yoyama turned his back to Eve. He expected the Eve to tuck into the lemon while he wasn't looking and maybe brighten up with a meal in its belly. When he looked back, Eve had perked up, ears erect and eyes bright. Pointed teeth highlighted a tiny grin as she focused on Kunihiko Yoyama intently. The lemon lay untouched beside her. Kunihiko Yoyama cocked his head slightly, reaching out with his injured finger toward the counter. Eve immediately crawled off his scarf to the edge, trying to get closer. The irony of the situation wasn't lost on Kunihiko Yoyama. You like to drink blood, don't you? Gonna do me any damage if I give you a drop? Couldn't be worse than a Zubat would normally do when it dug its fangs into his neck. In the back of his mind, a voice that sounded a lot like his friend was scolding him for thinking it was a good idea, overshadowed by another closer to his dear mother telling him he'd come this far, a little blood wouldn't hurt. He had heard rumors that due to some circumstances when a Pokémon's diet is restricted to one thing they lose their ability to eat anything else. Kunihiko Yoyama sighed as he figured that Eve's diet must have been restricted to blood. As he quickly removed the bandage, Kunihiko Yoyama squeezed his finger to bring fresh blood to the surface and watched with wonder as the Eevee gently licked at it. A numb feeling came over the area, taking the pain away while Eve had his fill. As soon as he was done, Kunihiko Yoyama cleaned his finger and rebandaged the cut under the watchful eyes of a much more vocal Eve. Will you calm down? He jumped when a paw fluttered against his ear. Did you just jump onto my shoulder? Eve made a squeak that was almost offended, making Kunihiko Yoyama laugh. More attitude than me. You look better already. You're lucky I like you so much. He tied his scarf back around her neck, smiling fondly at Eve burrowing into the fabric while he cut up the lemon properly for himself. No sense in good fruit going to waste. Your scarf is breathing. Kunihiko Yoyama looked up from the reports to see Clarence eyeing the fabric suspiciously. Since the guard recruited the Crossleys, Kunihiko Yoyama had noticed he'd shaken away the nervous disposition that plagued him when they'd met and become quite the soldier in the field. There was an efficiency to his combat that surpassed many of the other trench recruits, impressing enough of the seasoned guard to catapult Clarence Ainsworth through the ranks. Velvet fur tickled Kunihiko Yoyama's chest. He looked down to see a mischievous grin aimed upward. That's Eve. He's harmless. As if to punctuate his point, Kunihiko Yoyama scratched the top of his head with one finger. It would be impossible to hide a pet from his men forever, they were too well trained and the idea itself was ludicrous, but it didn't feel as though Kunihiko Yoyama should hold him up in the air to declare he'd gained a companion either. A few of them were bound to find out on their own, gossip would take care of the rest. It's an Eevee. Clarence didn't seem to know how to react, one hand on his weapon and the other half pointing at Eve, who blinked in silence, ears twitching. Chuckling at the apparent stalemate, Kunihiko Yoyama hooked two fingers under Eve's feet and pulled him out for Clarence to get a better look. Eve dangled from the digits with his back to Clarence and paws folded, head tilted back for a better look at the other hunter. He's harmless, Kunihiko Yoyama repeated, stroking Eve's head with his bandaged finger. Chirp made a happy sound, drawing them back to have his belly rubbed instead. Clarence startled, then leaned in to touch one of those paws. A little too fast and far too rough, Eve responded to it by screeching and flapping her paws aggressively. Acting on a reflex, Clarence drew a knife from his belt and swiped at the Eevee with intent. Kunihiko Yoyama jumped back just in time to avoid Eve taking a fatal blow, shielding the Eevee from view with his hand. What the fuck do you think you're doing? He was going to bite me. His hand was trembling around the knife. You'd be suspicious of humans too if someone threw you in with the rubbish to die, Kunihiko Yoyama defended the reaction. Eve is the least dangerous thing in this room. You'll get more damage from a paper cut than him. But it's a Pokémon. Kunihiko Yoyama frowned at Clarence Ainsworth's choice of words. So he is one of those people that view Pokémon as monsters. Kunihiko Yoyama thought as he stood up. Leave now, that is an order. Clarence Ainsworth nodded before leaving, just before glancing at Eve, who jumped onto Kunihiko Yoyama's shoulder. Clarence clenched his fist before leaving. Days turned into months, and Kunihiko Yoyama lived a seemingly idyllic life with his beloved Eevee. Despite the rumors that had spread throughout the town, most people viewed Eevee in a positive light. However, Kunihiko had underestimated the fear and hatred that some individuals had developed for Pokémon after the Crusades. Kunihiko had lost his parents during the Crusades, but he had somehow managed to move on from the tragedy. Unfortunately, not everyone was able to do the same. The pain and suffering that had been inflicted during those dark times lingered in the hearts of many, festering like a wound that refused to heal. As Eve grew older and stronger, Kunihiko knew that he could no longer afford to bring her to work. She had become too much of a distraction, and he had almost lost his job because of her playful antics. So he made the difficult decision to leave her at home. The doors of Kunihiko Yoyama's house creaked open on their rusted hinges, announcing the arrival of an uninvited guest. Eve, the Eevee, perked up at the sound, her small, furry body tense with anticipation. She knew the scent of her human well, and she could smell it on the cloaked figure that had just entered the house. Without hesitation, Eve darted towards the intruder, eager to greet her beloved human. But as she drew closer, the figure turned to face her, and Eve's excitement turned to confusion and fear. Something was off about this person, something that made Eve's fur stand on end. Before she could react, a sharp pain exploded in her side, and Eve felt a knife plunge deep into her hide. She cried out in agony, her small body writhing in pain as blood began to pool around her. The cloaked figure stepped forward, and Eve looked up into the face of Clarence Ainsworth. Omake paragraph. It is quite common to see a large electrical port shaped like a lightning bolt on portable game systems, flashlights, and other handheld electronic devices. These outlets are designed to be filled by a Reisha's tail, and trainers of Reisha quite commonly use them in this way on their journeys, especially when at some distance from civilization. Reisha tails have frequently been described as natural plugs, and this description is not without merit. The long, cord-like tail allows the Pokémon to put some distance between itself and the electronic device to prevent overcharging and even maintain some freedom of movement, although Reisha is more commonly used as a charger while sleeping. The lightning bolt end is fairly large, and true plugs are much smaller. Oftentimes the tail port takes up half of a laptop's side. Compared to other electric Pokémon or the difficulty of carrying around a generator, however, it is by far a superior choice. Although Reisha is by no means useless in battle, it is for this usage as often as for combat that trainers purchase expensive thunderstones to make their Pikachu evolve. Chapter number 199, The House of Lavender Part 3. Kunihiko Yoyama stepped into the morgue, a shiver running down his spine as the icy temperature enveloped him. The acrid scent of disinfectant lingered in the air, a pungent aroma that filled his nostrils with every breath. He pulled the collar of his coat higher, the woolen fabric doing little to shield him from the frigid environment. As he entered the room, a pathologist left, his footsteps echoing against the linoleum floor. Kunihiko watched the man leave, his face betraying no emotion. The pathologist took a deep breath and glanced back at him, daring to look into his cold expression. There was no twitching of an eyelid, no trembling of the lips, just a solid and perfect expression as lasting as stone. The door closed, and the warmth of the pathologist's body faded with him, leaving behind the suffocating cold. Kunihiko approached the silver table where Eve lay, her body still and cold. He looked down at her face, once so full of life, now blank and expressionless. His heart ached with pain, memories flooding his mind. He remembered the way she used to smile at him, the blush that spread across her cheeks whenever he spoke, the twinkle in her eyes when she saw him. Now, all that remained was the cold, lifeless shell before him. A single tear escaped his eye, tracing a path down his cheek before falling onto Eve's own. It was a small, insignificant act, but it was enough to break through the veneer of composure he had maintained thus far. Kunihiko's shoulders shook as sobs racked his body, his grief finally overwhelming him. His hands balled into fists, and he slammed them against the table, the metallic clang echoing through the room. He kicked the nearest object, a sink used for cleaning the instruments after autopsies, the sound of the impact reverberating against the walls. Kunihiko paced the room, his footsteps a dull thud against the floor. He couldn't bear the thought of leaving Eve behind, couldn't bear the thought of never seeing her smile again. He paused in front of her, his gaze lingering on her face, before turning on his heel and striding towards the door. As he walked, the sound of his footsteps grew louder, each thud echoing in the otherwise silent room. He pulled the door open, and a blast of cold air greeted him, sending a shiver down his spine. Outside, the world was still and silent. Kunihiko breathed in the chilly air, his breath misting in front of him. He turned and looked back at the building, the windows dark and empty. "She's gone," he whispered to himself, his voice barely above a whisper. "She's really gone." He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, trying to push back the grief that threatened to overwhelm him. Kunihiko Yuyama sat outside on a cold winter night, huddled in his thick coat, lost in thought as he wondered if Mew truly hated him. The chill of the night had enveloped him, seeping into his bones, leaving him feeling alone and helpless. Suddenly, the dead silence of the cold winter night was broken by the sound of footsteps. Kunihiko Yuyama turned his head and saw a slender man with short light blonde hair that covered his left eye approaching him. The stranger sported a strange uniform that Kunihiko Yuyama couldn't quite place, but he knew immediately that the man was a foreigner. As the stranger drew closer, he smiled and said, "The name's Valo Shirana." Kunihiko Yuyama's eyes narrowed suspiciously. "And?" Valo Shirana chuckled. "I have a friend that would like to meet you." Suddenly, unknown Pokémon whose bodies seemed to be in the shape of alphabetical letters began to swirl around them, creating a row of children that bled from the eyes, ears, and mouth. Each drop of blood that hit the ground was like a signal for something beyond Kunihiko Yuyama's understanding. "Oh, looks like he likes you," Valo said in a teasing voice as a bloody mist rolled all around them. "Would you like to join me? Your worth is so much more than this, join me and I can give you what you want, a chance for revenge." Kunihiko Yuyama felt a shiver run down his spine as he looked at the stranger's inscrutable expression. He couldn't understand what this foreigner wanted from him or why he was showing him these disturbing images. "Who are you and what do you want from me?" Kunihiko Yuyama asked, his voice shaking slightly. Valo Shirana's smile widened. "I am just a messenger, a harbinger of things to come. As for what I want, well, that's simple. I want to offer you a chance to take revenge against those who have wronged you." Kunihiko Yuyama's eyes narrowed as he thought about his past. The pain of losing his parents and Eve still felt fresh in his heart, and the idea of being able to take revenge against those who had hurt him was tempting. For months, the town of Spectra had been plagued by a terrifying rumor, one that sent shivers down the spines of even the most hardened residents. They spoke in hushed whispers of the ghost of the shadows, a malevolent entity that preyed on the town's most vulnerable inhabitants, its children. At first, the disappearances were brushed off as mere accidents, the result of children wandering too far from home or getting lost in the woods. But as the bodies of missing children began turning up in front of their own houses, their lifeless forms arranged in gruesome display, it became clear that something much darker was at work. The children's faces were frozen in expressions of horror and pain, their small bodies twisted and mangled. The word torture didn't even begin to describe the depth of their suffering, and the people of Spectra were left reeling with grief and fear. For weeks, the lords and vassals of Spectra turned a blind eye to the horrors unfolding in their midst, until the unthinkable happened. A child from one of the noble families of Ransay was kidnapped. This time, they could no longer ignore the growing threat. The Lord of Spectra himself took charge of the investigation, assembling a team of the bravest and most skilled warriors to scour the surrounding countryside for any sign of the missing child. Days turned into weeks, and the search party had all but given up hope when they stumbled upon a hidden entrance to an underground cavern. The air was thick with the stench of decay, and the walls were slick with moisture and mold. As they ventured deeper into the cavern, the search party was met with horrors beyond their imagining. The bodies of missing children hung from the walls, their skin peeled back in a grotesque display of violence. No one knew what happened that fateful night, when the search party finally caught up with the madman who had been responsible for all the untold misery of Spectra's people. Some say he went quietly, while others claim he put up a fierce fight, his screams echoing through the cavern. But one thing was certain, the man responsible for the heinous crimes that had terrorized Spectra was finally in custody. Kunihiko Yuyama, known to many as the unspeakable evil, was sentenced to death by burial, a punishment reserved only for the most heinous of criminals. Kunihiko Yuyama's POV. I open my eyes to pitch-black darkness. It's cold, terribly cold. So cold I can't feel my fingers, can't feel any part of my body. I can't feel any emotions, just cold, cold, cold. Freezing. It's so dark, it's almost as if I never opened my eyes. Like I've been dropped in a pool of black ink and I'm drowning in it. The darkness, as suffocating as space, like I've been thrown out to the mysterious, lonely, void, where no man has before travelled. Why haven't you answered me? I questioned as I gazed upon the rune Valo had given me. I moved to sit up but am met with the tightness of cloth wrapped around me. It's covering my entirety, face to feet. Not leaving one limb free of its unforgiving grasp. I move around as much as I can to loosen the fabric, but this only makes it harder to breathe. I lay still, out of breath. Before I ponder too much. Slam. The deep sound of a heavy door bangs all around me, followed by a deafening silence. Thump. 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 I hear the sounds of footsteps creeping toward me. Shuffling sounds and a crash make their way to my ears, and more silence fills the room before I'm blinded by a bright light. The cloth is lifted from my head, and I'm face to face with a strange man. Looks like my executioner is here. He looked like he must be a doctor, but why would this doctor be tending to me? I notice I'm lying on a table. The strange doctor man holds up a long rope. He took the rope and used it to secure my arms to my sides. He ignored me as if I never said anything and am merely a corpse that cannot speak. He barely glanced at me and continued wrapping my legs with the rope. Looks like my calm before death even surprised this strange doctor. Then again, if he knew the world I had seen, the majesty of the Lord of Void I had gazed upon, then even I wouldn't fear something like death. At this moment, he turned away, and I noticed a box behind him. A box by itself may not be very weird, but other than this box, the table, the man, and I, there is nothing else in the room. It's an interesting looking box, quite long, and rather flat on the top and sides. Almost like a coffin. The doctor turned around with a smile. He seems to have seen what I'd found, but my stoic face left him speechless. As if I was a man that knew no fear. He told me to be quiet, he doesn't want anyone to hear me. The man held me down and pulled out a rusty needle. The doctor threads a string through the needle and held it up to my mouth. The man stabs the needle through my lips and pulls the string through. Only a grunt escaped my mouth as I smiled. Something is awakening inside my heart. When will I meet the Lord, Valo? I questioned, and before I knew it, I breathed a breath I didn't know I was holding as he finished the sewing of my mouth and stood up. The doctor brought the now bloody red needle to my left eye. He doesn't hesitate before plunging the metal into my eyeball. I can't even scream anymore. The pain is so excruciating, and yet I can do nothing about it. Yet even after all of that, my mind was focused on one thing. When will the Lord of Void summon me? I could hear squelching and the squishing of what used to be my eye being destroyed. But it doesn't stop there, as the doctor proceeded to start sewing my eyelid shut too. And when he's done with that one, moves on the right eye. As Kunihiko Yuyama lay in the darkness, the only sound was the faint beating of his heart. The cold abyss surrounded him, the air thick with a sense of foreboding. He could feel the weight of his own body as he struggled to lift himself up, his tongueless mouth unable to form words. He looked around, his eyes struggling to adjust to the darkness. The ground beneath him was slick with moisture, and the walls were rough and jagged, as if carved from stone. The only light came from a small flickering flame that danced in the distance, casting eerie shadows on the walls. As he struggled to move, he heard the sound of something slithering in the darkness. The noise was low and guttural, like the growl of an animal. He tried to turn towards the sound, but his body refused to respond. Suddenly, the darkness parted, revealing a creature with a serpentine look. Its legs were reduced to golden-tipped spikes, and 4 additional golden spikes appeared near the edge of its tail. 6 gold half-rings gripped its body. The back points of each half-ring had a black ghostly tendril with a red spike at its tip. The horns on its head were now facing the back. The sides of the golden crown covered its mouth and separated vertically like an insect's mandible. When it opened its mouth, a black vertical stripe was broken into pieces and ran down its body. Who did it? Pulling all his strength. Kunihiko Yuyama tried to speak, but the words caught in his throat. The creature's eyes gleamed in the darkness as it spoke in a low, menacing voice. Clarence Ainsworth, the creature said, its voice echoing in the darkness. Giratina smiled as it sensed the human's emotions. Hate. Anger. Revenge. Lore, D. Kunihiko Yuyama didn't even finish his words as Giratina's eyes glowed a crimson red. The abyss around him began to churn and twist, as if the very fabric of reality was unraveling. Suddenly, the darkness began to take shape, forming into a hand made of shadows that reached out to Kunihiko Yuyama. He screamed as the hand ripped through his body, amplifying his hatred to such a degree that it warped causality itself. The surrounding abyss turned into hands made of darkness that ripped through Kunihiko Yuyama's being. Giratina smiled at its creation before he faded back into the reverse world. Omake paragraph. Today, balls for the popular sport of goal roll are made of leather or occasionally grumpig hide. Not too long ago, live Pokémon were used instead. There are many Pokémon that are capable of filling this role. Most Pokémon who can learn the attack rollout can do so, although some like the rock-type Guaidud are too dense to kick around. Voltorb and Electrode are excellent for the role, being perfectly round, but far and away the most popular is Sandshrew. A Sandshrew's brick-like texture is both recognizable and easy to kick or punch, the grooves making it fairly aerodynamic. Their tough skin and high defenses mean that these moves will not especially hurt the Pokémon. Indeed, the goalies often find themselves more injured by Sandshrew kicked at a high speed. Furthermore, although hardly as ubiquitous as Rattata, they are a fairly common Pokémon that can be obtained for ball games. The Sandshrew themselves, or occasionally other ball-shaped Pokémon, participated in the matches back then. Each team brought its ball. Although it was a penalty shot if they left their round shape for more than 2 seconds, they could still attack somewhat and direct their flight to influence the match in their team's favor. In recent years, superior balls have been found, and the Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Pokémon has managed to ban live Pokémon from the professional leagues, where Jigglypuff and Voltorb were also occasionally used. This move has been derided by goal roll purists, who deride the new balls as less aerodynamic and unable to assist their teammates, blame them for a decrease in offense in the modern game, and long for the end of the dead ball era.
Thanks for listening.